The Green Bay Packers crushed the New Orleans Saints 34-0. The Packers clinch a playoff berth with the first shutout of the season. Josh Jacobs 107 on the ground and a touchdown. Jordan Love 182 through the air and a score. He's looking for consistency.
That's every play, every game. Trying to be smart and decisive with the ball and just find those completions out there. But I think that's every play. I'm trying to do that.
Dan Quinn didn't have much of an update on cornerback Marshawn Latimore, who had a hamstring issue. They'll know more later in the week. Commanders have a light practice today. Boston Bruins down the Capitals 4-1. Caps held to a season-low 11 shots. Elias Lindholm broke the tie in the third period. Jacob Verano goal and Charlie Lindgren 18 saves.
Sandin looking for a lane with 10 left on the power play. A shot, they score! And it's Verano again! His third straight game with a goal. He blasts it top left corner on a one-timer in from Rasmus Sandin. It's a power play goal. We're tied at 1.
John Walton the call on the Capitals radio network. Washington now 10-6 without Alex Ovechkin. They'll go to Toronto on Saturday. The Thunder dropped the Wizards 123-105. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander 41. Jordan Poole had 31. Wizards welcome in Charlotte Thursday. The Texans have claimed wide receiver Deontay Johnson off waivers from the Ravens. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Happy Christmas Eve. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell.
So you in the Christmas spirit, got that sweater on, huh?
I was wearing the Redskins Santa hat yesterday, too.
Oh, boy.
We got to get rolling, man. Christmas is tomorrow. It's crazy, by the way. I was thinking about this. I can't believe it's already Christmas. If, the football season's just 2 more games left in the regular season. Yeah. It's crazy we're there. But at the same point, Tampa feels like a year and a half ago.
It does. I mean, this thing flew by. That little saying, time flies when you're having fun. Time has flown this year.
It's been fun.
I can remember being in Tampa. Before the game, we out there playing golf. Then we get to the game. And I'm like, oh, man, we let one slide because we made too many mistakes. And we're sitting at 10-5 right now with 2 games
It's
left.
crazy.
I mean, this thing flew by. But you know what? I'm happy. I'm a happy old camper right now with this team. Kind of afraid I made this little weird ass bet at the beginning of the season. But
well, I think that's the thing. I heard the Junks talking about, like, what's your Christmas wish? I think for this program, you got to get one more win. That's the wish, right? I mean, Landfill, it's one more win. I don't care if it's against Atlanta. I don't care if it's against Dallas. One more win to get to 11 wins.
Well, I don't think they really care about the 11 wins. They just care about I got to put on a tutu.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Oh.
That's what we care about.
Man,
we got to see B. Mitch in the tutu.
I've had more people starting to send me this, like little photoshops on Instagram, and then I got my buddy sent one. Yeah, I'm gonna show you this, Toby. I'm gonna trip you out. It's a little troubling, and I think my friend Mark Wimbush, he's troubling. This is the look at this tutu ballerina look like they a weightlifter, right?
At least you got some tone there on the arms.
Not too much damn tone. Jeff, you got look at this.
That's fantastic, by the way. That's great.
Oh yeah, you definitely you gotta do a dance in that tutu, bro. You gotta dance around.
Hey man, listen.
Sombrero.
When I'm probably go find me something probably before the game this weekend. I'm just gonna bring it in my bag, and I have to do the show after the game in it. If they get the win this week.
Oh, that's lit.
I love it.
Hey, I'm gonna make a command center post game live go viral on your ass. I'm gonna find a way to get some more money out this thing. If I'm gonna put that damn tutu on.
Must watch
Have you-
TV.
Have
if
you
they
decided on a color tutu, or are you just gonna go with whatever you
Hey
first see?
man, I'm gonna have to match up. Burgundy and gold, baby.
Win. There you go.
I was about to say it gotta be burgundy.
I'm not wearing no pink.
It
Just
gotta
tell
be
you
burgundy.
right now.
I'm good with any color, honestly. I'm good with whatever
You
BH
know what?
chooses.
It's like you talk about stuff seeming so long ago. Actually, that was so long ago when I said that I had forgotten I said it. And these two little bastards right here, they made sure.
Oh, they're not gonna forget.
You remember what you said? I'm like, I didn't say that.
Listen, Jeff ain't gonna remember much.
He
He'll
doesn't-
remember that.
He doesn't remember much. He don't keep everything in track. But I guarantee you he has the damn audio of that.
He keeps the stuff he needs, right? The necessary stuff.
Man,
Necessities only, baby. Necessities only.
Necessities only, absolutely. It's a bit of a treacherous drive in today with some of that sleet and
Yeah.
whatever on the roads. Luckily, we all made it in here safe. We're all good to go. Last night, though, Monday Night Football, we were talking a little pre-show. The Saints are terrible.
They're
They
bad.
are
They're bad.
horrible.
They're bad.
And it's funny, too, because, like, guys that you could depend on, guys that you feel really good about, like Demario Davis, Chris Brooks is breaking a tackle when he's got him wrapped up. Like, Josh Jacobs looks like he was running against high schoolers last night.
Yeah.
It was
Well,
wild to
it's
watch
like
how bad they look.
when you get in situations where they don't trust Rattler, they know a lot of other people. They listen, they in the locker room with those guys every day. And I know people would say, oh, no, we still fighting. No damn way possible. I can remember back in the day, and this is no stretch of the truth. This is 100%. We might have played Arizona, like the last game of the season. There were people in their parking lot, the players' parking lot. There were U-Hauls on the back of the damn trucks. They were ready to go.
Ready
There's
to roll.
no way that they could be telling me they're caring about the game when you already have packed up to move after the game. You know, and that happens sometimes. People pack it up. If you don't have the proper leadership in your locker room, you're not going to be able to finish up a game strong. Like, you know, people always say, man, finish strong. Human beings, it's hard for you to really push when you know there's nothing waiting on the other side.
What
you know?
what was the worst team you played on record-wise?
Oh, man, 3-13.
3-13?
Yeah.
What was that like down the stretch?
Oh, I was trying to be the guy that said, man, we got to fight through this. And there were guys probably looking at me like, this fool out of his damn mind. Man, I'm trying to get this damn season over with. But, you know, you push it because I had Monty Coleman like that, always pushing us. No matter if you had a good record, bad record, he was always thinking ahead, what you need to be doing next. And I tried to emulate what he was as I went through my career. I had people basically giving me the one finger salute, like, man, to hell with that. You know, you getting paid. They like you. I'm going to probably be gone. I'm not doing anything else. They try to stay healthy for the next season.
What's harder, going into the game, or is it the week of practice where you're like, I don't want to be out here?
You know, practice is way tougher than games. Games, you always feel you're out there putting your stuff on display for others that may like you. You know, you get to a point where I always tell people, you know, don't just read the writing on the wall, understand what the hell it says. So some people read it and they understand it and they know I have to impress somebody else. So when the game comes and you got the camera on, you want to get it done. Practice sometimes, that's the most tedious stuff in the world. And you don't want to, you damn sure don't want to be out there, especially when it gets to this time of the year.
Yeah, no kidding.
And let's be real, there was no such thing as bubbles back in the days. So you were outside in this crap
all
the time.
And by the way, I'm sure they weren't light practices like they are nowadays.
Nah,
they
man,
were still hitting.
we didn't have these walkthroughs. It was a difference. But, you know, you understand it. But I had some people tell me some stuff. And Buffalo, Detroit, Philly also, they started going in pads more. And that's when they went on that 10-game winning streak. Detroit does it. They've been doing it for 2-3 years.
Yeah.
When you watch them on Hard Knocks, they were actually going at it.
Yeah, that viral clip of Dan Campbell basically saying, look, man, if there was another way, I'd do it. But
Yeah.
this is the best way.
But think about it. You get 10 to 14 full padded practices. And there are people that finish the season with and have practices left.
Yeah.
How is that possible in a game of pro football? Tackle football.
I mean,
listen, I understand people. Listen, people always say, "Oh man, they just trying to protect the players." Man, you don't understand. I did this for 14 years in a barbaric state, barbaric age, and I did not run around tackles and all that crap. If you're going to play this game and be very good at it, you better be able to go through practice like you're going to play it. Because I know people say you can just hit a light switch. No, you can't. If you don't practice a certain way, it's going to be hard to carry on the whole season that way.
Well, it's like what I was talking with Doc before the season. The best way to get better at football
Play football.
is playing football.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if you're going to try to water it down, you're not necessarily going to get better. You might be able to work through some processes, but as soon as you get hit in the mouth, it's totally different.
See, I know rules, and like my little saying is always, the rules have been changed to protect players. I understand. But you know who better protects players? Players. If you go on the field thinking they can't hit me here, they can't hit me there, you're about to get hurt. If you go on the field and say, you know what, I have taken my body through stuff in the offseason to where I know what I can do this season, then you rarely ever have a problem. You know what I mean?
Well, and you get some of these guys, I love watching Patrick Mahomes. Josh Allen's fallen into this a little bit now too, where they start exaggerating stuff. Patrick Mahomes loves doing that thing where he runs to the last second of the sideline, the defender pulls up, then he runs up the sideline.
Oh, yeah.
Blast him one time.
Listen to me, dude. And that's what I say. The league, yes. If you're going to try and protect the quarterbacks and protect certain offensive players, you need to protect the defensive player too. Like the other day, who was a kid came into the game? Pickett.
Yeah.
And he slid like last second.
Mm-hmm.
They picked the flag up. I applaud the league for that. If you are a quarterback, slide, be deliberate, and let the person know you're going down. You're giving up your body. And then if they hit you, I am on the side of you got to protect him. But if he waits till the absolute last second, when you already have committed to hitting him, then he slides, no problem. Whatever. Dude, you should have slid before. That's just like if I were back catching a punt and you're where you at and I fair catch and you hit me, you're in trouble. But if I wait till you get right here, then decide to put my hand up late, that's my fault.
Yeah.
And they would do it like that. They would call late fair catch. Same thing with these quarterbacks sliding. And Pat is exceptional at it. I did it in high school and college. I'll be running to the sideline, slowing up. You slow, I'm cutting back on you.
Heck, Pickett, remember at Pitt when he was still in college, did the fake slide, stayed up, kept running,
and kept going. Yeah.
So
that's
that
why
dude.
I would hit him and just say, "Hey, you saw what he did in college. I didn't want it to happen."
Well, and I think too. I mean, we talked about this before the season with Jaden. I think he's got that right. He understands if I'm going to slide, he slides. If he slides early enough, he started to do the thing that some of the people were talking about when Trevor Lawrence, where he kind of rolls and goes forward. You still really can't hit the quarterback in that sort of state.
See, this is what people forget. At one point, if you went head first, you get all the distance. When you go feet first, you used to get it right where you started. In this day and age of football, if you start to do the roll, you get the ball where you start. That's why. So you watch, Jaden has come in and he did the roll, and they come back and they put it where he initiated to go down. But if the player is going to hit him farther down the field, then that player should be getting the penalty.
Correct.
Because if the player's giving his body up, you're gonna bring the ball back to that spot, you got to protect him in that sense.
Yeah, and I appreciate that there's a little more common sense. Remember a couple years ago, Washington was playing Green Bay at Lambeau, and Heineke dove, and they ruled him down at the 1 because his knee hit.
Oh, yeah.
That's no common sense. At least there's some common sense that you're giving yourself up going forward. You're not getting the extra yardage of rolling. I mean, because heck, what would happen? Like Josh Allen would do that and roll and then get up and keep running again. So I appreciate that they're doing that because, they talked about this with Lawrence. When you at least kind of curl up into a ball and go forward.
He slid late now.
He definitely slid late, but you're vulnerable there.
Yeah, but that's the thing about it. Don't do it. What they're trying to get every piece of every inch of it and try to fool the defensive player, but then you don't have any responsibility yourself. I've always felt I had to protect me more than the referee is going to protect me. And more than the rules are going to protect me. And if I sit out there and try to do something to deceive somebody, then I'm putting myself at risk. And listen, I know people always like, oh, man, this is a violent sport. Okay? If you want to play flag football, go play flag football. But if you get on that field, you're going to get hit by somebody.
Well, and that's also going back to Sunday. That's why I don't feel bad for Philly losing Jalen Hurts. If you run the quarterback, there's an inherent risk.
Hey, bro, everybody gets hit. And this is a sport where I don't care what position you play. If you play it long enough, there's 100% injury happens in this league. So if you play it long enough, you will get hit. Kicker, punter, whatever. And like people go, well, what? It's a part of the game. People get hurt. And if you build a roster without having legitimate backups, that's your problem.
Well, and I mean, look how Jaden got hurt. It's an innocent way, long run.
And
you talked about.
He was trying to go down.
Trying to protect himself.
He was trying to slide, and the dude was too close.
So it happens. And that's why, Philly, whatever. WIP can continue to worry about the excuses. Looking at the other side of last night's game, Green Bay.
My buddy said, call me from Philly.
How legit do you think Green Bay is? Like, you think that, you look at the teams at the top right now. You've got Detroit at the top, Philly's 2. They're probably going to finish as the 2 seed. You've got Minnesota as the 5 seed. They're 13-2 as well. They could end up
That's
passing
not
Detroit.
a 5 seed right there.
But
that's a problem for somebody.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yes.
13-2?
Yes.
How legit are the Packers? Like, if they stay as the 6th seed, they would face, I believe right now, either the Falcons or the Rams.
Let's be real, man. That team has now a running back that is the type of guy who gives you problems late in the season.
Yeah.
Because a bigger running back, lower to the ground, bruising type of guy, when it gets cold, that's a problem to tackle. And then they have a legitimate receiving core. Little kid Wicks from Plaquemine, Louisiana. Just I'll throw that out there. That was a little New Orleans dance last night he was doing on him. He scored and then put their own dance on him. But they had, and Jordan Love, hell, the Packers, you think about it. Brett Favre, Rodgers, him. They don't miss when it comes to quarterbacks.
Unbelievable.
But ultimately, when you have a quarterback like him and a running back, people forget their defense is not bad. And the thing about them late in the season, just like when they went down to Dallas last year, late in the season, you want physicality. They bring that. LaFleur was, everybody talking about LaFleur, the Shanahan, and all that. Like, he's like Sean McVay, them. That dude's teams are physical.
Yeah.
And I think the teams that are the most physical down the stretch in this time of the year are the ones that can probably win more games.
Well, and the reason I think you're seeing a little bit better version, maybe not wins and losses wise, but maybe more of a threat in some ways of this team versus when Rodgers was there, is they are able to play more physical. Because you think of where Matt LaFleur came as an offensive coordinator, he was in Tennessee.
Yeah.
That's as physical as you get when you got Derrick Henry back there.
Yeah.
You just hand the ball off to him 25 times a game. So I think going on from Aaron Jones, who's a really good running back, but he's someone that you kind of limit his touches because he's smaller. You go to Jacobs.
Aaron kind of looks like a tweener in a sense. He's like a guy who can run the ball, but he seems more like a receiver. Like, you just watch his running style, his whole body style. But when you are running a football with Josh, there comes a point in time when you go, you know what? My guy's better than your guys. And I'm going to just come down here and see if you want to keep hitting them. That's the mindset that they could do. But they also have that dude sitting back there, Jordan Love, who will pick you apart if you don't put the pressure on him.
Well, and he's such an interesting guy because he can throw some terrible picks, but he can also make some throws that not many dudes in the league can make. And he kills me all the time watching him be Mitch, because every single throw, it looks like he's fading away, and yet he's still got the arm strength to drive it down the field.
See, the thing I like about him is, like you said, he'll throw a terrible pick, but he'll throw an unbelievable pass. He takes chances. He gives his guys chances. Like, what's my man, the Watkins didn't score for me last night, but him, dude, is what, 6'4", 6'3"?
Mm-hmm.
He'll throw it to him when people are around him, and he'll go get it. And that's the thing that people had against Kirk, where Kirk wasn't going to take the chance. He won't throw the interception. If you are a guy who gives your guys opportunities, you're going to throw some interceptions sometimes. But you got to keep giving them opportunities. And when a receiver sees a quarterback give them opportunities, they're going to make those plays most times.
Well, and by the way, if it doesn't show how good of a general manager they have, because I was critical when I was there, I was wrong. Their receiving core is making nothing. Christian Watson's a pick, still on a rookie contract, Jaden Reed. But the other thing that they have that Washington is missing right now is Tucker Kraft, their tight end, is an animal. He's great in the blocking game, but you get him the ball and just let him work after the catch.
But they have
That's what they're
multiple.
missing.
They have multiple receivers. Like if Washington had gotten the output that they got in the last game from their receivers, just think about it. Crowder 2 touchdowns, Zacchaeus 2 touchdowns. Terry is doing what he's doing every week. If they had gotten more output like that every game, what would the record be now?
Yeah.
And that's what Green Bay gets. Those guys are not making big dollars. They're not big names, but they have output coming from their receiving core all the time, not just one guy.
We got Barstool Nate coming up at 11. AJ Perez from Front Office Sports joining us at 12:30 to talk about the RFK site. Next, Chris Long was talking about Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. We'll hear from him next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NFL playoffs are almost here, but it's not too late to get in on the regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up the W. Not only can you bet on who will win the game, but FanDuel also has bets for which players will score a touchdown, how many points each team will score, and so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. This way, you'll be all set for the biggest games of the year. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. Just be 21 years older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Green Bay humiliates New Orleans 34-0. Jordan Love 16 for 28, 182 through the air and a touchdown. And Josh Jacobs 107 on the ground and a score. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn didn't have an update on cornerback Marshawn Latimore. They'll know more later in the week. The team has a light practice today and not one on Wednesday, so the players can spend the holiday with their families. Bruins beat the Capitals 4-1. Caps held to a season-low 11 shots. Thunder dropped the Wizards 123-105. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander 41. Wizards have lost 21 of 23. Celebrate the holidays with Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. The perfect addition to any holiday gathering. Each can is only 100 calories with zero carbonation for easy sipping. Find Surfside in convenient variety 8-packs at your local bars and liquor stores. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Jeff out here wearing schmediums to hang out on the show today. Appreciate that. Throwing on a hoodie to cover it up. Got to shout out the chat. I think Deb was first in the chat today, so Merry Christmas
What
to
up,
you,
Deb?
Appreciate everyone hanging out with us here on Christmas Eve. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. So, Chris Long, I'm not sure what is this from, Landfill? Is this on his podcast? It's on his podcast. He was talking about Jaden and the Commanders game. Let's hear from Chris Long.
The guy, you're going to have to deal with him for a decade plus. I know Eagles fans want to say, hey, and yes, I think you win the game if Jalen's still the quarterback and he reinforces value by not being out there in a lot of ways. But this quarterback's not going anywhere in Washington. And he's throwing to Zach Ertz, Terry McLaurin, but they don't really have a number two that scares you. And they just started this build. Now, good thing for the Eagles is you just drafted a great nickel corner, a lockdown guy outside, and you've got these Georgia Bulldogs up front, including Jalen Carter. It's going to be fun for 10 years if you take the green hat off and you think about it like a football fan. It's going to be fun in the NFC East for the next decade. This little group of players is going to compete against each other and get to know each other real well.
It is going to be fun.
He's absolutely right.
You saw on that 10 seconds left when they're spiking the ball. Jalen Carter's diving.
He was trying to get
Jaden's talking with them.
Yeah. But see, the thing about it is you look at what has happened here. Okay, ownership change comes in, and Josh Harris' birthday coming up this weekend, so everybody wish him happy birthday. You get the right front office. Then you get a very charismatic quarterback who cares about winning, who cares about football, but doesn't get overwhelmed by much of nothing. And when you hear Chris Long, a former Eagle, saying, we got to deal with this guy for 10 years or so, he ain't going anywhere. They know they've had an advantage for some years now. They got to deal with this. And what he's saying is, you got the Georgia boys, but you have to believe that Adam Peters and crew are about to put some guys on the other side, probably from Iowa, that don't give a damn about Georgia. They're gonna put some Cornhuskers over there, people that can go handle their business. He's right. You got Terry McLaurin and Zach Ertz. When you get a legitimate person who, like I said, shows up every week, hell, in this game, Crowder and Zacchaeus was cooking them. Quinyon Mitchell about to find out, don't talk trash to Terry McLaurin.
Exactly
he doesn't do a lot of talking. That dude will perform on you once you open your damn mouth. He's relatively just like Jaden, but he has an edge. And Jaden has an edge as well. But as this team builds, see, the Eagles have been built for 2000 on. This is 2024. Washington now, is this the first year of this rebuild? First year. And they already giving you headaches. Allow them a year, 2, 3, when they put people together it's gonna be it's gonna be back to how it used to be. We used to call it the black and blue division. It's about to get back to that.
Well, and that's what I like so much about where this team is at right now.
Mhm.
Because if you look at what they've got, this isn't a playoff roster. It's not.
Yeah. But you got playoff tenacity.
You
have guys who don't quit.
Exactly.
They believe in themselves.
You got coaches that have put their players in position
Yeah.
to succeed. You've got players that are going out there and playing well. And you've got a quarterback that makes up for a lot of other problems because he's able to get you out of bad plays.
Yeah.
He's able to make plays when there's nothing there. That's what was so impressive about Sunday. There was no run game, none whatsoever outside of Jaden.
He made one for you.
Exactly. He was the run game.
Yeah.
And it's not like they have Devontae Smith on the other side of an A.J. Brown on Washington's side.
Yeah.
You're talking about OZ played well. Jamison Crowder played well.
Yeah.
Those dudes were readily available for anybody. And so the thing that excites me, you talk about year one of a rebuild, this team's going to go to the playoffs, and this is probably the worst roster that Jaden's going to play with, at least during his rookie contract.
But what you don't want to lose as you move forward, when you get better talented, you don't want to lose the mindset this team has. And what I love about this old school, as I call him, Bobby Wagner probably be playing on this team again next year. He's still playing football like he's a young man. But if you got the mindset of a Bobby Wagner, a Terry McLaurin, Jeremy Reed, those were the captains this weekend on special teams. And also your quarterback has that mindset, all right? You have a second-round pick in San Still who is exactly like Jaden Daniels. Live, breathes, sleeps football. The guy's a student of the game. He comes in like a veteran. He's not the average rookie. The new people that come in here, they have to take on that mindset. And if you build that type, that's how the Washington, the team before, I'm just not going to throw the name out, I don't want to piss off nobody. But the team before, when I got here, when you walked in the door, they let you know this is how we do things. And if these guys can do the exact same thing, imagine what they're doing now with a lower roster, and they start getting better talent, and they still have that mindset. The league has to worry about that.
Well, and that's where you have to give credit to Adam Peters.
Yeah.
Because anybody can be a Madden general manager where you say, well, he's the best player, I'll pull him out. He's the best player, I'll sign him.
Best player has the worst attitude.
Exactly right. I need guys that are going to be really good players for me on the field, but fit with what I'm trying to do in the locker room. Mm-hmm. And there's not a single dude in that locker room now because, by the way, they've weeded a couple dudes out. You alluded to a dude in training camp. You know, there was another dude that they had to let go that was a first-round pick last year. Yeah. They weren't fitting what they were trying to build here, and so they move on. And you see what you're talking about where this Philly game was lost in the first quarter, and they said, no, it's not. We're still going to find a way to win this game. Mm-hmm. We're still in it. And people forget about the fact, too, that they got the ball back with 3 minutes left. They got a chance to go win it. They got a couple timeouts. Jaden, it's on his shoulders. Jaden threw a pick.
Yeah,
that game's over again.
He did.
And yet they still are resilient. Like the
and
defense
they gave it back
is
to him. He said, I'm not doing this again.
Exact defense. I know Devontae Smith dropped the pass, but the defense comes out there and says, let's come up with
People
a stop.
have drops, don't they?
It happens. And then Jaden said, you know what? I'm not going to make that mistake again. I'm going to go win this football game.
The thing about it is, like, I've seen some players where, you know, you go, man, I would love to have that guy on my team. And then when you get around them for an extended period of time, you find out why that player ends up on so many different teams. Some of the best players feel like I just got this talent. I don't have to work. You know, how many guys that you know from Little League or high school, junior high school that were the best athletes out there? They didn't go on, right? Because those people normally have the mindset that I don't have to work. And the guy that has a little less talent seems to be the worker. And they work even more and more. And all of a sudden they're better than you. And that talent alone is not going to get you over the hump. You got to have work ethic with it. They may not always get the best players, but I think they'll get the most out of their players because of a guy like a Dan Quinn. And this coaching staff here, this coaching staff is loaded with former players.
Mm-hmm.
And when I play, just like now, players normally respect players more. If the coach comes in and the coach tells them something and it constantly works, they will give you the same respect. On this team, you got the coaches like that, and you have players that have been through it before, and it's easier to get more out of them. I said before, we have to coach 1 through 53. Well, they coach 1 through 65. They go all the way through. They want everybody to be able to just step up and play. Too many times we've had coaches coming here before, they coach 22 people. the starting offense, the starting defense, and they don't really put too much emphasis in the other people. Well, that's your damn problem.
Well, and to your point, Chris Rodriguez was on with G&D a couple of weeks ago after, I forget what game it was, but one of his better performances. And they were asking him about what it's like to be with Dan Quinn as a practice squad member. He said, "Oh, we don't get called practice squad members. We're part of the team."
And he said that.
That's what he said. Like, we don't, we get treated as if we're part of the 53, even though we might be on the practice squad. And I think that shows you the difference. And this is why people love Dan Quinn, by the way. This is why people want to be here. You know, Bobby Wagner comes. This team wasn't supposed to be at 10-5, right?
Mhm.
This team was projected to be a below 500 team or somewhere right around it, not a playoff team. Bobby Wagner, a future Hall of Famer, decided to come here to play. Why? Because of Dan Quinn. Think about the coaching staff. You talked about former players.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw the article from Garofolo of NFL Network saying that David Blau, former quarterback for the Lions, he's the assistant quarterbacks coach.
That dude's gonna be a head coach.
He's the one who installed the play that won the game
He's
on
gonna be a
Sunday.
head coach.
He's fantastic.
Yeah.
So having those sorts of guys around, I think, you know, we talked about the Cliff for a while there, just whether it was real or not. You talked about how he's willing to be collaborative with the guys on his staff. I think you see that every single week.
That's where I'm lost by a lot of narratives. Because Cliff at the beginning of the year said, before, I only had me to fall back on. He said, now I got former head coaches on this staff. He said, so this offense that we're going to run is going to be a collective group of ideas. So now we're not running whatever it is with red, whatever they called it.
Yeah.
His little offense. They're not running that no more. They're running something that Anthony Lynn got a lot to do with. David Blau got a lot to do with. You know, as much as when I listened to Dan Quinn talking, and he said when he was talking to Cliff, and he is telling Cliff about how defenses want to attack stuff. And that makes you change your offense as well. So they got all kind of influence going on this thing. It's like Joe Gibbs would do. Joe Gibbs, I always talk about how a coach was so smart in what he did, but he took ideas from other people. And that's how you become a head coach. May not have the best, and then when you get that chance again, you succeed because you listen to others and not try to do it all by yourself.
Well, and I think partially, you know, going back to what Chris Long was talking about in the clip we played earlier, I think that's why some Philly fans are a little more mad about this loss. They realize this is the start of something where they're going to have to worry about Jaden. They're going to have to worry about the burgundy and gold again, where they'd always seem to be a thorn in their side, even though this team hasn't been really good for quite some time.
Yeah.
They beat Philly at times in some big games, but now they're like, they might actually be on our level.
Hey, it's coming. Oh, believe me. Listen, I know a lot of folks there. They know. You know, I'm just saying, I've gotten texts already to my man, that quarterback's problem. Yes, he is.
Well,
and he's your problem.
And it's funny because in Philly, it seems like there continues to be, now they to their credit this year, they kind of quelled it with the Brandon Graham saying that there's an issue between Jalen and
they
AJ
quell
Brown.
what they want to quell. Brandon Graham didn't say that just because he wanted to say it.
It seems like there's issues there all the time. Sirianni seems to add into it from time to time as well.
Petulant child.
Credit to Washington. There's been nothing, right? There really hasn't been anything. So it's a credit to what Peters has built. It's a credit to Josh Harris for giving Peters the ability to build it. And it's a credit to what the guys in that building, Dan Quinn, the whole coaching staff has done.
Totally.
Let's take a break. When we come back, there's been some struggles in the run
Jeff
game.
told you, Toby. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, that's exactly right. He said out at 40. We're at 42. So
just so you know, Jeff.
Just for you. I don't know that I'll be. Actually, I will be here Thursday. So bleep you, Jeff. Bleep you. I'll save it. I'll get it early for Christmas Eve. But the run game has really struggled for Washington lately. What's been causing that? We'll talk about it next. John B. Mitch and Finley. You a Christmas music person, B. Mitch?
Yeah.
I like Christmas music.
My dad played Christmas music for damn near 2 weeks every year when Christmas came around.
What's the earliest you can listen? Are you one of those people? I'm one of those people after Thanksgiving, it's fine. Some people are listening to it in like October.
Listen, man, I really don't care. When the radio start playing and I'm cool with it, I don't fight it. You know, it's just, some of them, they try to go like, they want to get so out there with a Christmas song. They just screw up a classic.
What was the one y'all were playing yesterday?
Just sing
My Chemical Romance.
Just sing the damn classic and go straight forward. Don't try to bring no different twists and mess up the whole damn thing.
Leave that to Mariah Carey.
My mother starts listening to Christmas music as she's cleaning up Thanksgiving dinner.
That's fine.
And it's from there on every day.
To me, that's fine. You got to still at least acknowledge Thanksgiving, right?
Well, it's over now. At that point, it's over.
Yeah, exactly. Once you've eaten, right? Once the football starts, it's like it's Thanksgiving, but you can move on, right?
Yeah. Hey, man. I mean, you get in the spirit, you keep moving. And I guess at a point, when your kids get older, you lose it. I got grandkids now, so them little things came in, boy. Let me tell you one thing. I have 1-year-old granddaughter. She thinks she runs everything already. I'm listening to yeah. I said, who the hell? She was talking with a little finger in the air. And then the little dude, he runs, and everything you do, he does. So you stretch, you look at him, he's copycat. So now the Christmas spirit comes back because you want to make sure they enjoy it.
Yeah.
Because my baby was 22.
Yeah.
And she like, man, look. He's talking about, I say, Santa gonna bring something. Yeah, okay, Daddy. I hear you. You tell that to the babies. Just give me my gift. I can keep moving.
I love it.
I
love it. Commanders have struggled in the run game the last couple of weeks. It really, if you look back, what is it, a 6-game stretch, taking the 3-game losing streak, then the Tennessee game, and then the last 2 games. 5 of the last 6, they've kind of struggled with the run game. Mm-hmm. Specifically, the last 2 they have. Is that something that they can fix in the next couple of weeks? Like, what do you feel is the issue with it? To me, it's the interior O-line. They've struggled. Really, what makes no sense to me is I felt like they got dominated by Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis.
Okay.
They're good players, right?
That's
going to happen. They got dominated last week against New Orleans. They didn't have Biotish. I think that had a big impact.
That had a huge impact.
But they dominated Jeffrey Simmons and Tavondre Sweat against Tennessee. So they can do it against good interior
They can do
linemen.
it, but like what happened is when they played the Saints, Biotish not being there was a major problem. The week prior, they handled business. Look at the Eagles game. The Eagles defense is damn good. And the Eagles came into this game with this mindset. We're not letting them run the ball on us. Okay? And they sold out to stop Robinson. But that's where you have Jaden, where it's like, oh, y'all want to stop that? Go here, stop it. Boom. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I think ultimately, just like the Eagles, when they were winning, running the football, and AJ started complaining about the pass,
yeah,
win the game. We can go into these games and expect a certain recipe every week. Sometimes you got to change it up. I might cook a turkey for Jeff and put the exact same stuff in the turkey for you. Yours might taste just a little different because on that time, I say instead of dropping just a tablespoon of the liquid crab, I'm going to put 2. Spice told me 1 up a little bit.
I love it.
I adjusted it. You have to take whatever they give you that day. Yes, we want to rush for 150 or more every week. But if it doesn't work and you won the game, I think it's a waste of my time to talk about it the rest of the week. They won the football game. That's the major thing. You got a W on your head, I got a W on my head. Yours mean yours is Nationals, mine Commanders. But guess what? A W means what in all sports? A win.
That's a win. Yeah,
that's all you got to get.
And I think too, when you look at this defense, I didn't think the O-line played particularly well, specifically in the run game. Obviously, there was not much aside from Jaden, but I thought in pass protection they were fine. Yeah. In the second half, you saw Philly have to start blitzing to get any pressure. In the first half, they were able to kind of make waves. And when you think about the guys that they have, Jordan Davis is a run stuffer. He's not going to get much pressure on the quarterback. That's what he's there for. Jalen Carter is an impact player.
Yeah.
What's he better at? He's better at playing the run. And so guys like that, I think are going to stand out. But I think going forward, they're going to need to get some semblance of the run game because when this offense was really rolling, they put up
Yeah.
36 this past week. So,
Yeah.
you can't say they're
So
still rolling.
it's still rolling.
But when they were really rolling, when they felt like they were unstoppable, they had a really good run game.
They ran the ball effectively, but what do people do when you do something well?
Oh, they're going to counter it.
They make adjustments.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think just like Saquon Barkley had 109 yards in the first quarter with 4 minutes left, he ended up the game with 150.
Mm-hmm.
They gave up 41 for 3 quarters and 4 minutes in the first. You make adjustments at times. And the whole thing about it is if Washington know that people are going to sell out to stop the run, have counters to it. More play action passes. Take shots down the field. Guess what you'll do then? You'll make them back out of that, and then now you can run the football on them again.
Well, and I think you saw growth from Jaden in this game because you think back to some of the previous games where they haven't had much in the run game. New Orleans, they didn't have a lot, but New Orleans isn't very good. I think back to the Ravens game. The Ravens defense isn't that great, but they were good at stopping the run.
Yeah.
And they did not have any run game, and more was put on Jaden's plate, and they weren't able to overcome it. They played well enough to win, but they just weren't able to. When you think about this Eagles game, say what you want about the injuries, whatever, I do not care. Jaden Daniels went out and won the football game for Washington because they had no run game. And I think when Cliff finally realized, I got nothing except 5, and just said, you go make the plays and go win it, that's how they got that win.
I think 5 early on in the season and all was doing things that was expected and told. 5 has gotten to the position now where he's very comfortable.
Yes.
And he knows when he can take more on and when he doesn't have to take more on. And if something needs to be done, he's going to try and do it as the season goes on. I just think that is something innate. He's going to do that. And I think he should do it as often as he can. If he see things aren't working, but I can do something right here, go do it.
One thing I'm curious about, I wonder how much more control he has now of the offense versus at the beginning of the season. You remember in the preseason, he checked to one play, and they're talking about it like, I didn't love it, but he buzzed the tower, whatever. But you remember this game.
Mm-hmm.
There was a call on, I think it was like 3rd and 10, and you hear him calling Remington at the line. Greg Olsen talked about it. He checks into a quarterback trap play, first down run. I wonder if he has more control now, because I think you're seeing, like you said, he's much more comfortable. He's kind of putting his stamp on things versus I'm not going to be robotic and just run the offense. I'm going to be Jaden Daniels.
It's more of the understanding, not necessarily control. He probably had all the same control before as he did then, but he didn't understand it as much. Like Jaden Daniels, based off of what they were saying, was the first guy to wear this VR stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's seeing things a little better now at this point of the year where, like they always say, if you look how he's playing now, wait till later in the year when he really understands the offense. I think he understands things more and he sees things that can happen, and then that's why he checks out of stuff or check into different things. The more he learns, so just think about, I'm already thinking about two years from now when he really, really knows his offense like the back of his hand. People got to have a real problem then.
That's Brian Mitchell. I'm Toby Altizer in for JP Finley today on B. Mitch and Finley. Barstool Nate joins us next.
This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Green Bay shuts out New Orleans 34-0. It's the first shutout in the NFL this season. The Packers clinch a playoff berth. They're 11-4 and visit Minnesota on Sunday. Head coach Matt LaFleur.
We got a big test next week. To go on the road on a short week with the holiday is never easy, especially going into Minnesota. That's one of the tougher places to play against a team that's playing as good as anybody in the National Football League. So we got to flip the script here really quickly and get on to the Vikings.
Dan Quinn didn't have much of an update on cornerback Marshawn Latimore with the hamstring issue. They'll have more later in the week. Commanders have a light practice today. The Bruins defeat the Capitals 4-1. Caps fell to a season-low 11 shots. Charlie Lindgren had 18 saves.
The right hash, cross balls from weak side, shot, save, rebound, another save by Lindgren on the second effort, and the Capitals get it to the blue line, but not out.
The call from John Walton on the Capitals radio network. Thunder beat the Wizards 123-105. Jordan Poole 31. Texans claim wide receiver Deontay Johnson off waivers from the Ravens. Georgia's quarterback Carson Beck undergoes season-ending elbow surgery. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit to baldinos.com. I'm Byron Kerp on The Fan.
Hour number 2 of B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. It's time to get out to our guest hotline and bring in our guest, the one and only, the distinguished Barstool Nate. Nate, what's going on, dude?
Boys, it's so good to talk to you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to
Merry
you,
Christmas
Nate.
to you, man.
So how happy were you?
I'll send JP a text. I don't know what time zone he's in right now. He's probably
he's in his
Hawaii
zone
or something.
He's in his zone. But
Okay, good.
how
good,
happy
good.
were you on Sunday, brother?
So, Sunday was something special, right? I said it last week. It was not a must-win game because I think the 2 games after it, Falcons at home, and then a Cowboys team that has completely just fallen off. If they're playing for nothing and we're playing for something, I'm very confident we can beat that Cowboys team. But I said that the Eagles game is winnable. I think up and down on paper, the Eagles might have the better roster. They're playing better, etc. But with a fully healthy Jaden at home, this team, and I've said it how many times, B. Mitch, this team can beat anyone in the NFL.
Yeah.
We might not be as good as, the Bills or whatever, but that's fine because this team competes, this team punches, this team fights, and Jaden is special. Jaden is an elite quarterback already in this league. He is, we know he's a top 10 quarterback. I would have to look at a list. We might be knocking on top 5 already in his rookie season. And he proved it again, just how special he is, just how good he is, just how when he's in the game under center, there is nothing that he can't do. And we won the game at home. This team is 10-5. We are a 10-win team. There were experts, as they like to call themselves, B. Mitch. I know you love that word. There were experts who had us as a 2-win team, as a 5-win team. This team is 10-5, almost locked into the playoffs. It is such a special season. I could not be happier.
One of my favorite things when you have a game like that, Nate, is going back and looking through the thread of tweets from various people and seeing the roller coaster of emotions. You were one of those as well. What were your emotions like for the game? Just the ups and downs, the craziness of that one.
Well, here's the thing is, B-Rob comes out and he's just dropping the ball left and right. And he's getting stuffed on 4th and 1 where it should have been converted. And so it's those little things where you go, man, if, our offensive line just had a little more push, we convert that 4th and 1. Or if B-Rob isn't just dropping the ball for no reason, this is a winnable game. And you sit there stewing in your own emotions because you know that this team can beat the Eagles at home. And they're just doing everything to get in their own way to stop that from happening. And then the tides turn. And you go, and especially obviously in the 4th quarter, and everything comes together, and we get the stops that we need to get. And Jaden does that 4th and 11 run, and you just sit there with your jaw on the floor going, oh my God, like this is not Ron Rivera's team anymore. This is a real football team who competes to the final whistle, who does not give up, and who outscores the Eagles 22-6 in the 4th quarter to win a game in front of our home fans. I think if people weren't already on board across the NFL, like other teams fans, they are now. Now they're like, oh yeah, this team is for real.
Well, as you look at the game coming up, and they're going to be playing against Michael Penix now instead of playing against Kirk Cousins, do you think he throws anything differently at this football team that they have to be more concerned about? Because he's the guy that will take chances down the field. We know Kirk got to a point where he wouldn't take those chances.
Yeah, but like he's still a rookie quarterback who will be playing in his more or less second game, besides, a little mop-up duty earlier in the season. He can try to throw everything he wants at this team, but I think our defense will be very prepared, and I think they will be very aggressive, getting after him, making him make mistakes. This is still the NFL, and Penix is not prepared to play a full game against what I think is our defense is very aggressive and very opportunistic. And I do not expect Penix to put together anything special this coming up Sunday. I think we roll fairly easily. I think it's going to be one of the games where the scoreboard looks closer than the game actually is. It's going to be one of those.
Talking with Barstool Nate here on B-Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. You look at their offense. I mean, Saquon this week. You've got Bijan next week. How much does he scare you?
Yeah, and going back to the Eagles game, 100% correct that, Saquon he's unbelievable. He's very, very good at football. And we can talk about how Jalen went down and, Kenny Pickett came in. I don't think Pickett played terrible, but obviously, he is a backup for a reason. But yeah, Saquon was great. The Eagles offensive line had a lot of push, and Bijan is very, very good as well. Also very exciting to watch. I feel like he's kind of not getting the shine he deserves across the NFL just for how sick he is at 22 years old. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, Bijan is a weapon, and hopefully we can get some points on the board early and force Atlanta into throwing. Because, no, I don't want Bijan to be, running the rock, 30 times because he's like Saquon. He can bust open a 65-yarder at any given time.
So what scares you the most? Like, is there something that you're fearful at all against Atlanta, or is it something that you're pretty confident going into this one? Like you said, you feel like the game maybe in terms of the scoreboard is going to be closer than it actually is. Is there something that scares you, or do you feel coming off this Eagles win that this team is just going to roll in this one?
Well, yeah, we can talk trap game. We can talk, looking ahead. You can look at, sitting at 10-5 and thinking that the Falcons are going to be an easy game and not coming out, with their heads on fire. But I don't think Jaden and this coaching staff really allows for that. I guess we kind of saw it a little bit when we lost to the Cowboys, just how sloppy and bad that game was. But this game is too important, and it's flexed into Sunday night. It's in prime time. You don't come out in a primetime game at home and lay an egg. You just don't do it. If there's one thing that scares you, it has to be just how good Bijan is. But, if you can take out their one dynamic player and just force their rookie quarterback to have to make plays, then you've solved that offense. So I think you just load the box, you make them throw the ball, and you just trust your guys, which I know our secondary is a little shaky, but again, Penix is inexperienced, and you can throw a lot of new looks at him, and you can kind of steal possessions that way. So if we come out anything besides on fire and motivated and ready to just destroy the Falcons, I would be very surprised. And I think we go up 2 possessions early and then just kind of just do our thing and continue rolling and go into week 18 at Dallas very, very, very comfortably.
Hey, you like a lot of people been asking for Luke McCaffrey to be involved in that return game. He was involved. Your thoughts on Luke in the game?
Yeah, so B-Mitch, I think we're on the same page here where the wide receiver room gives me an aneurysm. This is maybe the worst wide receiver room in the league. Terry is unbelievably good at football, and he's doing it all out there. You cannot find another wide receiver up and down that depth chart that can get open and make the catch on a regular basis. And I'm not saying that they're not trying. I'm not saying that they're not working their butts off. It's just the wide receiver room and then the tight end room has a severe lack of talent. And I think that only shows how much better Jaden really is, that he's doing this all behind a so-so offensive line with only Terry at wide receiver and Carson Wentz at tight end, who has played fine this season, but I think he'd be better off as a second tight end option than a first. I would like someone a little younger, a little more athletic, who can pick up yards after the catch. But that being said, putting Luke at kick return, he was great. He was stable. He looked healthy. And I think somehow through osmosis, that'll pay off in the passing game. I don't know how quite yet. I'm still working on it, still doing algorithms, but I think him getting more comfortable in the kick return game will pay dividends in the passing game.
Barstool Nate with us here on B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. When you look at that defense, Marshawn Latimore, really his first test in the Saints game, he was out there, but they never even looked his way. This was his first test. I feel like it was up and down. I'm curious your thoughts on that. And then what's your concern level with another hamstring injury?
Yeah, well, the hamstring injury obviously is the most important part of this whole equation. I mean, Marshawn's good. We know that. He was picked on a bit. Those back-to-back pass interference flags. There are people who said the first one was fine, the second one was BS, and then vice versa. I think we all agree at least one of those was fine to call.
Yeah.
Calling them back-to-back I thought was a bit weird.
Yeah.
I thought the second one...
One AJ had his damn jersey.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, AJ was holding him the whole way. So it was his first start against, two top wide receivers out there on the field, AJ Brown and Devontae Smith. He made some good plays and some plays he, was a little rusty on, which I think was to be expected. And now the question is he healthy again? And it's so disappointing. We need him out there. Obviously, when St. Juice was out there, I don't want to say anything bad about St. Juice. I think he's been through enough. I don't need to pile on. I think we all know that he is what he is. But you don't want St. Juice out there. I'll just say it. You don't want him out there. I'm not really, spilling any secrets when I say that. So hopefully Latimore can, get injected with everything under the sun. Maybe he joins JP on vacation and, just gets a little rub down from the masseuses and then can get back onto the field. He's going to be a very important part, if he's healthy, of the playoffs and next season. We just need him out there. Him out there is so vital to bringing the whole defense together, as we saw during the Saints game. And I'm not going to pile on. I promise I'm not. But he is a lot better than BSJ.
Man, we're a PG show. You talking about rub downs and all that. What the hell's wrong with you?
Just say it's medicinal. Get your head out of the gutter.
I'm just saying. I know how you normally think, man.
It's all medicinal. It's all doctors. Very all professional.
Okay.
Working out that hamstring. Yeah. When you talk about Latimore, though, the last 2 weeks, do you feel like you saw a difference in the defense? Is it simply you just put Latimore on the field and you've got better corners out there, or do you feel like you saw a difference in the defense? For me, I felt like the defense was maybe able to play a little more aggressive, to do some stuff that they hadn't been able to. And
I think he brings the mindset that changes the way that they play.
Exactly. And even though he was getting beat at times by AJ Brown, you notice they just left him over there. You didn't have to worry about changing around. You didn't have to worry about anything else. He was going to be on AJ Brown, and it kind of allowed them to do everything else.
Yeah, exactly. It's a mindset. It's a trust thing. It's maybe AJ Brown got him this play, but he's not going to get him for 15 catches for 240 yards. And it just allows you to do way more with the defense when you trust your corner. When you don't trust them and you need to provide safety help and you need to do all this other stuff, just pray that you can stop a top wide receiver. You can't get as much pressure on the quarterback. They can utilize the run game more against you. It changes so much. And I think even if you want to think ahead going into next season, we should probably bring in another pretty good corner.
Yeah.
I don't think the secondary is complete just when Latimore's on the field. I think we could definitely use another piece out there, and then we can really fill in the spots around them. But the Falcons' pass game shouldn't be the same as the Eagles' pass game. I think we can all agree on that, where even if Latimore has to sit out this coming up Sunday night, it's kind of Saints-esque. We can go back to that game where, you're looking at an inexperienced quarterback. You're not looking at Jalen and AJ Brown and Devontae Smith. So that's like a little optimism and a little like, all right, even if he's not fully ready to go on Sunday, it's not the complete end of the world.
I know you're a hockey guy, Nate. I saw you retweeted that we're all kind of taking joy in the New York Rangers struggles. They lose 5-0 to the Devils last night. Curious on what you think about that. Also, the Caps, they get the break now. They get Ovi back thinking into the new year. What have you made of the Caps?
First of all, what was that? But second of all,
we getting the Caps. We getting Ovi back, fool.
I thought I missed something, like something bad happened.
Just pay attention to what the hell's going on. You might stay on point.
Oh my heavens. The Rangers aren't just struggling. The Rangers are the most pathetic, embarrassing team, not just in hockey, but in all of sport. They are just such trash, such an embarrassment to I live in New York City, and people, when they see me walking down the street, they take their Rangers hat off because they're so embarrassed by it. It is what they are able to accomplish. They put together a roster up there that any other team in the league would have killed for, and they have single-handedly destroyed themselves from within. Tom Wilson has taken their souls and their minds and just warped them in his hands and has single-handedly almost made them into the New York Jets, the Cleveland Browns of the NHL. The Rangers are such a joke. They're now 16-17. They're last in the Metro. They're trading everybody away. They're healthy scratching Chris Kreider, who has been through hell and back with his franchise. Their coach is a joke. Their GM is a joke. Their entire organization is a joke.
Yeah, we love that, by the way. We absolutely love watching the Rangers in misery. But
when you going to a Rangers game?
When am I going? When the Caps are in town. I'll see you there.
You may not make it out of that damn place.
Well, and with the Caps, I mean, this team hopefully getting Ovi back relatively soon. They've played pretty well. I mean, they lost last night 4-1, but you feel like they've kind of found a stride, and you add Ovi back into the mix, and this team should continue to be one of the best teams in hockey.
Yeah, definitely. They played great. Last night in Boston was not great. It was another back-to-back. If you look at the schedule that the Caps have played, it's been a ton of back-to-backs. I don't know what happened to make them PO the schedule makers, that everything in December has been 2 and 3 games pretty much. It's pretty messed up. But now they do get that long break. We get Ovi coming back, as you've mentioned. And honestly, to lose Ovi and barely miss a beat and have 48 points, and I think we're second in the Metro right now, but that's only because New Jersey has played 3 more games than us. Otherwise, we'd be first in the entire Eastern Conference. It's a joy to watch the team, when they're not struggling with these back-to-backs, which I still think it's been just overkill. I would like to know what happened where, honestly, I'm looking at it again now. It's like 12, 14, 16, 17, 20, 22, 23, like the dates of December. It's just been a lot in a little bit of time. They need this rest. It'll be big for them. And then Obi will come back, after missing a month with his broken leg. And hopefully he will, just be normal. And if everybody remembers, when he got hurt, he was leading the NHL in goals.
Yeah.
So hopefully that'll just come back and he'll plug in, maybe not immediately be elite again, but you got to think that, come January, it'll just be Ovi as regular, and this team will go as far as he will take them, especially in the playoffs. He's an absolute warrior, and I'm very excited for the second half of the season.
Nate, appreciate the time, man. Have a Merry Christmas.
Hey, you guys as well. And I think it speaks just so much that you guys are grinding away on December 24th, providing the millions and millions of fans with the entertainment they need during the day. So Merry Christmas to you guys and all the listeners, and to CK and everybody at the station. Appreciate all of you.
Appreciate it, Nate.
Take care, man.
Have a good one.
You heard from Barstool Nate. Always good to hear from him. Up next, you got 2 games on Christmas tomorrow. We'll talk about which one's the better game. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
This update driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Green Bay Packers crushed the New Orleans Saints 34-0. The Packers clinch a playoff berth with the first shutout of the season. Josh Jacobs 107 on the ground and a touchdown. Jordan Love 182 through the air and a score. Dan Quinn didn't have much of an update on cornerback Marshawn Latimore, who had a hamstring issue. They'll know more later in the week. Commanders have a light practice today. Boston Bruins down the Capitals 4-1. Caps held to a season low 11 shots. Jacob Verano goal and Charlie Lindgren 18 saves. The Thunder dropped the Wizards 123-105. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander 41. Jordan Poole had 31. Wizards welcome in Charlotte Thursday. For 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage just a click away at tedbritt.com. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Thanks to Barstool Nate for joining us in the last segment. Toby Altizer in for JP Finley today. It is B. Mitch in Finley. Happy Christmas Eve. Christmas Day tomorrow. It's a Wednesday, and yet there's still going to be football.
Hell yeah.
the NFL had games last year.
Holidays
and they
need
said,
football.
Well, last year they said, oh, this will be the 1 year. And then they're like, no, actually, we had some success. We're going to put football on Christmas again.
They handle basketball, and they telling basketball, listen, we want all the holidays.
They're going to keep taking them.
Step aside.
Yeah. There's 2 games tomorrow. Chiefs and Steelers at 1 o'clock in Pittsburgh. Ravens and Texans at 4:30.
2 AFC powerhouse.
It's going to be good games. I mean, these were the games that were last Saturday. They just got reshuffled so that they can play on Wednesday. You going to be dialed into these?
Yeah.
What's your Christmas look like? Is it something where you're going to, just be kind of milling around?
Nah. I'm going to be outside probably about 6:30. I'm going to start some briskets today where I got to take them off tomorrow. Then I will have some people that, normally I tell them to come to my house at a certain time, but some of the idiots, they leave their whole turkey at their own house and they have to go back and get the turkey. That's what they say. I just think they were late.
Sure.
That's Jeff. I'm going to fry some turkeys tomorrow.
I was still the first.
I'm going to fry some turkeys and stuff tomorrow, have a few drinks with these Bammers and then get to the family.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, I think it's going to be fun tomorrow having football on. There's also, let me see how many basketball.
I'm going to be watching some football, man.
There's a bunch of basketball, too. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games tomorrow in basketball.
I'm not watching that.
I'm going to watch. Yeah, this is a tough thing. I'm going to have on. So the first kickoff for the NFL games is 1 o'clock, Chiefs Steelers. I'm going to be watching Spurs and Knicks tipping off at noon at the Garden.
I would have wanted to watch some of the Spurs, but with me, I'm going to piss me off last night.
Oh, my gosh. That was horrible.
Didn't the NBA install a new rule that said if you flop, you get thrown out? He should be thrown out for some weeks.
That was terrible.
That was some straight garbage. And then come on, dog. The referee. Hate the fact that it's a lady. But damn it, if you don't see something, don't call anything.
Yes.
She just called tech.
Yeah, the fact
and
that you're
didn't even see what happened. The dude threw himself down on the ground.
Ejecting Andre Drummond, giving him a second technical foul. That
then
was
had to bring him back in the game.
Yeah, there was another one.
That was the most embarrassing crap I've seen in a long time. But if Wemby, like Andre said, dude, you so soft as cotton. You can't be doing that, dog. That's not integrity.
Well, and that's how, if you're gonna have dudes like that coming in the league, right? That are that tall and that skinny. A Joel Embiid, an Andre Drummond, a traditional big that's 7 foot with some beef, they're going to beat you down in the post.
If they beat him down and they get a foul, yes. But when you just throw yourself on the ground, you should get nothing.
Correct.
They should just tell you, boo, get the hell out the stadium.
Well, and you should get a foul. You should get a technical. Something.
He should have been thrown out that game yesterday.
Yeah.
Because the first one on Drummond, he just fell on his own.
Correct.
Then the second one, he threw himself across the damn line. What the hell is this?
Yeah, that was
frustrating.
I'm
not watching the Spurs because of that. because of him.
Well, and then there was another, I can't remember what NBA player it was and what team it was. It was a couple nights ago, going back to officiating problems. And someone had spilled a beer on the floor, B-Mitch, and the defensive player comes up, like, pointing to the ref, like, hey, there's a beer on the floor. You know what the ref immediately did?
What?
Tech.
Because he says a beer on the floor?
Because he's like, hey, trying to get his attention and pointing at something.
Too many of these damn referees in basketball, they think they run the damn game. You know,
right?
You are not what people come to see. It is just get in there, do your damn job, and go to hell home.
Ego trip.
I'm annoyed by the referees in the NBA. Kill me, dude.
Well, it's the NBA, the NFL at times. I mean, it is so
the referees
bad.
in the NFL. Some of these dudes, I think they don't have the NFL gives them too much to worry about every year. Every year they want to change 500,000 damn rules.
Yeah,
give us some football and get the hell out the way.
Oh, and by the way, you Philly fans that are complaining about a false start on that 10-second play that wins the game, go look at your own right tackle. He false starts every single time. But the officiating has become a problem in so many sports. But regardless, tomorrow, 2 Christmas games. Which one are you more intrigued by? Chiefs, Steelers, or Ravens, Texans? Probably the Chiefs game, right?
I think Ravens, Texans. That game right there, you're talking about people that live off of their defense, but they both have good offenses. I think it's going to be them. But I think the Chiefs game only because nobody wants to give credit to a team that's 14-1.
They're 14-1, and no one talks.
And they're like, oh, they're not that good. I don't know what people think. This is why I have problem with the analytics world and just the offensive-minded world. The object of the game is to win it, right? And if you keep winning it, doesn't make a damn difference that, well, you know, based off of what they're doing, they should have lost that game. They didn't know. When do you take your head out your analytics ass and just sit up there and look at the results of something? Pat Mahomes get the ball with 1 drive left in the game. I guarantee you there's no analytics that can tell me nothing about it. But I bet you everybody puckering up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it comes to a point where we got to understand that the world is not just run by what we think. It's ran by what the hell goes down consistently. And when he gets the ball, he scares the hell out of the people.
Hey, Jeff, you know that GIF or GIF, however you want to say it, you know that GIF of Dave Chappelle when he sees that water and then smacks it and runs?
Yeah, it's GIF.
It's GIF. But regardless, I'm about to do that real quick. Watch this. You talk about analytics. Guess what PFF had Jaden Daniels ranked as quarterback this week, where he ranked?
Where?
15th.
You know what I say to them? I give them number 1. Finger salute. That's what I give them.
I had a feeling there might be some a reaction there.
It's just,
curious
listen, bro.
to see.
Listen, I understand that numbers can do a lot of stuff for you. But just because you put in certain numbers in certain situations and you get a result doesn't mean that that's a guarantee.
Well, and I appreciate what they do. I know that they're watching the film. They're going through doing this different stuff, but
they can't be watching the film if they saw the game and he's 15. They didn't watch the film.
I know he made 2 bad throws. I get it. The first interception is just a sail. The second one is a force. I get those are bad throws, but you also have to factor in the fact they had nothing on offense and everything depended on Jaden. Every single thing.
He only came back and threw 5 touchdowns.
Well, and by the way, if you want to knock the interception, how many quarterbacks make the throw to Terry McLaurin for the touchdown? Not many.
Not
that
many
throw
at
is
all.
early. That throw is right on target. I don't know.
See, this is my thing.
That stuff drives me nuts.
As I listen to people explain analytics to me, analytics can tell you everything about why something happened wrong, but they don't seem to give you credit for the exceptional things that you do. And that to me tells me we got people that just want to be a part of a story. And that's why I get pissed off at it. But hey, each his own.
I think Sean McVay said it best. I think it was Sean McVay said analytics are great, but analytics doesn't tell you that your left guard's been getting his butt beat all day.
That's what I'm saying. So you see a guy have a bad game, and you're like, oh man, the quarterback doing this. Do you not see that defensive end over there beating the brakes off of this tackle?
Yeah.
You know, so it's like you have to look at more than just putting in, well, in this situation, this should happen. Well, the numbers say it didn't happen. Take your numbers and go to hell home. You know, that's what I think about it.
Real quick, just looking at the games tomorrow in terms of playoff implications. So Kansas City is 14-1. They're 2 games ahead of Buffalo. If they win tomorrow, they would probably wrap up. I think they wrap up the 1 seed in the AFC. So it's big for them going against Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh currently on top of the AFC North. They're 10-5. Baltimore's also 10-5. So they played the later game against Houston. Baltimore currently the 5th seed in the AFC. Houston is at 9-6. They've won the AFC South. So they've already clinched the playoff spot. All those teams have clinched playoff spots. But big for the Chiefs, they can clinch the 1 seed. Big for the Steelers so they can hold on to the AFC North. Big for the Ravens so that they can maybe take the lead from the Steelers. Big for the Texans because they can maybe leapfrog the Steelers and get to the 3 seed in the AFC. So some good matchups tomorrow.
Good thing about analytics. The NFL saw if we flex the right games in prime time, we make even more money. That's good analytics.
100%.
Right there. You see,
100%.
they put 2 games out there that are vitally important.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to be fun to watch. People are going to be tuning in. And by the way, sorry, NBA, your stranglehold on Christmas
is over.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
Over.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell on Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas to all the listeners out there. Merry Christmas to the people in the chat. Appreciate y'all hanging out
What's
on
up,
Christmas
peeps?
Eve. So we talked about the Christmas games.
We want to shout out Tay. Tay took care of our lunch.
Yeah, appreciate Tay.
Appreciate
Thank
you, Tay, man. Way to go. And I also want to say, I think Mary Jones, happy birthday to you, mama.
Looking at the games tomorrow, we talked about which ones are, more intriguing. You a fan of football on Christmas? Do you like having the games on Christmas, or is it
I
something
like football anytime. I like sports. Like, people say what they can't watch. If I'm in the house and I'm watching TV, I'd much rather watch sports than this reality BS on TV, because sports is reality TV. A lot of this stuff that they say is reality TV, that stuff is constantly produced.
Yeah,
and changed
scripted.
up. It's scripted, so it's not reality TV. It's garbage, garbage. It's too many of them they promote narratives that aren't true 100%. They, have all this. So I don't like I'd rather watch sports than anything. And I can watch any sport.
Yeah.
So
well, and to me, I don't know. I'm like torn on this. I'm never going to complain about football on another day that I get to watch it. But it was always a Christmas tradition growing up. You open the presents and then you sit down and watch basketball all day. It was kind of the unofficial start of basketball season for me with it.
Toby, you get over it. Don't worry about it.
And I will.
Yeah.
Believe me, I'm going to have football on tomorrow, and I'm not going to.
But
who's playing during the
you
games
can put
tomorrow?
the split screen, watch one football game, one basketball.
Oh, I got two screens. I'm watching both.
Yeah.
We're good. But believe me, once Chiefs Steelers starts, I'm going to care less about Spurs Knicks, Timberwolves Mavericks. Like, there's some good games tomorrow. Sixers Celtics. You got Lakers Warriors, Nuggets Suns. I'm never going to complain about more football, but I mean, it just shows you how big the NFL is, that the NBA, which is a huge brand, right?
Yeah.
I mean, internationally, it's a huge brand. People love the NBA, and people are just, they're not even going to care that there's 5 NBA games tomorrow when the 2 NFL games are on. You're going to be tuning in to see Mahomes and see Lamar Jackson and CJ Stroud instead. That's all that matters.
It is what it is, bro.
Jeff, I'm curious, are you going to be checking out the NFL games? You're going to be watching NBA games? You're going to be dialed in tomorrow on the games on Christmas Day?
I will be watching the NFL games.
You're not going to be caring about the NBA at all?
No, because for some reason, dude, it's
Bro,
like
you can watch another 50 games because they got a lot more of them coming.
That's so true.
Yeah, and it's like, to me, as a guy who grew up watching the Wizards and stuff play, it don't seem like the athletes are into it until
playoffs
after the All-Star break.
Yeah.
And you can see it. So it's like, I don't want to watch that crap right now.
Well, and the brand of basketball,
except for the Wizards. The Wizards play, I'll watch all the Wizards basketball I can.
well, that's where you're delusional.
I mean, I was a Commanders fan for how long?
Well, listen, watching football, you get 17 of those, 16 of those. Wiz, 82 games, you're dialed in?
No, not on 82, but if I'm at home and the Wizards game is on, yes. Like if the Wizards were playing on Christmas and it was a
He
football,
probably wouldn't watch it.
Check this out. Check this out.
Looking at the back of his eyelids.
Check this out. Who'd the Wiz play last night?
I don't even know, bro.
See,
I wasn't home either last night either. I was
They
at
played
DJ.
Oklahoma City, dude.
Yeah.
I bet on that game. They were getting 16 and a half, and they lost by 18.
They still lost. And the overhit, by the way, which hadn't been happening recently. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind having it on Christmas. I think it's going to be, what does Christmas fall on next year? Because that's the one issue that I had. I'm curious your thoughts as a former player, B. Mitch. Like, they forced them to have back-to-back short weeks. So they played on the previous Sunday, then they played on Saturday this past week so that they could play on Wednesday. That's not great for the players, but it's obviously great for the league.
But let me ask you a question. We were talking earlier about how you approach football. And we say all the things have been changed for the player, for the league to protect the players, right? Is playing on Wednesday protecting players?
No, not at all.
So the league care about protecting what?
Its own pocket. I mean, and even when you say protecting the players, they're still protecting their own pocket because Patrick Mahomes being in a game is going to make you a whole lot more than Carson Wentz starting for Kansas City.
100,000%.
And by the way, for next year, Christmas is on a Thursday, so they're taking it over once again. And it's not even going to screw up their schedule.
And that's going to be on a regular day then. That's a regular
Exactly.
NFL day.
It's a regular NFL day. It's going to fall like Thanksgiving on a Thursday. They're not going to have to mess up anyone's schedule. I don't know. It's intriguing. It's funny that the NFL did it last year thinking that, oh, we'll pretend like it's a trial and we're not going to do this every year. Yeah, you're doing it every year. When they had that check come in for all the earnings from Christmas Day, you knew they were finding a way.
And I think these two games are not on regular TV.
They're on Netflix.
And it's like 100 and something. What was it? I said they're like almost 100 some million per game.
I tell you what.
They paid to get this.
Netflix better have it figured out, unlike the Tyson fights, where you can actually watch this thing. Because if you've got buffering issues in the middle of an NFL game, they thought there were problems with people talking during the Tyson fight. You want to mess with someone trying to watch football?
Oh, it's going to be a problem then.
It's going to be bad. I bet you the NFL was all over them when they saw the issues with the Tyson fight.
They're like, you know that better not happen when you're doing the house stuff.
Exactly right. That better not happen. Jaden Daniels had a heck of a game on Sunday. He's had some incredible moments already in his rookie season. What's been his best performance? We want to take some of your phone calls on this. 800-636-1067. The MGM National Harbor listener lines are open. What's been the best Jaden game of the year? Was it this past Sunday? Was it another performance? What's been your favorite Jaden performance? We'll talk about it next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Green Bay humiliates New Orleans 34-0. Jordan Love 16 for 28, 182 through the air and a touchdown. And Josh Jacobs 107 on the ground and a score. Love on the postseason berth.
You know, that's something that obviously the goal is Super Bowl. So that's the first step right there, is making the playoffs. Obviously, this was a big-time game to clinch that spot, and proud of the way we came out here and handled business.
Head coach Matt LaFleur on that postseason berth. He says his team is filled with a bunch of professionals.
Love the energy of our group. Our guys show up ready to work, willing to work every day. And we got to continue to push one another to be at our best, because this is the time when you need to be playing your best ball.
Commanders head coach Dan Quinn didn't have an update on cornerback Marshawn Latimore. They'll know more later in the week. The team has a light practice today and not one on Wednesday, so the players can spend the holiday with their families. Bruins beat the Capitals 4-1. Caps held to a season-low 11 shots. But John Walton had the call on the lone. Jacob run a goal.
Sandin looking for a lane with 10 left in the power play. A shot, they score! And it's Brana again! His third straight game with a goal. He blasts it top left corner on a one-timer in from Rasmus Sandin.
Thunder dropped the Wizards 123-105. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander 41. Wizards have lost 21 of 23. Texans claim wide receiver Deontay Johnson off waivers from the Ravens. Georgia's quarterback Carson Beck undergoes season-ending elbow surgery. Northern Illinois comes back to beat Fresno State 28-20 in overtime. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
I figured since it's what does JP say? High noon. I figured I'd pull my JP impression and let the music play a little bit. We like that, Landfill? A little bit of JP.
Now you're already talking.
I mean, you needed to wait about another 45 seconds. Like, what are we talking about?
It's high noon in the District of Columbia. Toby Altizer in for JP Finley today, alongside Brian Mitchell, B. Mitch, and Finley on The Fan. Wanted to open up the phone lines, 800-636-1067. You want to hop in. What is your favorite Jaden game of the year? When you think back to maybe Cincinnati, when you're looking at what happened this past Sunday at Northwest Stadium, what's been your favorite Jaden game of the year? For me, B. Mitch, it is this Sunday, because this Sunday showed me that this dude can put the team on his back. At other times he's had some help. He hadn't had help this past Sunday. He didn't have help whatsoever in the run game. In the pass game, you know, the guy showed out in certain spots. Like you've talked about OZ playing well, Jamison Crowder playing well, Terry doing his thing. But I mean, outside of Terry McLaurin, how many of those dudes are getting real playing time on other football teams, and they're able to go out there and make some plays? But Jaden is a big part of that as well. Yeah. He was the running game. He was the passing game. This team scored 36 points despite having 5 turnovers. Yes, he had the 2 picks, but to me, this was his best performance, because this is a real team that you're playing up against, a really good football team, a really good defense, and he had no help, and he goes out and wins it for you.
Well, I'm going to go earlier this year, because at that point, we didn't know how good he can be.
Yeah.
When he played against the Bengals and the positions that he put those balls in, the one he threw to Terry when he was being hit, you know, the things he did in that game at Monday night against the Bengals, I think that game right there, it's hard for me to get past that, because at that point, didn't know what he was truly capable of. And now we know, but I go back to that one.
I remember with that game, B. Mitch, I've talked about how when you look at what they put on his plate, every single play has some sort of option on it. So he's not like your regular quarterback where if they have 25 run plays in a game, those 25 plays, you make sure they're in the right look, and then you get the play off, right?
Yeah.
You snap it, hand it off. That's not the way with him, right?
Yeah.
Every single one is a read or it's a potential pass. You go back and watch the second half of that game. I don't think there's but maybe one decision out of every play in that second half where you're like, maybe I would have done it differently. And I think the only one that's different is I think he threw it to Terry when there was a guy open underneath. He was darn near perfect that second half. If you go back and look at the stats of that one, 21 to 23, 254 through the air, 2 touchdowns, 39 on the ground, 1 touchdown.
That's a 90% game?
Yeah, and by the way, we talk about having no run game Sunday. Brian Robinson, 16 to 33 on that one. Austin Eckler, 3 for 35. And McNichols had 1 carry for a yard. So it's not like they had much of a run game there either. And the Bengals, they didn't punt. They scored every possession, darn near.
I think that game is the game where my friend Gil, still lives in Louisiana, and he said, man, I watch this dude play every week, bro. He said he's good, and he gets better and better. I think that game made me realize that, like, sometimes my friend can exaggerate. So I didn't know if he was telling 100% truth or not. And that game made me realize that, okay, I'm going to pay a little closer attention because Gil may be on to something. And I'm like, listen, okay, he's good. But you had people, after he went through like a 4-game streak where he was doing great things, then he had like a little hiccup, and people go, oh, man, is he really the guy? I knew against the Bengals, he's a damn guy. You just got to stay healthy. But I knew against the Bengals, he's the guy. After that game was over.
What's the scout saying? If you've done it once, you can do it again?
Bam.
What you saw in Cincinnati, he can do that again. He's done it multiple times, I feel like. Maybe not to that extent, but he's able to show you week in, week out that he is a special quarterback for this football team.
True that.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener line. Let's get out to Rudy in Montgomery Village. Rudy, what's going on?
What's up, Rudy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Merry Christmas, B-Mitch, Toby.
Brother.
I just want to say, man, that, the Cincy game was something special, man. The Cincy game, I remember calling one of my best friends. He's out on the West Coast, and, we watched a lot of bad football, and that game, I remember calling him, and I told him, man, I was like, yo, Jaden's something special, dude. We're going to watch special football. We're finally going to watch some special football, man. Thank you, guys.
All right, bro.
Appreciate it. Well, and he brings up a good point there that it's a primetime game. The first 2 games of the year, not everybody got to watch him against Tampa.
Yeah.
Not everyone got to watch, the second game of the year, they moved the football, but it was 7 field goals. They didn't get the ball in the end zone.
Yeah, the Giants game.
So they hadn't really gotten a chance to get off the ground. Not everyone had gotten a chance to see him. His first primetime experience, and he does that.
Yeah. Listen, man.
Put him on the scene.
And it was more than one pass in that game where you go, did you see that pass?
Yeah.
Because I think it was the one, was it Terry but they were running and he threw the ball kind of behind them instead out in front where the defender was. I'm like, damn, it's not a rookie pass right there.
No.
You know what I mean? So he woke me up there. Listen, after that game, the Bengals fans were like, y'all got y'all something special there. Like I said, I got about 10 free drinks that night. So while they were telling me about our quarterback, I was happy.
Commandante Tequila. What's going on, Commandante?
Hey, pretty good, you guys. Oh, man. My thing was this. I seen him play back then in college and everything, but now, the last game, 5 touchdowns, of a rookie,
Yeah.
And then one of my friends told me, what do you mean? He had 5. So we had to go look it up real quick. That in the franchise history, there's never been an NFL rookie that did 5 touchdowns. That's crazy, and especially using all those minutes and everything. Oh my God! This Sunday it's gonna be wild. This next 2 games, it's gonna be. I don't know what word that we can use because
no, just tell the truth. You forgot what word you were going to use. That's what you did, didn't you?
Appreciate it, Commandante.
What time you got up, start drinking, man? You forget words.
Appreciate it, Commandante.
Yeah. He tried to act like he didn't know the word. He forgot the damn word.
Hey, man, it's Christmas Eve. He's enjoying himself. You can't have a name like Commander Tequila and not be enjoying yourself, right?
Commander, I guess.
Yeah, and that you go back to Sunday's game, 5 touchdown passes.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of cool. Last time that happened, 1991, legend of the game on Sunday, Mark Rippon. He was the last one to do it.
Wow.
Last one to do it.
Wow.
So that's pretty cool for the last Washington quarterback to do that. He's there in
A lot of
attendance.
times, a lot of things with that 91 team. I tell you, bro. That was a good team.
Good.
I
One of the best all
I hear that
time.
was a good team. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get out to Kurt in Ashburn. Kurt, what's going on?
What up, Kurt?
Happy holidays, folks.
Same to you, brother.
You too, man.
Hey, real quick, Toby, are you from this area? And if so, are you related to Gene Altizer?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of.
Okay.
But I am from the area, yes.
He was a race car driver. Anyway.
Kurt, I'm going to throw you back on hold real quick.
Throw him on hold. That thing. So, went underwater real quick.
Yeah, let's get out to Jason in Silver Spring. Jason, what's going on?
What's up? Happy holidays, fellas.
Same to you, Jason.
What's going on? 91 was definitely a great year. I graduated high school. The Humpty Dance was in full effect. It was a great. That was my favorite year, I think. Absolutely. Yeah, reminiscing. It's all good. My favorite. What was the Bengals game?
Yeah.
You really saw that the beginning of the Eye of the Tiger. It's like my daughter gave me a weird reference about Jaden Daniels. She goes, it's like one of the Star Wars movies. You saw Darth Vader as a young kid starting to get that gleam of evilness, of wildness. It's a bad analogy. I'm hungover. Sorry about that, guys. But, whatever. It's all good. It's but Green Bay is a force to be reckoned with. Those guys are looking legit.
Absolutely. Jason, appreciate the phone call. Merry Christmas.
Have a good night.
Yeah, so I think he's right, though. When you think back to that Cincinnati game, even though it's week 3, that was the first glimpse where, like you're saying, you saw some traits. Like during training camp when we're out there, we're like, okay, he's got some stuff. You saw it early on. You're like, okay, he can move. It felt like in the second half of the Giants game in week 2, you're like, okay, he's starting to get there. Week 3, it's like, oh, no, we've got the dude.
Because it was Monday night, right?
Monday night.
And everybody was like, well, he's going against Joe Burrow. How he's going to handle the being thrust into that limelight. Didn't bother him at all.
No. He played better.
Yeah.
It's wild.
And you watch him now in big moments, he seemed to be able to handle those too.
Let's try this again. Kurt's in Ashburn. Kurt, what's going on?
Thanks for trying again. I think that the last game was his best performance because the 5 touchdown passes are remarkable. And finally, it's against a winning team, although I never put much credence in that. But he did it against one of the top teams in the league, and that's why it's his best. Thanks a lot for coming back to me, guys.
Absolutely, Kurt. Have a good Christmas. Yeah, I think, 5 touchdowns against an Eagles defense. And I think, too, and this is why, when you go back to that first Eagles game, I talked about afterwards, it felt like he was either confused or he wasn't seeing things, he wasn't trusting things. And I was excited to see him the second time against the same defense.
Well, he wasn't trusting things. I mean, people want to forget the offensive line was in shambles that day.
They were horrible.
They had 3 guys that had 3 injuries each. The other 2 guys were banged up as well. And I know it sounds like an excuse, but it's facts. You know what I'm saying? So that game right there, and if you don't have protection, listen, quarterback don't have protection, Pat Mahomes, Joe Montana, we can go all the way back, Dan Marino, John Elway, they don't have protection, they don't play well.
Let's get out to Jupe. Jupe, what's going on?
What's happening, fellas?
What's up, bro?
Hey, my favorite, I would say my best MC Daniels game would be the Bears, but not because of the Hail Mary, but because of that one play where he's scrambling, he's looking downfield, he got a defender on his back that he dives at his feet and he just hops right out of it without even
I remember that one.
It's like he got eyes in the back of his head. And he's done that in a couple of these games now. So that's my best moment for Hemsy Daniels, fellas.
I appreciate it, Jupe. Yeah, I mean, he did that this past week where he's got a great feel of that. And by the way, it creates for a great photograph. Yeah. Guy diving at his feet and he's just jumping out of the tackle.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get a few more phone calls. I do want to get Jeff and Landfills here in just a second. Let's get out to Toothpick. Pick, what's up?
Pick, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's good, B? It's Toby, man. It's good to hear you. And, Toby, you becoming a professional before our eyes.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate you. Merry Christmas to everybody, too. Listen, my favorite moment, literally, I got 3 of them. The first one, Cincinnati, because he did show me, hey, I am that dude, right? But I think he grew up. My second one is in that Cowboys game, and I think that he didn't like that loss. And then this one here with Philadelphia, he was like, that's not happening again in the division. So those 3 all together make this one really, really special. But when he put that team on his back Sunday, It's because of that Cowboys game when he was like, we may have been playing in quicksand, but it's not happening again in this division. Thanks for taking my call, man. Happy Merry Christmas, Landfill. And the new guy, what's his name? Brian?
Now, Brian not here today.
He's out today, so we're just
Okay.
he's out today. We're just stuck with Jeff.
I got you.
Yeah, we got Brown Jeff today.
Brown Jeff later.
I am golden.
Nah, we ain't going that far.
Yeah,
You're a little
I
dog.
don't know about that.
I'm golden, bro. I'm not light skin. I'm not brown skin. I'm golden.
Let's get out to Paul and Frederick on that note. Paul, what's up?
Hey, man, I'll have to say this last game because the team wasn't playing well. They had fumbles, which is uncharacteristic. Offensive line not playing well, but it was a reminiscent of Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson performance to me, and it was like an MVP performance because the team wasn't playing well. I loved it. I thought it was great. Thanks.
Appreciate it, Paul. And that's kind of where I'm at with it, B. Mitch. Like the Cincinnati game, that everything seemed to work. A lot of it was Jaden. But this game, it seemed like nothing was working except for Jaden. And to me, it was the most impressive game because he was able to overcome so many problems. I want to get your guys' thoughts. Jeff, what's your favorite game?
Like I told B in the break, it was the Eagles game, dude. I know it sounds repetitive, but dude, B-Rob put the ball on the floor twice. He has no Eckler. He of course he made the connections with Terry, but he also made it with Latimore and what's our boy Crowder in the absence of Noah Brown. You know, those were questions in the past couple of weeks. Who's going to step up for the Commanders? And our second Jaden made it seem like he didn't even make it seem. He spread the ball around. You didn't know where the ball was going. Because come on now, I don't think nobody in their mind thought, okay, we're 10 seconds left. We're in the red zone. This ball is going to Jamison Crowder. Nobody expected that. Everyone was looking for the ball to go to either Terry or maybe Ertz. Nobody was thinking Jamison Crowder in the end zone. And
if you've seen Crowder play, though, you knew slot dude, he gonna have some opportunity.
Well, and I think people are sleeping on how good a throw that was, B. Mitch.
Yeah,
Understanding
he
that's
threw
a
it
two
before he ever got there.
Understanding that that's a split safety look with the linebacker dropping. As soon as he gets to the linebacker, know he's going to clear him. He throws it. If you look at the screenshot, Ben Standing.
Yeah, that's what I was about to talk about right there.
He's not open when he throws it, but he throws it to a spot knowing that Crowder is going to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, it's just so special to see a quarterback in that spot. And by the way, I was someone that wasn't, I wanted May. I was fine with either one. But when you look back at some of the knocks early on about Jaden or coming out of the draft process, throwing over the middle, that's as much over the middle as you can get on that throw.
There was a lot. All that stuff was proven wrong.
Throwing with anticipation, right? That was something he struggled with early in the year. That's anticipation right there. And red zone was something that we talked about in training camp that he struggled with. Lights out the last couple of weeks in the red zone. So credit to him and heck of a game against Philly on Sunday.
Yeah, and also, dude, 4th and 11.
You're right. We haven't even mentioned that.
You take some ankles and then you go get the first down.
That was no hesitation. He was like, "I'm getting this."
Yeah.
Well, and 4th and 4. I mean, so many different spots where it's like, you know what? There's nothing there, and Jaden makes it.
Yeah. And I think to close my point, the thing that solidified this is when we had it when Devontae Smith dropped the ball and we got the ball back on offense. It's like it was secondhand nature to not even panic. I was like, oh yeah, we got another chance. We got this. This is the score. And the man is calm. He's poised. Take us right down the field.
Yep.
Woo! Yeah.
He doesn't seem to get. I'm
gonna watch that game again tonight.
Not too many things bother him, dog.
No, nothing seems to. Landfill, what's your favorite Jaden game so far this year?
For me, I think it was the Bengals game because that was the first time that not only was it a great performance, but that was the first time I realized that we actually had a good quarterback, and that things were just going to be different from us going forward. And that was a fantastic game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, because you're right. The first 2 games, he didn't show much as a passer, at least in 3 of the first 4 halves. That Tampa game, they didn't have anything through the air. It was all him running, which was special, but there wasn't much through the air. And then that first half of the Giants game, same sort of thing, and they weren't able to punch in the end zone, even though they won. 7 field goals doesn't exactly impress you.
Yeah, the first couple games, he was fine. Not great, not anything like, not elite, nothing like that. He was just fine.
Mm-hmm.
But in that Bengals game,
he was special in that game.
Yeah, that made me think we could potentially have one of the best quarterbacks in the league, just kind of going forward.
Well, and we talked with Quan Martin when I was in with JP last week, and he talked about how when you have a quarterback like Jaden, and I think it shows up on Sunday, it should just give him the ball, just give him a chance. And he makes the mistake with 3 minutes to go, throws the pick, and the defense goes out there and thinks, just give him a chance one more time.
There you go.
And see what happens. They gave him a chance. Thank you, Devontae Smith, for dropping the ball, and he made the most of it. And they have a quarterback. When's the last time this team's had a quarterback like that, B-Mitch, where you feel like just give the guy a chance and he'll go win it?
It's been a while.
Not my
And
lifetime.
don't you think when he gets the ball, he gets an opportunity, the first thought is, we're going to score?
Absolutely.
You know?
I think everyone, they talk about that with Kansas City.
Exactly.
To your point, basically saying, maybe they're not the best team, but they win every game because the other team knows they're going to win the game. They go in thinking.
The other team, prime example, end of the game, overtime. Baker Mayfield calls tails, it's heads. You say, damn.
Yeah.
He knew he wasn't going to see that ball again. Then they played another team later on, same thing, same reaction. You're not going to see the ball again.
Yeah. And it feels like that here in Washington now.
And I don't think analytics will tell you anything about that.
Let's talk to AJ Perez of Front Office Sports next. You had craziness over the weekend, obviously the game against Philadelphia, but the RFK bill passed unanimously through the Senate.
Boy.
How wild is that? We'll talk to AJ Perez about that next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Commanders certainly having a happy holiday this week after the big win over Philadelphia. They are in prime playoff position now, 93+% chance of making the postseason. Now for the Commanders, they will have Christmas off, so a little work today in Ashburn for them. 4-point favorites for Sunday Night Football against Atlanta. They would clinch a playoff spot with a win. Also could get it done with losses this weekend by Tampa Bay or Seattle. Capitals were beaten on the road by Boston last night 4-1. Caps hit the holiday break a point behind New Jersey in the Metro Division. NBA Wizards lose to Oklahoma City 123-105. Monday Night Football, Packers clinched a playoff spot last night, pounding New Orleans 34-0. That was the first shutout in the NFL this season. This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP today. It's time to get out to the guest hotline and bring in our guest from Front Office Sports, AJ Perez. You can follow him on Twitter at @AJ_Perez. AJ, what's going on, dude? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Thanks for having me on.
How you doing, man?
Just out here in California for a few more days.
Oh,
Nice.
Cali. All right.
Nice. So can you give us I mean, it was a wild weekend for this football team. Yesterday, obviously focusing on the craziness on the football field. Can you give us a quick recap of everything that went down Friday night into Saturday that allowed the RFK bill to get passed?
Yeah, definitely. We probably start with Wednesday, where it's kind of looks like it was going to be in that the government funding bill, and then Musk tweeted, and then Trump reacted, and that got taken down. And the next two versions of the CR, which funds the government, that would have avoided the shutdown, and we did avoid it. The RFK bill was not in that smaller package. So basically, from Thursday and Friday all the way into Saturday morning, the lobbying effort was targeted at the Senate to pass the RFK Stadium bill as a solo bill instead of having it in the government funding bill, which a couple of days prior didn't look good. So they got down to the last minute. All 100 senators had to be on board with it. And once Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, announced it, there was no objections, and within a couple minutes, the bill passed. And now we're waiting for President Biden to sign it, and then the RFK Stadium site, where the team played for decades, becomes basically the top option for the next Commander Stadium.
AJ, so I've had this mindset that they went 100 senators to 0. I believe that even these senators, they look at the pride of possibly having an Olympics in the nation's capital. They look at the possibility of having a Super Bowl there, multiple sporting events, different concerts. I think that the site is going to be, and people go, "Oh no, it's not going to be easy now." They may want to do something else. I think a stadium is the place. That's what's going to happen because of how they went with this whole deal.
Yeah, and that's kind of like how they got it. Is one of the Mayor Bowser and a lot of other people in the DC government, and even some of the bill sponsors, they never really hyped up the stadium. They never said, the stadium and next, the NFL stadium and Commander Stadium. No, they were focused on the parks and residential and other uses, which could still happen even if the Commanders, do relocate there. But they were careful until Wednesday, and then Wednesday it looked good, and until it didn't. That's when Mayor Bowser mentioned the stadium and other things. But this is, I reported about a week ago now, that this is what the ownership group, this is their preference. This is where they'd like to see it. This is where the fans, obviously, we've seen and all your callers, that's where they want to see it too. It's still not a slam dunk. There still needs to be The DC government is now in charge of it, or will be in charge of it once Biden signs this bill. And then the neighbors may voice opposition. There'll be maybe some pushback for public money, even though it's that we don't even know that component yet. But it looks good now. But things can change.
Talking with AJ Perez from Front Office Sports, you mentioned that you're not across the finish line yet. What are the next steps? Also, what's a timeline look like? Mayor Bowser is saying that they could get a stadium up before 2030. I don't know if you buy into that or not, but what's the next steps, and then what kind of timeline should we be looking at?
Yeah, I'll start with the timeline. It looks, she said 2029 could be a possibility, and that could be, but they're still tearing it down now. The old RFK Stadium is sat vacant for many years, and it's still being torn down. They need to raise that old one, and then they got to figure out if there's any remediation needs to be done on the land. You got environmental impact reports. You got all this other things. But basically now the next major step would be the DC Council. I think that's where we're several months away, from that. Basically, okay. Well, the first thing has to happen is Josh Harris and the ownership group have to come to an agreement with the mayor, with the city council. That's the next step after Biden signs this bill. It's a long road, and we don't know how much public money, if any, is going to be available to them, because they're just the city's paying a lot of money out to Monumental Sports for their Capital One arena upgrades and taking it over. So that's for the next 3 years. That's a lot of money lay out there, around $500 million.
Yeah.
So after that, we're looking. I think shovel in the ground by 2027 is pretty doable. I look from now. I think maybe even late 2026 if everything falls right. It takes about a year and a half, 2 years to build a stadium these days. It could be 2029. I don't think it'd be much sooner than that, though.
Well, it was another gentleman was in control for 20-something years. He couldn't even get him to vote on it. This other guy comes in, and in a matter of a year and a half, they're voting on it, and it's going to be in their hands. Do you think it went that fast because of Josh and his reputation and his crew reputation more than Dan and his bad reputation?
It was both, Ryan. You're right. It was basically a month before they changed the name back in 2020. DC basically said, "You're not coming here, Dan. You're not." Then he changed the name about a month later, maybe about 6 weeks later, to Washington football team. But even then, that wasn't going to happen. There were other deals that fell apart, Virginia and Maryland, that didn't go very far because of Dan. You're right, but it's also the NFL. You have Roger Goodell on Capitol Hill lobbying for you. You have the entire apparatus of the most profitable league in the world. You had all these owners, many of them who are close to Donald Trump, many of them who are close to other senators who are big donors to both sides too. They don't always just give to the GOP side. You have all those people, and you needed bipartisan support. And the NFL, both in person, on the phones, on Zoom, the Commanders, all the co-owners, Mitch Rales, I got to call him out. I think he was one of the big drivers of this as well, part of the ownership group. So there was a lot. There was a lot of lobbying being done, and there was just no way the previous ownership could have mounted anything close to that.
Talking with AJ Perez from Front Office Sports. Forgive me, I'm not super into politics, but how often does something like this happen? I mean, 100-0 vote on something for the Senate?
Not very often. I can answer that question, AJ.
Well, and off of that too, though, are you surprised at all that there was no pushback from Maryland senators, which could have derailed the thing?
No, it was Mike Lee, who I talked to. We had a couple of us reporters talked to after the committee vote in November. He just basically said it was like a Latin giveaway to DC. He didn't want that. And, he was the last one they had to convince. It wasn't the Maryland ones. So there were some assurances made, I'm sure. They, since part of the original deal on last Wednesday was the DC National Guard sent a few jets over and that disappeared too. That was not part of that new bill either. So there had to be some bargaining done. But it wasn't the two Maryland senators who were the final obstacles minutes beforehand. It was a Utah senator. So that was kind of different. But
why would the Utah senator
Bernie Sanders also. I don't know. it was just basically Mike Lee was basically said it's like it is valuable land, everything else. Even the government's paying a lot of money to keep that land up right now, getting no benefit out of it. So this transfer changes that. Extends, so they have a 9-year lease now and a lot of time to negotiate. And I think everybody it became clear during this process that this is where the Commanders' ownership, at least a major part of ownership, the ownership group wants to be. That's then they had to make that deal with Maryland. So if they do leave, if they don't build a new stadium next to the current Northwest Stadium, they have to create some kind of end of use, so it's not a white elephant out there in Landover, and that they made assurances to Governor Westmore about that. So that'll be taken care of as well.
My question is this: so they say the RFK site. What does it exactly entail? Because the Armory is there. If they're gonna be building all this new stuff, I don't see that Armory being able to stay there. And I understand the water right there. Hell, anything waterfront, you could do a lot. So they're gonna have to build some shops and stuff along the water also.
Yeah, definitely. And I reported last week that it looks like the headquarters as of now is going to stay in Ashburn. They're going to likely have a new complex there somewhere, likely where they are now, in a much better facility, because those, you're there. It's been open for 33 years now, 32 years. It's the worst in the NFL, rated by the NFLPA survey. They're going to be upgrading that. It's going to be a major thing out there. Because there's not as much room, because I think the city wants to do other things, like you said, Brian, other things with the land than just a football stadium. And they do. It does encompass. It's 174-ish acres. It does include the Armory. There's really no major plans. We haven't seen any plans for the land other than they started. They have developed part of it. The city has with its with its current lease, but they're going to be doing a lot more. It could be retail, you're right, along the water, a lot of things that won't just be a stadium, but it likely won't include the headquarters or their practice facility.
Any idea what would happen Northwest if they decide to move to RFK? Is there any plans there?
Yeah, we don't really have an idea what those promises the Commanders made to Governor Westmore. There's going to be something, probably some mixed use, residential, retail, entertainment kind of district there. It's a lot of land, 200 acres. It's 30 more acres than what they're going to be moving into basically to RFK if and when that happens. So there's going to be some kind of probably, Josh Harris acquired this land and that stadium when he bought the team. So it's kind of, pretty open-ended there.
Last one real quick for you. They've saw something about the difference in cost for maybe a retractable roof, a translucent roof. You have any leaning of what kind of they're going to have a roof on this thing, correct? Like what are you most likely to think of with the new stadium?
SoFi Stadium.
It's what
something like that. That's sweet.
I would love that.
The SoFi is open on the ends. That's still cold. I don't know. I think that's great. But even our thunderstorms in the summer, SoFi would just rain. People still get wet somehow with the sideways rain we get.
But I like that. I like how SoFi.
I think it'll be
inside.
Yeah. That would be it. Some kind of like that would be pretty cool. The retractable roof it's not really in vogue anymore. It adds several $100 million to the cost, and then there's ongoing costs for upkeep that a roof wouldn't have. But there's
you have stuff falling from the roof like in Dallas.
Yeah, exactly.
Like in Dallas, yeah. So it looks like it'll likely be a dome. But I had one of my sources during this process not too long ago saying they haven't ruled out an open air stadium quite yet. So it's either going to be a dome, most likely, with a small possibility of an open air. It's not likely going to be a retractable roof. But yeah, so that's we haven't seen any mock-ups like Dan Snyder used to throw us.
It's not going to have a moat.
We're not going to have people surfing in the moat
with the moat surfing. No, I don't think there'll be moat surfing here. Although it's a much more doable in Landover than it would have been much more doable at RFK than that mock-up from Landover. So yeah, it's going to be state of the art though. I think this is going to be. Josh Harris has already agreed to a new stadium, which he's pretty much going to be funding with his ownership group for the Sixers in Philly. So it's going to $2 to $3 billion for a stadium, for a dome stadium here in DC. We're going to be it's not going to be a slouch. He's not going to do what Jack Kent Cook did and build it on the cheap, or it's outdated when it opens.
AJ, appreciate the time, man. Have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, brother.
You heard from AJ Perez from Front Office Sports. Next, I want to continue talking about the RFK sites. Is that the more important thing to you right now? Is that the thing that is got you the most excited, or is it the fact that Washington is on the verge of going to the playoffs? We'll talk about it next. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in?
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NFL playoffs are almost here, but it's not too late to get in on the regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up a W. Not only can you bet on who will win the game, but FanDuel also has bets for which players will score a touchdown, how many points each team will score, and so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. This way, you'll be all set for the biggest games of the year. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell. Thanks to AJ Perez for joining us, giving an update on the RFK site. I think you got something to show
We
on the
always got
stream.
stuff. Let me show the stream. Look, we got gifts coming now. See this right here?
This thing is awesome, by the way.
That's my college and my high school with this on the back.
It's a good look.
Man,
what do we got there? We got most career punt return yards, most career kickoff return yards, most career
I had
total
the thing in
return
front of me,
yards.
Jeff.
It's awesome. That is awesome.
Sweet. And nope, I'm not selling this. No.
You got the Raging Cajuns on there.
People start bidding on this stream, boy.
That's awesome. That's
That
really
is
cool.
sweet, brother.
Really cool. Really cool. We were talking about the RFK site and talking about where the Commanders are currently, where they're currently the 7 seed. They win one game and they're in. Their likelihood of making the playoffs at this point is really, really high. Which one matters to you more? I think for a lot of fans.
For me?
Yeah, which one matters to you more?
Playoffs.
For you? Yeah, and that's where I'm
listen, the stadium stuff is something that's going to happen. And the stadium is something that you got to have the people with money and the politicians to come to an agreement. Going to the playoffs where we can see more games and begin to see the possibilities of what used to be. My buddy Slim just walked in. He got the old school jacket on.
Oh, yeah.
You start thinking about those days where it wasn't a matter of when. I mean, if it was when.
Yeah.
We're going to the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? And now you get a chance to go, because if you're in the playoffs, you got a chance to go to the dance. If you're not in the playoffs, you can't go to the dance. So that's more important to me. And if you go into the playoffs more regularly, guess what happens? Everything falls in line for the stadium to be built.
Yeah, and for me, when you look at the RFK site, a lot of fans, are very passionate about it, understandably so. And I get that. And people will look at me as a young guy and say, I don't understand it. I don't. Like, I didn't grow up going to RFK. I've been there maybe once or twice for a Nationals game. Never went there for a football game. So I don't fully get it. I thought it was interesting hearing Joe Theismann. He was on with the Rooster at Army Navy Radio Row. And he said that going back to RFK would be a way to reunite the fan base and bring generations together. And I think that's smart because my generation just wants a new stadium.
Mm-hmm.
I never experienced the stands jumping up and down. I never experienced all that.
Special.
And I've heard how awesome it is. And so for people like you that played there, people that were fans that went there and loved it, that place is special for them. That place means something. That was winning football. That's what that represented. My generation just wants a new stadium. If you can meld the two worlds together, where you put the new stadium at RFK, I think that would be a really cool way to tie back to the history of what this team was while still giving an upgrade to the current facilities.
It was so important for the city, okay? And that can be a vital part coming back. You build all the stuff that they've been talking about around it. That's an economic boost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The stadium was more up close or up on you, personal in a sense. That could come back because I've made the statement, and I don't care people who, man, that stadium was supposed to hold 90-something thousand. FedEx Field, Northwest. RFK held 54,000. I've never heard FedEx louder than that 54,000. And whoever the architect is, if it's an open stadium, you better build it like RFK was because the noise didn't leave the stadium, it stayed in. And if you build a dome, you got to do some type of way like damn Seattle, where they make that thing, that noise stays in there too, bouncing around.
Yeah.
And they sound as loud as the damn jet taking off.
Yeah.
All that stuff is important, for a team. But there are people who've never been in it, and there's people that grew up in it that they don't understand each other. But you bring it back. I'm not just looking at that. I'm looking at Beyonce was out. Boom. Taylor didn't even come.
Yes.
They come through D.C.
Mm-hmm.
That leaves money here. The Olympics possibly come here. That leaves money here.
Well,
the World Cup comes here. That leaves money here. Major college people, everybody wants to do something in the city. We just saw the Army-Navy game. Would it mean more to this nation than it being played in the nation's capital?
100%.
So all that stuff is a possibility. And it's not 10 games a year, people. It could be every damn day someone is dropping some dollars around that brand new area.
Absolutely. I mean, and especially during the season. I mean, look at the difference down here as we're in the Navy Yard. Look at the difference here with Nats Park and the stuff that's built up around here. People come down here. You know, it's not maybe as much outside of Nats season, but during the season, people down here all the time, going to the restaurants, doing the different stuff. And I think getting it back to that RFK site is going to be big because I think it's a huge indictment on really our area. Not that we have anything to do with it, but that the biggest pop star in the entire world skipped coming to DC, like you said. The World Cup comes to the United States, Mexico, and Canada in 2026. You know where they're not playing? The nation's capital. You think if they were playing the World Cup in France, they'd skip Paris?
No.
If they're playing in England, they're going to skip London?
No.
They're not skipping their nation's capital, but they are here.
JP made the statement that all of the greatest cities have nice stadiums.
Absolutely.
So something where you can attract some of the biggest performances and things going on in the world. Why not here?
And especially, too, sports is bigger in our country than anywhere else. Like, we care. Every single Sunday, we are glued to our television. On Saturday, we're glued to the television. When football season
any
ends,
day during the week where we have a major sporting event,
exactly
we're paying attention
right.
to it.
When football season ends, we're checking out basketball. We're checking out baseball.
Totally.
People are getting more into soccer. People are checking out pickleball now. Like, it doesn't matter. People are all into sports here. And the fact that the nation's capital doesn't have that right now is disappointing. But if they can get that back to RFK,
But think about it.
It's awesome.
If RFK is built, that is basically right there.
Yeah.
I'm talking about it's a stone's throw away. Then you have the baseball stadium. Right over here, you have the damn the Audi Field.
Mm-hmm.
Basketball arena, which is being upgraded. You have some stuff going on. You got everything boom, 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 right there. So it can be something major. I understand the people that want to throw the negatives out there. I think it could be a way bigger positive than it is a negative.
Absolutely. Let's take a break. When we come back, I want to take a look at the NFL power rankings, taking a look around the National Football League, see where they have people stacked up after week 16 of the NFL season going into week 17 tomorrow. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. You know what a former Washington football coach used to say?
There's a gleam, man. There's a gleam. Let's get the gleam.
Oh, you got to get the gleam, which is a playoff spot for the Commanders. They are getting close, 93% plus chance now of making the postseason. The current coach, Dan Quinn, though, knows with 2 weeks to go, he's got to keep the team focused.
I don't have my head in the sand, but I do really stay true to the process with the players. And we've got a lot of stuff to improve upon. So for us, we kind of talk about when we came back from the bye, we were at a base camp and we're trying to get to a next spot, a new next spot. And so that's what Atlanta is. And so we know we've got a lot to improve upon. And so we just dig in on that.
And for the Commanders, they get to enjoy the holiday. Now, things are being switched around for us. The schedule in Ashburn today is the install day. Tomorrow for Christmas, a day off for the players, coaches to be with their families, and full work begins on Thursday for this weekend's game. Sunday night football against the Atlanta Falcons. For the Commanders, a win gets it done. One win, and they are in the postseason. You know what that means.
Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs?
Yeah, potentially for the Commanders right now, 7th seed in the NFC. Green Bay Packers clinched their playoff spot last night, pounding New Orleans 34-zip, first shutout in the NFL this season. Caps beaten by Boston 4-1 last night. Caps are now a point behind New Jersey in the Metro Division. Wizards lost to Oklahoma City Monday night, 123-105. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Final hour of B. Mitch and Finley here on Christmas Eve.
Hey, Jeff, should we invite Toby to come hang out with us?
Yeah, Toby, you gotta come out there with us. Give Toby, he'll be drinking some orange juice, but
he won't be like
he can vibe out with us.
You ever met Cody?
Cody.
Shook.
Yeah, once or twice.
Cody come to my house with his own orange juice, and he looks at the vodka, and he drinks. I mean, in about 15 minutes, he'll drink half a bottle. Like
So he ain't messing around.
He don't like. He doesn't sip screwdrivers. He just. I'm like, dude, you gonna kill yourself, man.
Hey, it's not my cup of tea, but more credit to him.
We'll have like some coffee for you.
Okay, I can make it work.
I have everything you need: water, coffee, juices. If you want to go down there, down the wild side, we got all that too, Jeff.
Got everything you could ever need.
Oh, yeah.
I want to get into NFL power rankings here in just a second, but I like this comment I saw in the stream. Adrian Green said, "Can we one day see the Commanders, Caps, Nats, and Wizards be good in the same season?" Don't think that's ever happened in the DMV.
Well, you know what? You talk about getting a great gift. That would be the biggest gift I've ever
It
had
would be
in my
fantastic, wouldn't it?
Hell yeah.
It looks like the Commanders are going in the right direction.
Like Boston.
Caps are awesome. I don't know that Wiz got a ways to go.
Remember Boston when the Celtics, Patriots, the Red Sox took care of some things, and also the Bruins. So I would love to see that.
Yeah, it'd be fun. It'd be fun to have. Heck, it'd be fun to have the Wiz good for once.
I think they're on their
minute.
way though, but it's like they are really, they are tearing it down. They tore it down all the way, and they rebuilding the foundation.
The tough part for the Wiz was they were already terrible, and then they finally decided to start the rebuild.
Well, they hired the right person because
They
the other
did.
people was just saying what people wanted to hear instead of saying what
Exactly
they needed
right.
to hear.
Exactly
this
right.
new crew came in and told Ted what he needed to hear,
Exactly right.
not what he wanted to hear.
But at least with Washington, the Commanders, seems like they're going in the right direction. Let's take a look at the power rankings for this week. Who do you think's at the bottom, B-Mitch? Who do you think's
All the
number
way at the
32?
bottom? Can't be worse than the Giants.
Is the New York Giants.
Yeah.
At 32. Here's what's interesting. If they get the first overall pick, who do you think they take? They taking Shador?
Yeah, they may take Shador, Dion's
going to be head coach of the New York
Deion
Giants.
going to say, you got to get rid of Shane, and they going to have everything new there.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I think it'd be intriguing. I like
I would
Shador,
love to see
the
it.
prospect.
I would love to see it.
I mean, can you imagine?
They have to go with a quarterback. It got to be Shador or Cam Ward.
Yeah, the spotlight, Shador in New York. He was already
Shador has been in the spotlight since he was a kid.
He was already throwing passes to Malik Neighbors. You see that in the
He's been
streets?
in the spotlight since he was a kid, dog.
It's true. It's true.
You know why?
It wouldn't be too
he
much.
was with his dad all the time, and he understands. He knows how to live that.
It wouldn't be too much for him, but
they would have to deal with the media.
It might exactly. It might be a little too much for everybody else dealing with it. Top team is still the Kansas City Chiefs. No shocker there.
Whoa. Kansas City has fallen out of the top spot.
Well, they're top now.
They moved them back up over the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, they moved them back up. So they were number 2 last week. They moved them back up to number 1.
All right.
No shock there.
14-1. What the hell do you expect?
Well, and they talk about the rookie of the year. I think they, listed who some of the top rookies are for each of these teams. Xavier Worthy's really starting to come on the last couple of weeks. It feels like their rookie out of Texas, that speedy wide receiver. It seems like
Brown is back too.
I thought he was done for the year with that shoulder injury, and then he just came back.
He came back. So you have both those two guys there. They now have Pacheco back. And what's my name?
D-Hop.
D. Hopkins. See, everyone was like, oh, well, they're not as good anymore. Their best players were hurt. Their best receivers were hurt.
Well, they're 14-1.
now they're back as the playoffs are about to start.
And by the way, this drives me a little bit nuts. What is good coaching to you, B-Mitch? To me, good coaching is playing to what your strengths are, right? People are complaining because their offense isn't explosive anymore. It's because they don't have the guys anymore like they used to. Tyreek Hill's gone. They're a defensive football team now, though.
But guess what?
They've got the dudes on that side.
We went through their schedule, their schedule the other day, and we went through all the scores. They don't have to score more than 16, 15 in a game because their defense is not allowing very much. That's what the problem. See, football is too offense-centric. You have to play defense as well.
100%. I forget where the stat was. I forget what teams were on it, but the Chiefs were on the list with like the worst teams in the league of teams that have not scored 30 yet this year, and they're 14-1.
But so everybody listen to me. You've heard of Darryl Green. So I grew up watching.
Who that?
If you don't know who Darryl Green is, you should stop working in sports media. So when I got to Washington in 1990, I said, dude, how fast are you? Because I watched him in the wide world of sports, the fastest man.
Yeah.
He ran like a 6.0 something in one race and a 6.29 in another race. And he said, well, I run as fast as the guy I'm running against. So basically what Kansas City is doing is this. You run a 5 flat, they run a 4.99.
Mm-hmm.
You run a 6 flat, they run 5.99. They just score enough to beat you. Why run a 5 flat when you ran a 6 flat and exert all that extra energy? I can save that for later on. And Pat has done just enough. The defense has been great, but Pat does just enough in the end to beat you. Now he got his horses back. If they start scoring 42 and the defense is playing like this, people got problems, don't they?
I mean, we're not talking about 3 in a row. We're talking about 4 in a row.
But that's what I'm saying.
We're talking about 5.
If they start scoring high numbers now, hell, they went up to Buffalo and they lost the game, but they were right there at the end. What if they could score more points now? And their defense plays just a little better because in that game, defense was on the field a lot.
Well, and this is the thing that, people talk about this past Sunday with Washington, and you talk about it with Kansas City and say, well, they get lucky all the time. You got to be in the position for the breaks to fall your way. Sometimes it's going to go that way. You talk about drops happen in football. Guys get hurt. That's not luck. It's football.
Unlucky people are those who don't do what they need to do to make sure that they give themselves an opportunity to have a chance to win.
Absolutely.
Lucky people are those who give themselves that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, the reason they're lucky is they're in every ball game. You look at Washington, how many times did they have a Devontae Smith drop, but it didn't matter because they're down by 4 touchdowns?
Yeah.
Like, it happens all the time, but when you're in it, things go your way.
I just got this text, this thing on social media with this, all the Eagles fans are saying, way to beat a backup quarterback.
They won a Super Bowl with a backup.
No. This guy sent this thing in. It is the funniest thing in the world. where if you look at the amount of backup quarterbacks that they have played over the years here in Washington, it's about 20 to 30 people.
I mean, heck, the starting quarterbacks here were backup quarterbacks. So, I mean, they
Crazy,
were playing
man.
Taylor Heineke a couple of times. He's a backup quarterback. Number 2 on the list is Detroit Lions. I don't think any shock there. Philly drops from 1 down to 3. Buffalo's at 4. Minnesota's at 5. I'm curious, how real of a threat do you think they are? Is it something where, they're a really good football team, they get into it, and then they fold when they face a good team? But, I mean, Sam Darnold's played really well. Kevin O'Connell's been spectacular.
See, that's the thing that troubles me. Kevin O'Connell has played, has been great. Sam Darnold has been very, very good. But he's had them little hiccups
Yeah.
and his defense, backs him up. When they get in the playoffs, every team you're playing is good. Will the defense be enough to overcome some of his hiccups? Because, listen, even people that are supporting Sam Darnold right now, they're probably going in their bathroom saying, they doing the rosary and they giving the trilogy, dropping on their knees because, God, when is he going to wake up? Because when you haven't been that for such a long time, people don't believe you could keep doing it.
No, until you prove me wrong, right? Until you prove, and he might, but that defense also
That's all the
scares
backup
me.
quarterbacks that they played.
Yeah, it looks like it's a jersey collection of like 30 plus. Yeah, exactly right. That's what Philly's been playing. But with Minnesota, Brian Flores and that defense is intriguing to me. I don't know that I want to face them because they run a very unique
Flores
style.
is a damn good coach, bro.
He's incredible. And you talked about this earlier about like analytics and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We talk all the time about innovation on the offensive side, right? We remember last year when they were running the cheetah motion down to Miami and these different things. There's hardly ever innovation on the defensive side, it feels like. Brian Flores is doing that this year. He did it last year with that defense. He's got the guys to do it. So they're running different stuff that you just don't see anyone else run.
In this day and age, if you can affect what an offense does on a regular basis like he's done this year, that shows that if we start talking about coach of the year, we got to stop just thinking it got to be the head coach all the time.
Yeah.
That D coordinator right there is doing as much for that team. He is having more of an impact than Kevin O'Connell right now this year.
Well, and
Think
by the
about
way, I mean, for as little as it feels like the Chiefs are getting the credit that they deserve for 14-1, the Vikings are 13-2, and no one views them as real.
Because of their quarterback.
13-2, and they don't get viewed as real.
We either overhype you or underhype you based off of your quarterback.
Number 6 is Baltimore. Number 7, Green Bay. 8, Pittsburgh. Number 9, we finally get to Washington, just above Houston, who's at 10.
Wasn't Washington 8 last week?
They were 10 last week, according to this one. I think maybe this is a little different one than we usually look at, but regardless, Washington up to 9 here. I think that's about right. The reality is they've still only beat one really good team, and that was a heck of a win to beat the Eagles last week. But
there were teams that they beat and that had winning records at the time.
Sure.
When they beat them.
And you don't want to take anything. I'm not trying to take anything away, but like Pittsburgh's ahead of them. They lost to Pittsburgh. Green Bay, they haven't played Green Bay, but Baltimore beat them. I think it's about right. And this is a top 10 football team. I think the reality is this, when you look overall at this team, are they going to be better than anyone they face in the playoffs on paper? Probably not.
But those people better bring that heart with them.
That's absolutely right, because they're going to have a chance because they got the quarterback and the way that they've been able to be coached up and play and the game plans they put together. They're going to have a shot against anybody, even if the other team is more talented. So I think it's about right where they're at. And frankly, I don't want
talent does. Talent gets you ahead of teams analytically. And then when you play the game, you still got to play.
V-Mitch is taking it on the analytics nerds today. But I think when you look at, where this team has gotten to, I don't want to do this too early because I feel like this is something we can have this discussion, late January if they've been knocked out, or even into February if they have a nice playoff run. But would you have thought we're coming on Christmas tomorrow and they'd be in the top 10 in the power rankings?
No, I wouldn't have thought. Well, I actually said 9-8, 10-7. That was my goal. I mean, my prediction at the beginning of the year.
Well, and after we heard the Tutu thing, we all wanted
And then
11-6 at minimum.
because I thought they were going to be 10-7, I put the 11 and said Tutu. and I think every person I know in this town is cheering for the Tutu.
Absolutely, we are. And we promise, B. Mitch, it's all about the football team.
Y'all just want to embarrass the hell out of me. But you know what? I love this team so much. I don't care about being embarrassed. I won't be embarrassed. You know what? I laugh along with this stuff.
Absolutely.
Who cares? Listen.
And it's just,
I'll get me a nice little margarita or something. No, I'm going to go to Hurricane and I'm going to just walk with my tutu.
It's been just such a special season for them to be where they're at. You look at some of the other teams, notables. You got the Chargers at 11, the Rams at 12, the Broncos, they're at 13. The team you're going to face this upcoming week, Atlanta. I want to talk a little bit about them in our next segment, but they rank 14th. Curious, how good or do you think the Penix move improves them? I don't know that it does.
Well, I would say this. The one thing that people that like Kirk don't like to say about Kirk is not going to do the risky passes, which makes you a great quarterback when you complete them.
Correct.
He's going to err on the side of caution. And when you lose arm strength, you can't drive off your back leg, which messes up your arm strength.
Yeah.
And you won't take those chances. Now you're a sitting duck. I think Penix helps because he has a more lively
big time
and stronger arm. And then on top of it, they figured it out like this. Look, we already signed a deal, but we're not giving them any extra money. They are thinking about releasing him because they got a $10 million bonus coming up. So he's going to get that 100. But he won't be getting 110, 115.
Yeah, and I think to your point, if Kirk is going to play conservative, he's still turning the ball over. Like you can't play conservative and turn the ball over.
That is because his arm strength is not what it used to be.
It's true.
I'm going to tell you, when I watched him play here in Washington against Green Bay, it was windy as hell. He threw that ball through the wind better than Aaron Rodgers did.
That game was incredible.
Yeah.
42-24.
He's not that
Sunday night
anymore.
game. He's not. He's not. And
not that.
I mean, it's the injuries and whatnot. We'll talk more about the Falcons. Are you worried at all about the Falcons on Sunday? We'll give you our thoughts next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NFL playoffs are almost here, but it's not too late to get in on the regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up a W. Not only can you bet on who will win the game, but FanDuel also has bets for which player will score a touchdown, how many points each team will score, and so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. This way, you'll be all set for the biggest games of the year. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. Big week potentially for the Commanders. They can wrap up finally that playoff spot with a win Sunday night against the Atlanta Falcons. Commanders head into this a 4-point favorite. Final home game of the season this weekend. Again, flex to Sunday Night Football, so 8:20 kickoff for the Commanders. Close to that playoff spot now. That's a 8:20 kickoff in Landover. We'll find out more later in the week about defensive back Marshawn Latimore dealing once again with an injured hamstring. Monday Night Football, Packers pounding the Saints 34-zip. Green Bay with that win clinches a playoff spot. Christmas Day doubleheader tomorrow. Chiefs at Pittsburgh. Then the late game, Baltimore-Houston. The Chiefs and Steelers, 1 p.m. That game here on 106.7 The Fan. Caps were beaten by Boston 4-1 last night. Caps hit the holiday break, a point behind New Jersey in the Metro Division. And NBA, of course, the Wizards lose again, 4-23 for the Wizards now, falling to Oklahoma City, 123-105. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. Jeff, I want to ask you a question real quick. So we have the candidates for Rookie of the Week. Jaden, Brian Thomas, Bo Nix, Brock Bowers, Caleb Williams, Bucky Irving. Who do you think's going to win Rookie of the Week?
To be honest, all I heard was Jaden, blah, 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 blah. And you know who it's going to be.
That's exactly
the fan
right.
base going to show up,
won
baby.
again?
Well, he's going to. He hadn't yet, but he's going to win Rookie of the
So that
Week
would be
again.
his 10th this
That'd be
year.
his 10th.
Calling all Washington fans, unite.
Hands down.
That'd be his
But
10th.
you
That'd be
know,
a record.
and, like, I know JP had made the comment that, he didn't care who won the Rookie of the Year. And it's not nothing because, you know what? It's not how you start, it's how you finish. A lot of people have had great rookie years and didn't have better years afterwards. But do you suspect that he wouldn't?
Yeah.
Doesn't
He feels
doesn't he
sustainable.
seem like the guy that is only going to get better? Because I love when I see young guys come into this league that are not amazed at just being in the league.
Yeah.
They want to be damn good in this league. Too many guys get happy, get that little silver ass medallion, NFL medallion, and they think they've arrived. It's easy to get drafted. It's easy to get cut too. And a lot of people that's been drafted got cut. A lot of people that were not drafted end up making it and have long, sustained years because they're hungry. Still the second pick of the first round and still is that damn hungry.
It's something that I discounted when he was coming out of college. I discounted the fact that people talked about, I want a quarterback or I want someone that's gone through stuff and has learned stuff. And I kind of discounted like, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But think about the reality of where he was. He was at Arizona State.
Yeah.
He was just as talented as Arizona State as he was at LSU. There's no question about that. But he wasn't as good because he wasn't putting in the work. He learned that lesson in college. How many guys have that happen in the NFL, right? Where they get drafted, they're doing what you're talking about. They're not putting in the effort. And then all of a sudden, this second overall pick is a cast off by year 3, year 4, year 5.
It happens.
Jaden learned that in college.
yeah.
And so he came in with that work ethic. I think it's valuable. I think it's why you're seeing him take that step week after week after week because he's continuing to put in that work.
Toby, is very much like life. So when I first got drafted, I was a renegade. And people
not you, B. Mitch.
People on this team will tell you. Darryl Green would let you know. Charles Mann, they'll tell you that B. Mitch was different. But I also was a guy who I want to prove you wrong. And so whenever someone told me what I shouldn't be doing, I'm like, okay, what did you do that you overcome? What did you do that you overcame? So if you're telling me I can stop this and I can get to where you are, and you got a story, I'll follow your story. Like you go to church, the testimony.
Yeah.
If you don't have a testimony, get the hell out of my face. Because if you tell me you've been perfect all your life and you've been at that point, I am going to disappear from you because that's a lie. Everybody got to go through something. So in football, when you watch this young dude who left Arizona State, went to LSU, and ascended, okay?
Yes.
He left a weaker conference, went to the toughest conference in sports, and went straight up. Why? Because he started to work. And he was, think about this virtual reality stuff. The first quarterback we've ever heard that was doing it. Now every school is getting it for all their players.
There are going to be a lot more people doing that.
So, and then I'll go one step further. When he was coming out, I would hear people talk about his mom and his parents, like in a sense, like they kind of overbearing. And I'm like, have y'all talked to that kid? Whoever raised him, they're not overbearing. There are people that give a damn about their child.
Yeah.
And if you listen to him and watch him, and I've had a chance to talk with his mom and meet his dad in what's called with Santana in Arizona. That dude was raised right. You know what I'm saying? He was absolutely raised right. So what I'm learning now is like people like to start narratives just because it sounds good. This is a guy who went through some toughness. As he said when he was giving away the bikes to the kids over at Raising Cane's, he was raised a certain way. He had to go through some tough times.
Yeah.
He hadn't always been Jaden Daniels, the smooth dressed kid with money. He had to struggle for some time. So he went through it from being a little kid. So the dude understand work. And I was wondering, where did he get the work ethic from? Pops. Where did he get his charisma from? Moms. So you get stuff from your people, but, you know, this media world, we find or we hear and we run because facts are no longer a concern. People hear and run because that's what social media is. If you really start digging, dude been through some stuff. He fights, and he's proving it to us every day.
Earlier, you called him charismatic, and I think he's a great leader because of that. But he also cares so much about the game, and really, it seems like nothing else, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't see this dude doing extra stuff, and when he is doing extra stuff, it's giving bikes away from Raising Cane's, right? Like, it's sign my quarterback to do that up all day versus going and doing extra stuff that isn't necessary.
You know, Cody, Toby. I'm calling you Cody now. But Toby, I think like this. I have gone through this life these guys are trying to go through. And I hear people outside of the actual players. Oh, man, they shouldn't be doing it. They shouldn't be doing that. And it's kind of like a slap in the face. Like, you work your ass off to become something. You should be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor, too. And if a guy doesn't, fine. But if a guy, I remember some people were trying to post that he had gone to a Wale concert. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
You know, if you go to a Kiss concert or anything else, who cares? He went to a concert. He has that right. Well, he shouldn't do this. I played. I put in work. And believe me, people that hung out at the Ritz back in the day, DC Live, and you know all that stuff, Love, and I was right there with y'all, 3:30 to 4 o'clock in the morning. But if I had 7:30 workout, I was at that 7:30 workout, pushing myself like hell to get through it. So I just think that people got to stop making judgments based off of if someone does something that you may not do.
Yeah.
Because most guys in the league are 20, 21, up to about 30. You're going to tell that person with unlimited income in their pocket that they got to just sit at home to impress your thoughts? Can't do that. You can't do that.
It's true. It's true. I wish I knew what that was like, 26 with an unlimited income. I really wish I knew what that was like. But I think, too, I didn't watch a whole lot. There was the documentary series on Amazon Prime following some of the LSU athletes last year, talking about NIL. It was a big thing before the season. They followed Jaden around. I didn't watch much of it, admittedly, but the first episode kind of told me all I needed to know. Jaden goes, I ain't worried about NIL. If it fits in my schedule, great. I'll take an extra cash. I'm gonna get my bag in the NFL. I ain't worried about all this extra stuff. And it feels like he's still that same way. I'm gonna earn my money through my contracts, through my work, through getting paid as a quarterback and being a great quarterback. If I get endorsements along the way, fine. If it means, but I'm not taking away from my game.
Yeah.
And I think that's to your point. There's nothing wrong with enjoying your life because you should, right? I mean, like you said, you worked your tail off to get to the NFL. There's nothing wrong with living your life. There's nothing wrong with being an endorsement. I mean, heck, the best quarterback in the NFL right now is in a commercial you see every single Sunday, right?
Sunday, every day.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter that you're doing that, but you also have to keep the main thing. And I have no worries about Jaden Daniels doing that.
That to me, I speak about, we had a guy here, Devin Thomas. I think Devin Thomas wanted to be a model. He was a receiver.
Yep.
One of the third-round draft pick that Vinny Serrato chose. He chose 3 people in the third round. They were all receivers in the same year. Fred Davis was a tight end. Him and one, I forgot the other.
Was it Malcolm Kelly?
Yeah, bam. He ended up in Fantasia's video. And everybody said, oh, man. I say, bro, if he don't keep doing his first job good, he will not be in no more videos.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't think I've seen him on a football field or in a video since.
I haven't heard the name Devin Thomas in years.
So I have the first job mentality. If your first job you're doing is great, you should have the luxury of enjoying everything that comes from it. But if you start making your second job bigger than your first job, you lose all of them. What Jaden Daniels is doing and what Patrick Mahomes has done, what Michael Jordan did.
Yes.
Okay. What Tiger Woods did, Jack Nicklaus, what those guys did, they were so exceptional at their job, they probably were able to pick what they wanted to do. They didn't have to accept everything. Most people have to accept whatever's offered. Jaden Daniels, on the other hand, is going to be able to pick because he puts so much work in. And that is the one thing I think people have to realize. I don't give a damn what college you go to or whatever. If you're not putting in the work, it's going to catch up with you at one time or another.
And another thing, too, that I think impressed me right away was, just being out of training camp, remembering who's one of the dudes that he gravitated towards right away? Bobby Wagner.
Yeah.
He understood that I'm a rookie. Let's go learn from the dude that has the most experience out here. Let's end on the other side of the ball, right? To kind of figure out, talk strategy, but also to understand how to be a professional. JP was talking about it last week, how, the locker room gets quiet and Jaden and Bobby Wagner arguing about the NBA. They have that camaraderie and understanding, almost like like a brotherhood, right? Yeah. Inside that locker room that allows him to continue to stay grounded and grow. And I think building that relationship in that locker room, he's not worried about doing other stuff. He wants to be there for his brothers on Sunday and help them out and help them to victory.
The beginning of the season, before they named him the starting quarterback, everybody was concerned about Dan Quinn not naming him the starting quarterback. And when they asked him the question at that press conference, he said, I don't care when they name me the starter. I'm not going to stop doing what I'm doing right now. I'm going to keep working. And I think that's what people don't get. It's not about when somebody, if you're just working to be named a starter, that's your end result. You're going to stop working. The dude wants to be the best to ever play the damn game. So that's just a little part of his story. He's not going to quit. I had this lady send me a thing, say her husband had lost his job. And he's an outgoing person who he normally is very, very fun-loving. Don't let nothing stop him. But he was worried about reinventing himself. Like, dog, you've been who you've been all your life. So I did a little cameo. I wanted to do a cameo. I said, you've been who you've been all your life. Why you gonna quit now? This is just another those little road bumps, speed bumps, another speed bump in your life. After you get to a certain age, you don't want to reinvent yourself. Guess what you gotta do? You gotta rededicate yourself and go through it. So and I hope he enjoys the message. Because it's not about reinventing. You are a worker. You've been a worker. You've done it for 60. Why are you going to stop now? Do it for another 20, 30, 40, 50, whatever it's going to be, what God give you.
Yeah.
But the ultimate thing is I can give a damn what the person on this earth tell me. Because I know I was given something special early. And the reason I got to where I wanted to get, not because I had people always, hey, come and push along. No. My dad asked me at 6, what you want to do? I told him. He woke my ass up at 5:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, and had me go run up and down the street, up and down the levee. And it became a habit of mine. And it helped me get where I wanted to go. It wasn't that he had to wake me up. Once he asked me, I told him. He led me for a few weeks, and then I started doing it on my own. It happened.
That's Brian Mitchell. I'm Toby Altizer. We'll wrap up B. Mitch and Finley next. Final couple minutes here. B-Mitch and Finley on Christmas Eve. Toby Altizer in for JP. Been a lot of fun hanging out with you guys today. Hopefully you all have a great Christmas. I asked B-Mitch, Jeff, Lampley, got any big plans for tomorrow? Anything big for Christmas Day?
My Christmas dedicated to my nieces and nephews now.
I love
After he's late to my house, to have me do something for him.
It sounds about right. It sounds about right.
Can you imagine? They called me. They said, "Hey, bro, I'm running late." Okay. And I had like, I expected this. Man, I left the turkey.
In my defense, I made sure
you getting the turkey fried. Take your family. How the hell you leave the turkey?
I was
Because
trying
he
to
had the
make
big
it on
turkey in the
time.
car himself.
I was trying to make it on time.
That's highly likely about it. Right? Highly likely that he was on his way out and left it by highly likely. Let's get the herd of here first.
Bad. No, not bad. Oh, I'm not bad because I'm not going to be here tomorrow. So you're not giving me stuff.
None of us are going to be here tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Right. Well, I'm not going to be here Thursday. And so I'm not bad.
So B-Mitch is out. I guess we can include the Christmas Day games, right? We're not going to be here tomorrow?
Anybody can be here tomorrow.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody. So
Everybody.
let's just say
Let's just start on
we
Thursday.
take the past this week. We'll be back afterwards.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad idea.
We're going to do our last show of the season. Is it going to be Friday?
Yeah, last show of the year for you guys.
Right.
Is it Friday? No, is it the 30th? So next Monday?
Monday. So Monday is the day we do our food and all things, man. We're doing food and drink.
Food and drinks.
Yeah.
Food and drinks.
Yeah. So that tuxedo to our bunch if y'all want.
A tux?
I'm lying. Just wear something black and white. Act like it's a new year. We're going to have fun that day.
Well, and you know what? B-Mitch can wear a tutu.
Yes. B-Mitch can wear his tutu on
B-Mitch
Monday.
can wear a tuxedo with a tutu on Monday is what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. What do you think? What do you think for this Falcons game? Like, if we're not going to do some bets here, what do you think for the Falcons game? Just a quick look ahead. What's the key to beating Atlanta on Sunday?
Key to beating them is making it hard on Bijan and put all the pressure on Michael Penix. And when you flip it over offensively, you have to be able to run the football against them. If you run the football against them effectively, and I'm saying the traditional way, our running backs, it'll be easy for us to go out there and Jaden have the game that we want him to have.
Yeah, I think so. Jeff, what you got?
I know this is going to sound real cliche.
Because you're full of.
We just have to outscore them, bro. We need at least 30.
Oh my God!
No. Listen,
Where did you pull that from?
Listen.
We got to score more than the other team.
Where did you pull that from, man?
I need us to have a offensive soiree, dog. Because I don't know, man. It's just something about rookie quarterbacks, dog. And it's not like he don't have no weapons around him. We don't really
We have a
know.
rookie quarterback too.
Yeah.
He's got weapons. I think the key is Michael Penix is not a mobile guy, so get after him.
Look, I'm
Get
just
after
sorry,
him.
y'all. I haven't bought it that we are the team that things don't happen against us yet.
Man, you got to put that in
I just haven't bought that yet.
I'm about to tweet that. Jeff Walker, if you have to beat them, score more points than them.
Yeah, what's your key to victory? Outscore him.
I don't got Michael Penix putting up 30 points against us, but I got us putting up 30 points against the Falcons.
I want to see Frankie Louvu or someone hit Penix early on in that first quarter, and then you'll feel good about your chances of winning. Appreciate all the people that joined the program today. Appreciate all the callers. Barstool Nate, appreciate him joining us at 11.
Yeah.
Appreciate AJ Perez joining us to talk about the RFK bill. Appreciate Landfill for flipping me the bird, and appreciate Jeff for doing all the whatever Jeff does. Appreciate Jeff.
Have a Merry Christmas, everybody.
Have a Merry Christmas. Grant and Danny up next.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update driven by the Ted Brett Automotive Group, home of Ted Brett for life. Commanders have 2 games now to get it done, 10-5 after the thrilling win over Philly Sunday. It is a happy holidays for Commanders fans as Washington is in position now to clinch the final NFC wildcard spot with a win Sunday night football against Atlanta. Commanders would also clinch a spot if either Tampa Bay or Seattle loses once over the next couple of weeks. Still a chance as well to catch Green Bay for the number 6 seed in the NFC. Packers clinched a playoff spot last night with their 34-0 win over New Orleans on Monday Night Football. A little bit different schedule in Ashburn this week. Of course, with Christmas tomorrow, they'll get the day off, so the install day is today, and then full work on Thursday, heading into Sunday Night Football, 8:20 kickoff in Landover. Commanders a 4-point favorite, and we'll keep an eye on the injury concern this week. Defensive back Marshawn Latimore dealing once again with a injured hamstring. Capitals beaten by Boston 4-1 Monday night, so the Caps hit the holiday break a point behind New Jersey in the Metropolitan Division. NBA Wizards lose to Oklahoma City last night, 123-105. For 65 years, Ted Brett has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Brett Ford Fairfax, Ted Brett Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Brett Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Brett for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage, just a click away at tedbrett.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5 Stars Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Merry Christmas, one and all. Christmas Eve here it is Christmas Eve, right?
Christmas Eve,
right?
Dan.
Yeah, it is. Okay. That's
making
Noel
sure.
Willingham. I was wrong. I thought I was solo today. I am very pleased to see you, my friend.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas
Eve.
They say Happy Christmas in Britain.
Mhm.
It's weird because you're like Merry Christmas. That's what we do. They go, oh, Happy Christmas. I'm like, okay.
Christmas should be happy.
Are you making fun of me because you can tell I'm American? I was like, what's going on there? Oh, Happy Christmas.
That would be very rude.
Happy Christmas. So, Danny Rouillet, Willingham, no GP. He is off for Christmas. I'll be off later in the week. We're just doing kind of a trade, bit of an exchange. Got a good program for you guys today. We have a couple Christmas traditions that I like to do here on the radio program. So folding Linnell into that, we will do those. So I've got the all request impression line.
Love that.
That we're going to do in the 5 o'clock hour. Speaking of the 5 o'clock hour, Austin Eckler will join us. So it's Eckler, serious, good football conversations into stupid, frivolous nonsense.
I can't wait.
So it's a balance. It's different things on the radio.
Do I get to make a request?
Absolutely.
Love that.
So you want
Love that.
right now? Show people how it works. What do you want,
Danny? Give me Deion Sanders trying to convince Shador that the Giants are the organization for him.
Now, there's one opportunity here is obvious. Hold on now. Not Travis Hunter, but for Shador, he got to go to the Giants. He's going to have to do it. He's going to have to go to the Giants because hold on, baby girl. We're going to fire Shane. We're going to fire Dabo. I'm going to coach it. Go to the Giants. Go to the Giants. That's where it's going. The Giants. Talk about the Giants.
Dad, I don't want you to be my coach no more.
Tough. And that's how we'll do it. That's the 5 o'clock hour.
Love that.
We've got plenty of other stuff that we do. I always do this on Christmas as well, 3 o'clock hour. It's the season of giving, blah, blah, blah. What's the best gift you've ever gotten? Wow. We'll do that at 3. I always have a little thing planned. Darius helps me with it. But speaking of Darius, he's here. Max Kleber is here. Should we go Scherzer or Kleber? I think Kleber's better, more of an obscure white NBA player.
I think it's Maxi Kleber, though.
Yeah, but it's like he goes by Max.
He goes by Max.
short.
Okay.
Right? You like that one?
Yeah. I say stick with the Kleber.
It's
always better when it's somebody obscure.
Like I feel like that's it. Look, if his name, like, imagine if Brian Scalabrine was a little shorter and named Max. Max Kleber is here. Boom. There we have it. Have you seen those? I know we're off the rails already. Have you seen those YouTube videos where Brian Scalabrine finds all the people that are bleep talking him online?
I have not seen
goes,
that, but it's probably amazing.
Come play one-on-one and catch it. Because like he's like not a great NBA player. Like that's part of your shtick. Played in the association, man.
Exactly.
Like
would cook us.
Yeah. And then like D1 guys, like the other day he beat some 7-footer who didn't quite make it in the league, is probably playing in Europe, beat him like 12 or like 11-6. Just funny to me. But yeah, really good stuff.
throughout the show today. So remember, 5 o'clock hour, Austin Eckler. Terrible last night for sports. The Monday Night Football game, I'm going to get into that in a second. Caps lost.
Which is tough. Feels like a foreign thing nowadays, right?
It was gross, too. They hockey happened, obviously. Boston's good. It's not like they're a joke, but a number of times, like, you missed some opportunities. They had that 5-minute major, couldn't score on it. As soon as that happened, you go, okay, that feels like you squandered it. Caps lose. Wiz lost, nothing new there. They were competitive, fine by me. Some of the kids did some nice things. But Monday Night Football stunk. And I got a little Kurt Angle I want to throw at you, Linnell. Yesterday or last night is
open. I think the NFC is wide open. Green Bay played Detroit super tough when they played them the first time, or both times rather. And I feel like that was probably my bigger takeaway is, yes, the Saints stink. And we all know that, but Green Bay's legit, man. Green Bay's legit.
I think both are true. And that's kind of my point is what it looks like when you're legit and another team is awful and playing out the string. Atlanta versus the Giants.
Yeah.
Green Bay versus the New Orleans. I said the New Orleans, weirdly. Green Bay versus the New Orleans. You know them. This is the team, right? When a team is garbage and not close, it's Detroit and Chicago.
Right.
Chicago played Detroit within a score on Thanksgiving. That Chicago team is dead.
Yeah.
They got Hail Married, and they're and Hail Mary since, right? They can't manage a clap, let alone anything else. It's turned into a disaster. Look at the Jets. I know they were fairly close with the Rams, who didn't play their A game, but the Jets were never a threat to win that football game. And that's kind of my point. This time of year, you could pretend in October, November, Christmas week, if you're garbage, the whole world knows it. You know it. Yeah, it's gonna be smelly. You're basically trying to put something on tape so that you can get your next job.
Right.
And it's not about us, and there's just a level that you can't approach. So that's kind of my point here. Now, put that aside. Washington beat Philadelphia. Yesterday, I was shot out of a cannon. I made an ass of myself to start the show. I was trash talking everybody. I don't know who I was yelling at specifically, but it just was so excited.
You were hype, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
That's allowed.
I think I started the show with the phrase, Darius, correct me if I'm wrong on this. You were there. When you hear Hall & Oates, that's your ass.
I saw you tweet that, actually.
Yeah.
I believe that was the headline written up on the 1067 The Fan website.
And I first saw the headline. I went, who said that? And I did. Now, again, I'm still very happy, still very pleased. I've calmed down a little bit now. I've moved my, oh my God, I can't believe that happened hat.
Yeah.
I put that down. I had a lot of fun wearing it. I'm now kind of into the, okay, what happened? Let's learn, let's figure some stuff out thing. Diving into this game, less reactionary, more analytical. Dude, I still can't freaking believe it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Like, I haven't heard your take on it. I'd love to get it. Like, explain it to me. No, you see what I'm saying? We all watched it. Everybody's listening now. Appreciate you guys checking out the show. We'll be here. You can watch us on the YouTube page, by the way, 1067 The Fan. YouTube, shout out to the stream. Some good comments in there already, like, hey, your audio's not working, which was awesome.
I love when the comments do that.
Well,
That's
the comments
my
are
favorite
out. The comments fixed it. So, like, I always think the comment section is a positive place where good stuff happens.
For sure.
Right? Anyway, the point of the dude's story is I'm watching this game play out, feeling so negative. It never felt like it was actually going to work out. There are a couple moments where you go, maybe, but I've been punched in the face so many times on maybes. The 4th and 11 where Jaden Daniels scrambles for 20-plus yards, leaves several people that he couldn't escape from when they played a month ago.
Ironic, right?
Right, yeah, right. Where he had Nakobe Dean one-on-one. This is the game in Philly on Thursday. Has Dean one-on-one with momentum and space and just kind of sort of does a juke like I would do when I have good ideas of a juke.
Well, yeah.
Tuesday night basketball, and then kind of end up drifting to my right and then just sort of falls down. That's what I would do. He's better than me. He's more athletic than I am.
For sure.
And he showed it when he's leaving guys, knee ligaments in the stands and jock straps on the ground. Crazy. You go, okay, he's incredible. So when that first happened, I go, well, maybe, right? And then, a number of things happened. We know how it ended. I still can't explain it though. Do your best. What
Sunday,
was that?
Sunday was a game where one team, I would say, was a little bit more desperate than the other when it actually came down to it. Now, there's obviously the caveat of Jalen Hurts going out, but the one thing I stick to from the Washington side of things, and it's going to sound cliche and people are going to be annoyed, they don't fight. I mean, they don't quit, rather.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what the set of circumstances are, they're going to give you maximum effort. And because I am a younger Commander fan, I can name you off the top of my head 4 or 5 different seasons where you're down 21-7 and the team just quits the rest of the way. That's what I appreciate about this group. So I'll start with that. Effort was tremendous. I gave him a 30% chance to win going into the game. But I think what happened in real time as we were watching this, it was a team that had their confidence built based off of an injury. And I'm gonna circle it and highlight it for what it is. I know people are gonna get annoyed and say, "Oh, you can't blame Jalen Hurts going down. They would have won the game anyway." You have no clue. I look at after that Saquon Barkley run, and Kenny Pickett's in at this point, but there was like something that a light switch that switched with, I don't know if it's Joe Witt with the play calling or the guy's mentality. They shut down Saquon Barkley in a way that I did not think they were capable of.
It was like a 22 carry for 49 yards the rest of the way. After the initial 100 million yards in the first quarter, yeah.
So, one, I'm thinking, well, are there things you could take from that moving forward? But we'll get to that in a second. But in real time, as you're watching it, like you said, I never thought it was actually going to happen until it actually happened, is the best way that I can put it. Your play was the Jaden Daniels 4th down run that really got you. For me, when they were backed up deep in their own territory and he throws the deep ball to Diami, I said, oh, these are the boys I know. They really have a shot in this thing. I just continue to be impressed by the quarterback, man. And the coordinator, too. Both of them, Joe Witt Jr. and Cliff Kingsbury. For all of the people out there that said Washington's offense had fell off of a cliff, no pun intended. Do you realize that against the league's best defense, Danny Rouillet, Cliff Kingsbury consistently schemed open Jamison Crowder, Olamide Zaccheaus.
Yeah, it was a take-a-bow game.
Should be retired Zach Ertz. Like, his ability to get guys open. Now, Jaden made some tremendous one-of-one throws, obviously, but it felt like more of your typical, he's just finding the open guy. Key is open guy. His ability to scheme guys open against the league's best defense, I think, is super impressive. I feel like on the defensive side of the football, their ability to, I think it was 13 points off the 5 turnovers in total. Like, it didn't really bust them up the way that it should. Give a ton of credit to that group. And then you saw, while it wasn't perfect, right? He had some PI penalties. You saw the impact of having that legitimate shutdown corner. I don't know the exact numbers, but just from a gut feel standpoint, tell me if you agree. It felt like they zero blitzed more than they had all year long and were just willing to live with the results. They pressured the hell out of Kenny Pickett to the point where it makes you go, oh, yeah, we're able to do that because Marshawn Lattimore's on the perimeter, because you trust Mikey Sanders still in man-to-man coverage.
Well, you're not going to do that in a week where you're facing, I don't know, you pick someone that's good, right? You can, they've had feeding frenzy games like that against Carolina, against Tennessee, against Arizona when they couldn't get out of their own way for whatever reason. Arizona's played better since then. But I think you're right to a degree. It gave you confidence. Now, whether it was a banner game for Latimore, and we don't know the extent of the injury at this
that's
point.
What scares the hell out of me.
It's a huge concern for me going forward. And again, I'm kind of back down to reality here for a second. But there are two things I want to get into that you just said.
Mm-hmm.
One, the good. I can't tell you how many times I roll my eyes now just at the cycle of football coverage. I'm not blaming any one person, the new person on the beat or the old person on the beat that's done this. There's a rhythm to it where you now live this, as you and I do, where our fortunes quite literally are tied to what the team does.
Yeah.
So you become a bit more cynical, you become a bit more jaded. It's just the nature of it, right? If all you did was, not worry about it for 6 months and then tune into the football season, you develop mentally healthier when it comes to your relationship with this squad. For so many years, it was doomed because of the structure, but whatever. But I can't read the best shape of his life article anymore. I can't read the he hired a private chef article anymore.
Yeah.
I can't believe he took up yoga to work on flexibility. I can't read this is the time that Curtis Samuel's going to be healthier than ever. I just can't do it because of how many times I read it about Malcolm Kelly. I read it about Curtis Samuel. I've read those same things for decades. I just can't do it anymore. Again, I'm not blaming any one person. They're doing the news cycle. They're doing the best they can to this 365 league. They're filling content. The same way I can't do I'm up here giving you a platitude. We're going to bring it. Name me the defensive coordinator that in his opening press conference is like, we're probably going to be passive.
Yeah.
We're going to back off. We're going to let teams dictate to us what we do.
Doesn't exist, Danny.
And we hope maybe to bring guys to the ground, but we don't want to commit any penalties and just hope that we can bend but don't break. Every defensive coordinator said the same thing. And they win the opening press conference. Every coach has talked about the same messaging. It goes in one ear and out the other to me. In fact, I'm cynical about it. It irritates me, and it shouldn't. I recognize that this is a me problem. I'm going somewhere with this, I promise. This is a long buildup to say all of the normal things that to me are cliched, eye-roll worthy, come on, they're actually doing.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know what the secret sauce is. If I did, they should bottle it, and let's all buy an island and retire. Put our feet as the... Whatever they're doing and however they're getting guys to buy in, this is how it manifests itself. Think of this game, yes. Think about the Dallas game. They are hot, buttered garbage for 97% of that game. But they're not quitting. It's not because they didn't fight back and they had a chance with an extra point to tie the damn thing with moments to go. And now it all fell apart. I'm aware of that. It sucked. And I'm not saying it's fun, but it wasn't because they rolled over and died.
Yeah.
It wasn't because they rolled over in this game either. As bad as that start was, as good as Philadelphia is, now I know, again, it changes. I'm with you. When Jalen Hurts goes out, it might be too deflating if he's there and you think you got him and he picks another hole and runs for 15 and it's another first down and then he RPOs you to death and then it's Barkley again, then it's Brown's turn and then it's Devontae Smith's turn and then it's Kenneth Gainwell's turn to add insult to insult. I understand all that. But the point of the dude's story is the rhetoric and the things that guys are saying at the podium actually are real this time, or at least they seem to be to this point.
And I'll be real with you, Danny. I was on their ass after the Tampa Bay game. Now, I know that's way, way premature, overreactionary, all adjectives people use to describe how I do this.
That's not who you are.
But I was emotional, Danny.
I know.
And can you blame me? All I heard all offseason was doing hard crap with good people, and they had it on T-shirts, bumper stickers, everything you can imagine, but we didn't see it at first. And I give Joe Witt and Dan Quinn a ton of credit. It's corny and cliche to us, but it's the straw that stirs the drink in that building. They have a genuine sense of belief that we can compete with anybody. So much so that Brian Robinson gets on the Sports Junkies this week, says, yeah, we're the better team. We should win the damn game. And, some people had a problem with it. I didn't. I don't think you would either. Former athlete, you understand what the hell are you supposed to say? That they're going to beat us? But I think to your point, like, for years now, we've had the same song and dance. It's been the same cliche stuff at the podium, and there was never any delivery on it. Not only is this group delivering on it, I think they're consistently getting better at what they're preaching and harping. Joe Witt Jr. says it every week, no matter if they give up 150 yards on the ground or 79. The play style is there. We run a hit. That's what we do. We run a hit. We run a hit. They're doing that at a really high level, and I think the combination of people that they have within the organization, damn the talent, the people, and their ability to get the most out of guys, I think that is really the driving force. Also, 5 is just a one-of-one type of.
He makes you right, yeah.
Makes you right, yeah.
Here's the second thing that you mentioned. There was a cynicism from a lot of folks about those of us, and I'm including myself here, that reference the Cliff. Okay.
Yes.
And like I remember we had Kevin Sheehan on who's like, well, you have to remember that Kyler Murray was hurt for a while, and Hopkins, what about Hopkins had a career year there, fade North Dakota State A&I as they play Mount Appalachian State Tech. They're getting 2.5 with the Sharps like Appalachian. Anyway, but like the idea that there haven't been drop-offs.
Yes.
And the only point of all of us saying, hey, there have been drop-offs over the years. Are there reasons for that? Probably. But the drop-offs are real. Look no further than adjustments getting made. See Philadelphia game number 1.
Yeah.
Terry McLaurin, left side, every time, 1 target or 2 targets, 1 catch, 10 yards. You can't score. Wrong. What's all we're asking for is an adjustment. What's he done since then? I don't know whether it was his self-imposed sabbatical in Thailand where he's doing God knows what, God knows who.
I'm about to say.
I don't know if it's at USC where he's watching other people. I don't know what it is. All I'm asking for is the adjustment.
Yeah.
And you know what he's done since then? Fine, pudgy idiot Danny Rouillet. But watch this. And he has done the thing that I've been desperate for, which is involve Terry McLaurin.
Yes.
He's been in the slot. He's been on the right. In fact, it was purposeful. After everybody was screaming about it, again, rightly, in my opinion, but whatever. The first play of the game, I can't remember which one it was.
Tennessee.
It was against Tennessee
to the right.
He's on the right. Here's a bubble screen. Shut up, Danny. Fine. Shut me up all day. My point isn't to say that it's always going to happen. My point was it has happened. I'm watching it happen now. It's like before the avalanche. You go, look, there's a couple things coming down the mountain. Look, right there. It's not an avalanche yet, but I see it. We should do something. Someone should do something. I don't know what you can do to stop an avalanche, but you see the point of what I'm trying to say.
Well, I'm big enough. I mean,
you just get in the way, just hold it up like Superman style. But I'm watching this thing start to happen.
Yeah.
Do something different, and he's done something different. That's what I admire. So you got the same brilliant concepts that got people open for the first 9 months or 9 weeks of the season. Now you add in allowing Terry McLaurin to take advantage of that too. Now they've had to sacrifice some stuff. They can't go as much tempo, which means everyone runs to the line. You get to the same spot. We can call it there. There's a push and a pull. There's nothing but trade-offs. I'm fine with that. My point is when it's not working and you beat your head against the wall and it's not Eckler, who's been injured for a while, it's not McLaurin. It's like, let's make sure Mohamed Zacchaeus, who's readily available for any team at any point in time to sign and have them be their 5th receiver, gets looks. Let's make sure we're running the ball into the line of scrimmage. No. You're best. But you mentioned something else I want to get to, and we're a little bit late here. Jaden Daniels is so special.
I mean, dude.
That's really what this is, right? There have been other really shrewd moves. Like, think about the fact that they let Montez Sweat go, traded him to Chicago, and his replacement, Dante Fowler, who makes $11, is going to have double-digit sacks. Something Sweat, I don't know that he ever did here. Maybe he did once.
Last year, technically.
But not here, not altogether
exactly.
Here. So, advantage Washington. There have been so many moves. They might have their left tackle of the future, Brandon Coleman, just as like, we'll just do it in the 3rd round. Watch this. Yeah. Amazing stuff. But it's Daniels. My question, I want your answer next. Ask these guys too, but I want you guys on the phones. 800-636-1067. We'll set it up. Well, what's the best thing about Jaden Daniels? We're in this giving time, this gratefulness time, the time of thankfulness, etc. I'm so grateful that he's here. I love him so much. I loved him before he got here. This is who I wanted in the draft. I argued for it for months and months and months. He's here. He's better than I ever imagined. He's incredible. What's the best thing about him? Pick any attribute. Accuracy, the playmaking ability, the fact that his hand never shakes, that he's joking around with the best player on the other team, Jalen Carter.
Annoyingly confident.
Yeah, like not with 9 seconds to go in a gotta have it moment, and he's like pointing and laughing at him, doing the Joe Montana, hey, look, it's John Candy bit, right? What's the best quality of Jaden Daniels? 800-636-1067. Christmas Eve edition here on The Fan. U.S. Nation. That's Biz Marquee, and
I
this
knew
is
that.
early 90s hip-hop. Now, Linnell, you're going to catch some shrapnel here. Tobias caught it yesterday. You're going to catch it today. You might be confused. For those of you tuning in, welcome. Grant and Danny show here on The Fan. Linnell's in for GP. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, yada, yada, yada. Happy Festivus to the rest of us. The last time Washington was this good, 10-5 in a season, was 1991. Therefore, we're playing old school early 90s hip-hop.
Great.
It's normally we'd be doing Christmas music, but that theme trumps the normal theme. You with me so far?
I agree.
Now, there's going to be a lot of 90s hip-hop for the rest of the show. You might be confused. You might be a little bewildered, okay? Because what you'll hear are the words.
Oh,
You see what I'm saying? Like, you're used to not words. You're used to muttering and mumbling and weird little beats that you can do on a Casio keyboard for like $11 at like a KB Toys.
So I take it you're not a Gunna fan.
No. What I like is
music.
Is hip hop. I'm a
The
fan.
hippity hop.
Yeah, from when it was awesome. Now, this is what normally happens when people get old like me and they talk to younger people. I understand this is the normal course of events, that new music is for the young. I'm just here to tell you this time, I'm right and you're wrong. You see what I'm saying? Not you personally, no, but kind of you.
Just time.
Like, yeah, usually it's like, oh, Dad, you don't get it. But it's sorry, we're not Bachman Turner Overdrive here. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, it's not Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. These are bands. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
But it's a whole new sound, Dad. There's punk rock, there's heavy metal, there's hard rock, there's everything in between. I got too much musical taste. Too much is good. You're just old and you don't get it. That's kind of where we are. But this time I'm right. And whereas my dad, his generation was wrong, I'm right about this.
I knew the song, though, by the way.
You did.
Funny story, I actually met Biz Marquee.
Did you really?
Bowie Town Center in like 2009. He was outside of the Champs, just casually walking around. It's a big dude.
And it was really Biz Marquee?
It was really
Was
Biz
it just
Marquee.
a big dude?
No,
That's
it was
awesome.
not just big black guy. It was Biz Marquee.
I'd have been steamed.
I've apparently Biz Marquee is a big Bowie guy.
Yes.
Because I used to work at the Best Buy in Bowie, and he would come into the Best Buy in Bowie regularly.
If you thought I was lying, Darius can
that's awesome.
I've definitely met Biz Marquee at Best Buy in Bowie several times.
People sleep on him in Men in Black, by the way. Where he's in the movie for only like one scene. You know what I'm talking about, Darius?
Men in Black.
And it's a movie. Will Smith, Tommy Lee Jones.
Will Smith.
This is tough. Trying to think of what derailed the show. Oh, it was that. Okay, so but he basically they're like the whole point is he's an alien and he has to like beatbox in a way that only he can because he's Biz Marquee.
Right.
And it was awesome. They got him for that. Anyway, a lot of hip hop throughout the show today. 800-636-1067. I promise to go back on the rails. Here it is. I'm grateful this holiday season for Jaden Daniels. This has been such a wild ride. It's been so much fun. As a point of reference, I get these odds from various sports books over and around America. And from, I believe it's Bet Online, Jaden Daniels is now such an overwhelming favorite for Offensive Rookie of the Year that all the bets are off the board. Does that make sense? In other words, they're not even going to let you bet on something stupid. They're like, listen,
he's clearly going to win.
He's clearly winning. Wow. So even if you wanted to waste your money on someone else, we're not letting you.
Okay.
Right? Because he's such a shoe.
It's very un-Vegas of Vegas.
Yeah. Well, it really is because there's no odd that they wouldn't lose money on by making it Jaden Daniels.
For sure.
That makes sense? Like if I bet $1, I'll still win 7 cents, but they got to pay that 7 cents out, right?
That makes sense.
Anyway, what are you most grateful for when it comes to Daniels? There's so many attributes and so many things that are wonderful. What is your favorite thing?
I'll be honest with you. Like, to me, and we're going to take calls on this. Danny will give his. We'll let the producers chime in. I think what I'm about to say, Danny Rouillet, is the number one thing we all should be happy about because it leads to everything else. If that young man didn't bust his ass the way that he did in the film room, the getting there at 5 a.m., doing all that stuff, we wouldn't get to see 5 touchdowns against Philadelphia. We wouldn't get to see the almost victory against Baltimore. I think for Daniels, everything starts with the work ethic. And I think that is the major difference between him and the last 2 first-round picks Washington drafted at the quarterback position, Robert Griffin III and Dwayne Haskins, God rest his soul. This guy just gets it. And you heard the stories in the summer, right? And I kind of rolled my eyes initially like you when you hear the coach speak stuff at the podium. Oh, he's getting to the facility at 5 a.m., first guy in, last guy to leave. I'm so jaded as a fan. I was like, oh, they're supposed to say that. They said the same thing about former first round pick X,
Mm-hmm.
But to see it come to fruition, and I think I really started to see it during the preseason stuff where he's changing plays at the line of scrimmage, and we're like, whoa, I can't believe he's doing this already. That to me is probably what I'm most thankful for with him, because it leads to everything else and underscores him being my hero right now, man.
There are a million different answers to this, and it's hard for me to choose, but Jake and Bristow has mine. Jake, your favorite thing about Jaden Daniels?
Dude, you got to go composure. You got to go willingness to put his neck on the line for his team. He doesn't get rattled. I mean, the guy shows up every day. He puts the work in, and he's smiling. He's having a fun time. I mean, I love the guy.
That's it.
I agree.
So the work ethic was mine in the offseason. I'm going like, this is it, man. And some people glossed over that. I didn't. I'm a lot of guys think they get to the league and they feel like they've arrived.
Right.
I know you and I have sparred in the past about Chase Young, but I thought that was the Chase Young pathology, where you even heard it a couple different times. And his dad called into our show. And
that was my last moment with him, by the way.
But it was like, he got to the NFL. It's a success. You're 100% right. And that is a success. Most guys don't. I didn't make it to Major League Baseball. I wanted to. I failed. But like, that's not the end. That's the opportunity then to be able to work. And that pathology has taken a lot of guys, quite frankly. This is what got me the Heisman. This is what got me to be the number 2 overall pick. This is what's going to get me to be a great player. You don't just turn it off because you got those first 2 things. So that's probably on my podium. But Jake just said it.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing too big.
Ever.
I get nervous about stuff. Maybe he does too. You wouldn't know it.
Right.
He's laughing and joking and smiling and relaxed. You can tell with body language. There are guys that they could say one thing in the huddle, like, all right, guys, follow me.
Yeah.
He said, follow me. But you didn't believe it. He sounded like his voice was breaking.
Exactly.
But when he's laughing and gives you the authority, like, I got it, you believe in him because he does.
Yeah.
Nothing's too big. He doesn't get rattled. When they get down, that's fine. Give me a second. And even if it doesn't work, it's not because the moment was too big for him. That's what it is to me. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Anthony in Chantilly. Anthony, what's your favorite thing about Jaden Daniels?
What's up, Ant?
Hey, guys. Merry Christmas.
You too, bud.
I think this might sound like it's going to be overdone, but he's just so different from Robert. It's not about Jaden. He always gives credit to his teammates. It's always about everyone else around him. And then the second thing is it just feels sustainable. With Robert, it was gimmicky. They were protecting him from making reads and from making progressions and things like that. With Jaden, nothing is off the table. Everything is on the table. Everything is readily available for him to do and to change and to mix up. So it just doesn't feel like it's going to be a kind of one-hit wonder thing. It feels sustainable, and it feels like a franchise quarterback.
Yep, I echo everything you just said. Right. And it's not hokey. No. It's not Virginia Tech. It's sort of a tangible thing where I know what happened in 2012. You were just a kid, but I lived through it. The excitement was unbelievable. There were still so many of those moments that I'll never forget, never take away. So like there was a 4th down and 11 where he scrambled around, dodged 4 different dudes, threw it sidearm to Logan Paulson for a first down, and I'm going, oh my God, we have it. Yeah. I'm getting texts from Giants fans going, congratulations. This sucks. We got to deal with that guy forever. And then of course it was all taken away. We know what happened. I'm not here to re-legislate that. And I know that a lot of fans are just going, Heisman Trophy winner, number 2 overall pick, athletic quarterback.
Same guy.
It's going to end at some point.
Yeah.
There are differences, and it's not to belittle or undermine or speak bad about Griffin. It's not. This is its own story. Everybody that's here now was not there then, with the exception of like a couple staffers, working like, picking the hotel that the guy stayed at or something. Everything's turned over. Everything's different. He's different. It's not fair to bring up Griffin. We do it because it's a point of reference.
For sure.
But this is its own animal here, and it's pretty special.
I agree too, because and the one big difference I would say between those two, outside of like the humility stuff, because I get annoyed with that. I hear all the bad stories about how Robert was in the locker room, this and that. I think if Jaden suffers the injury Robert suffered, while there may be an initial drop off just because the kid is a one-of-one athlete, he would still be a high-level starter in this league if he could not run the football. And I think Sunday, and maybe I'm hyperbolizing it, I thought Sunday was his best performance from the pocket all season long. there had been something with him that I was starting to nitpick at a little bit. And we saw it with when the ribs were hurt, and I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, saying, oh, the ribs are the reason. Felt like there was a period of time, like a 3-game stretch, where there wasn't a willingness to stay in there and take the hit while you're delivering the throw. Like, look, we saw Cincinnati.
Yeah, that Cincinnati throw. Terry.
It felt like there was a stretch during the middle of the season where that kind of faded, and he was avoiding contact while throwing it.
He was falling away, spinning off a couple times. Yeah, of course.
Sunday, he was I don't want to call him a statue. It makes it
think
sound
of another
bad.
touchdown to Terry,
Yes.
right? Where the blitz is unchecked. He knows he's getting popped.
Yes.
And he puts it in the perfect spot, and McCorn makes a great adjustment.
And that stuff, that for me is like the thing that I'm in love with. And I think that is truly sustainable, whether you can run or not.
800-636-1067. One more of these, then we'll talk about Christmas gifts at 3. But what's your favorite thing? What are you most grateful for when it comes to Jaden Daniels? It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Linnell in for GP. You like it, don't you?
I know this one.
Do you know it?
It's Tupac, baby.
Look at this.
All eyes
Look at
on
this.
me.
Look at this.
And I know you all were rooting against me for this. Oh, he was going to screw up every song. And da-da-da-da.
I'm not going to lie, I was.
I know.
I was rooting against you.
I ain't oblivious. Come on, Dan the man.
Okay. That's Linnell. I'm Danny. It's great Danny here on the fan. Linnell in for GP. At 3 o'clock, don't fade out just yet. Give me my full 30 seconds as we're contractually allowed to do.
Oh, my God.
At 3 o'clock, we'll talk about the best gift you ever got. I got a little story I tell every year. It's like my version of Night Before Christmas. You know, Frank Caliendo does the bit where he's holding the Night Before Christmas and his daughter yells what voice to do. He's like, Night Before Christmas, Robert Downey Jr. He does that whole bit. This is my version of that without voices. I'm going to ask you, best gift you ever got. But one more segment on this. What's your favorite thing, the thing you're most grateful for when it comes to Jaden Daniels? There's a million different things you could pick. For me, it's that he's unflappable.
Yeah.
For me, it's that nothing's too big for that guy. Nothing is too much. Nothing's too overwhelming. Great defense, doesn't matter. It's like the beginning of Goodfellas. Bleep you, pay me. Like he's not bothered. Yeah. He's unflappable. You picked work ethic, which is a great one.
It drives it. I think it drives it.
That's where it comes from. I love this one from Uptown Mo. What do you got, buddy?
What up, Mo?
Hey, Mo.
Hey, what's up? So, listen, I had, all right, so I got to change it a little. I don't need 30 seconds. Boom. The first thing is he's played 2 division teams twice and has gotten better. So, the Giants game, we didn't score a touchdown. We went out there and beat them easily the second time. The Philly game, we looked terrible on offense, and he put it on his back. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Big L, you play ball, right?
Right.
When your name changes from your given government name to a number 5, that means you're a dog.
Yeah, for sure.
When your coach just starts calling you by your number, hey, 5, 4th and 11, go ahead, go get that. See, it's like Dan Quinn was like, oh, go have your Neo Matrix moment. Like, he believed in the one. It was like, it's 4th and 11. We need this game. If he can't go do it, yeah. So that's what I love about him. He showed progression and growth in the pocket, outside of the pocket, making decisions. And when he threw that pitch, he wasn't devastated. When Devontae dropped that ball, I felt like, oh, man, we about to go get this one. Hey, last week, right, my mother looked at me, and when the Saints scored a touchdown, my mother never cusses. She looked at me and said, we're going to F around and lose this game. This week,
Mom!
This week, she was like, we about to go win this game, man. I'll holler at y'all.
Appreciate you, dude. Merry Christmas to you. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. I love the way you're putting this. Go ahead, buddy. What's your favorite thing about Jaden Daniels?
What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, man.
I love that he isn't intoxicated by his talent. You see, in 2024, it's so difficult to be a young quarterback. Social media, there's so many other things that that goes on. But just to see him continue to work, you can think across sports. How many high-end talent guys have you seen just be intoxicated by their talent in some shape or another? If you play ball, maybe he don't want to play defense enough or whatever it is. But for him to have his skill set and still do the work and put the time in. And I got this little quote when my brother, when he was competing in the UFC, this was on his shirt. Hard work will always beat talent when talent refuses to work hard. Yep. And he's figured out how to merge the two together. He has a unique blend of his own skills, but it starts there, man. It doesn't matter how talented you are in this game. It doesn't happen. And you can see the respect. He raises the level of everybody on the field, even the opposing defense. Most rookies are just trying to keep their head above water. He's literally, the defense is like, no, I'm not 11, 22 guys. Everybody. It's like, nah, dude, you're not about to run on me, or nah, dude, or you don't get to talk to certain guys on the field. He's chopping it up to the big dog. It's like, man, that's what's up, man.
Yeah, so the level is incredible.
He's got the it factor, man.
Merry Christmas, buddy. Make that turn. You can hear the turn signal going off in the car. You heard that a couple times, right? Make that turn safely. Love it. I think that's perfect.
Yeah.
Intoxicated by your talent. You and I both played sports at decent enough levels. As soon as he said that, I guarantee you had a handful of guys that jumped in your mind right away. You knew exactly who he was talking about.
Yes.
Everybody that ever did anything. The number of players that I played with, the one guy jumped to mind immediately. This dude should have been a major league player. This dude was blessed with things that I wasn't blessed with. He was tall, he was fast, he was smooth, had a cannon for an arm, could hit the ball 50 feet further than me, and I'm out there working doing everything I possibly can to squeeze one more ounce out, and he didn't lift that day.
Easy.
And went out and, and could do more. Just was intoxicated by the fact I can get away with it until he couldn't, right? Then it was pretty obvious he didn't end up making it, and sort of that was that. But that is not, it sounds like it's a bad quality. It's not. I mean, if you've gotten away with something forever and nobody's corrected you because they needed something from you, I get how you get there. I get how you can be a pro. And
happens all the time.
Yeah,
man.
if I don't do that much, like, I don't know what's true, what's not with Kyler Murray. I don't know if he really does play Call of Duty every day.
He probably does.
Or I mean, should play some. But he's been the most talented dude on any field he's been on his whole life. And now it's like, hey, man, if you want to get to the next level, he's like, well, I could. Like, I don't know if this is true. I'm just making this up. I could work tirelessly and endlessly. Or I'll just make $40-some million a year.
It'd be just okay.
And be pretty good.
Yeah.
And play Call of Duty.
It is crazy because I think one of the last callers hit on it. I think today is the most difficult era to grow up in and be a collegiate athlete. I always say it, and a high school athlete, but pros too, because the social media thing. There's just so many distractions out there. It's so easy to read your press clippings and say, oh, ESPN said that about me. Oh, Danny and Grant said this about me. So it is fascinating. I just think the kid, talking about Jaden, I don't know the details of his upbringing, but I shout out his parents because he is just a super guy that has just a boatload of humility, and it never feels like
it doesn't feel put on.
Exactly.
You've heard guys
fake.
do it,
yes,
and they say,
exactly.
I want to give credit to my teammates. That's not what you mean.
This is really what exactly,
yeah,
man.
Precisely. That's Linnell. I'm Danny. This is Grant and Danny here on The Fan. No GP. Linnell is in for the rest of the day. Merry Christmas to one and all. Speaking of Christmas, 3 o'clock, we're going to do this. I want to know, what's the best gift you've ever gotten for Christmas? I want you to think about it. Could be whatever. Could be the car with a bow on it that somebody got for you. By the way, I think if you're going to buy a car for your spouse, you should probably talk to them about it first. You shouldn't just buy a car. That's a major expenditure.
Yeah.
I encourage communication. But whatever, you do you. What's the best gift you've ever gotten? It could be expensive, could be cheap, could be sentimental, could mean something to you, anything in between. I've got my answer. I want to hear from you guys as well at 800-636-1067. Little holiday tradition here on G&D. You don't know this one, do you? It's coming. Welcome back. G&D here on The Fan. No GP, but yes, Linnell, he is hanging out with you guys today until 6:30. Merry Christmas to one and all. I want to remind you, as Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condoria and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Passing me by Farside. Looking for Farside.
So this song was in, I can't remember which edition, but it was in one of the Tony Hawk Pro Skater games.
Oh, right on.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
This is where I got put on that.
PS2 vibes.
Yeah. Slept on franchise, by the way.
Yes,
it wasn't my
incredible.
bag, but I mean, critical acclaim for a reason.
I loved it.
Everybody loved it. Here's what I want from you guys. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's the season of giving, the season of blah, 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 and togetherness and love and everybody. You know what it is?
Yeah. What is it?
Getting gifts.
Yeah.
That's what it is, right? We pretend that the best part is giving somebody something that they want. No, it's not. It's getting the thing. Now, as an adult, that's kind of gone. If I need something, I buy it. I now want the gift of saving money. Like, that's what I want for my family. I want everyone to stop spending. The credit card bill's too high. Let's all calm down. We're going to have the Disney Plus with the ads in it, okay? Like, the point is we need to save some money.
Yeah.
So I don't want anything. Now, it really is about, I've foregone that, and I give it to the kids. My wife, hope everybody's happy and they like their stuff. But growing up, you want to give your mom and dad, brother, sister, whoever, you want to give them the nice thing. And that's all well and good. I'm not begrudging that. But deep down in your, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want that special thing. I want the thing that I want. I want that incredible gift. So I ask you at 800-636-1067, what is the best gift you've ever gotten? Childhood, as an adult, whatever, you name it. Here's mine. December 25th, 1987. One thing and one thing only. I wanted an item that came out a day before my birthday. I wanted it for my birthday. I was told, and I quote, "How about no?" before Dr. Evil did it. My parents did it too. It didn't happen. The entire rest of that year was focused on getting it. One particular item. As a young man that had a great many interests, whether they be sports, whether they be books or something, I was told to say that. Video games was always a passion for old Fannie Mouillet. And me and my bowl cut at the time were pretty good at playing some sports and playing video games. And I'd recently received, in a couple years prior, the Nintendo Entertainment System. I went over to my friend Ben Lubin's house, and I said, "What is that?" He said, "Oh, it's a Nintendo." I said, "I've never heard of that. What is it?" He said, "Well, you want to play some?" I said, "Yeah, okay, let's see." Well, Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah.
So I, by pushing a button, makes that little man, that plumber, jump. I can make him run fast. If I get fireballs, I can shoot them at people.
Amazing.
A star makes me invincible. Tell me more. What do I get for coins? I get 100. I get an extra person. What about a green mushroom? An extra Mario? Okay, here we go. Jubilation. I said, this is what I do now. I play video games. My parents are like, no, you don't. I'm like, well, wait, please. A lot of lobbying, a lot of I'll do this, a lot of exchanging, a lot of bartering, a lot of extra effort. Got that Nintendo Entertainment System in the house, in the homestead. Particular game that I wanted very, very badly. I begged. I wrote it down. I said, what do you want for Christmas? I wrote that down and then just said, whatever else I get is fine. I want this. Come down Christmas morning. Again, 8 years old, bowl cut. Probably weighing 60, 64 pounds, maybe at most, soaking wet, with lead underpants on. Tear through every gift. Opening it up. It's all about the next gift at that age, right? You're voracious. You're like a velociraptor.
Where's the big one?
Depending on, finding the prey. I got a lot of stuff. Some socks in there, a sweater, other games for this system. Wasn't there. All my presents had been opened. I couldn't ask the question that I wanted to ask because you sound like an ungrateful little snot.
Well,
I know better. I've been conditioned. I've been disciplined enough times. I've been told you can't be ungrateful. People work very hard. They've gotten you a lot of stuff. So I'm sitting there trying not to Stewie Griffin in it, but I am. Yeah. I'm pissed off. I don't want ghosts and goblins. I don't want these. I don't want Tiger Helly.
Who's Tiger Helly?
It was a terrible game, Linnell. It was terrible. It was so stupid.
No relation to Helly Hansen?
No.
Okay.
It was just a helicopter that shot stuff.
Okay.
And you died too easily, and the game lasted an hour and a half. I didn't want Ninja Kid. Okay? Ninjas are cool. Kids are cool. But you put it together, not a great game. They were like, it's like just like Kung Fu. No, it's not, respectfully. Okay? I can go through all 5 levels of Kung Fu. I can beat Mr. X. I went through 6 times once. It's my personal record. Never beat it since. Okay? In terms of getting through 6 times. I've beaten the game since, obviously, because I'm excellent at Nintendo games. It's a side scroller back and forth. You want to punch, you get more points. It's not important. Point is this. The one thing I wanted wasn't there. Crestfallen. So devastated. But my dad, he was doing that bit. You know the bit that dads do?
Yeah. Do you do said bit? That was a dad?
Yeah. The dad bit is to make your kid think you didn't get it for him, or you didn't care, you didn't acknowledge it. For some reason, to torment them. And then go, hey, wait a minute, son. Looks like there's one more here for you. As he goes to another room. And he comes back with a box. It's not built like a Nintendo game. It's built like it's another shirt. Structure shirts were big at that point, by the way. So I got a couple of collared shirts from Structure, which is what every 8-year-old wants. Ugh. I'm going, oh, thanks. Thank you. It looks like something that's like from an aunt or something, you know, where she's like, what is Danny like? Does he like clothing? And so I looking at him going, okay. I put it down. He goes, well, why don't you open it? I already know what this is. This is not something I want, Dad. So tear open the box. It's not full of a shirt. There's a smaller box inside. But this box still is in the right shape. It's the shape of like a book. It's like a book shape. You know what I mean? It's like a bigger book. I'm like, okay. And I've read some books before. Maybe I'd be happy about this book. I tear open that particular bit of packaging. And I'm greeted by one of the greatest sights I've ever seen in my life. I open the package. Don't read the instructions. That's for losers. I sprint around the corner to the room where the Nintendo is. I blow on the cartridge out of habit. It's brand new. You shouldn't need to blow on it, but you do. Okay. Put it in, slide it down, close the lid, press the power button. And I hear this. That's 8-bit for that ass. Hold on. Wait. There's just a sword and a waterfall on the screen. What am I in for? A score so good that John Williams and the Boston Symphony Orchestra did it. Let it wash over you. Your Link. You wake up, the world is huge. You don't know what your butt from your elbow. There's a cave right ahead of you. What do? I guess go in it. You got no weapons. You got nothing. Your pet's heads are falling off. An old man greets you. And he tells you, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this. And you get a sword.
Wow.
Now I got a shot.
Wow.
Now I got a shot.
Here we go.
There's Octoroks in the room above me. Let's go try to fight them. I'm going to use my button that says sword. Oh my God, I shot my sword. You can shoot your sword. Sign me the up.
Love it.
Can you bomb that wall? I don't know. Let's try. You might have to pay door repair. You might also get a heart container. Next thing you know, I got 5. Can I get that silver sword? Look out for the Lionel that shoots his own swords at you.
Whoa.
He's basically a lion/dragon that shoots swords out of his mouth. You don't have a big shield yet. You can't get a magic shield. You got no coins, no rubies. I roll in. I beat Gleok, the son of a bitch dragon, the end of the first level. Gleok. Right? You beat Gleok and you're on your way. Ganon awaits after 9 of these bad boys, but it doesn't matter because I'm there. You learn as you go. You figure it out. You die, you start again. You put in Zelda as the name of the actual person. It lets you keep your name, by the way. You're going to save the game. You can save it. You don't have to start over. There's no password.
Get out.
This is innovation. The cartridge is gold. That's like ducking in on the homecoming queen when she ain't your date. See what I'm saying? You know how ballsy it is to make a gold cartridge and just make an okay game? They'd all been gray before. Not this one, gold. I love gold. You don't know that movie? It's incredible. It's the greatest game of all time to that point. I'd still put it up there in the top 17 of any game ever. It holds up. Graphically can't compete with the modern version. It's not what I'm talking about. It is the pinnacle of action, adventure, a little tinge of RPG. The second quest, different from the first. Same game, same universe, but now you're walking through walls. All right, everything was up, now it's down. I know you're bored to tears, and I don't care. The Legend of Zelda in December of 1987.
Legend of Zelda.
The Legend of Zelda. When I think of that moment, my heart sings. When I think of opening that gift up, there's nothing but joy, hope. That same year, Washington's going to win the Super Bowl in about 2 weeks.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Sorry about it. This was my childhood. This sound right here is when I could be something.
Sounds like elevator music.
You're damn right it does. You're going up to Joytown.
Literally.
Yeah.
Huh.
The Legend of Zelda. Thank you, Dares.
So that exists still as a game. Like they've modernized it.
Well, there have been dozens of iterations.
Do you play it still? I know you're still a video game guy.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I told you I was having a hard time.
What's yours?
Thinking about a tangible gift. There was a non-tangible gift that I was given. Back in 2016, it was my freshman year of college. I did like a gap year, thought I was going to get my knee all right and go play D2 ball. I ended up at little D3 Bethany College. And that first semester when you're out on your own is always rough, right? I'm out of the care of my aunt and uncle. I don't get told when to go to bed. I can do whatever the hell I want. Get drunk during the week if you want it. It's college. Freshman as a college
I remember, yeah.
is an out-of-body experience. So the semesters get ready to wrap. And I didn't play football that year because I'm nursing my knee and I'm not really taking the classroom as seriously as I should. But I thought, you get to finals week, you pass your finals, you'll be good. You avoid the punishment that every freshman wants to avoid during his first semester on campus. That is getting put on academic probation.
Oh, yeah, we've been there.
So that was tough. So that was what my holiday season was full with during my freshman year of college. And finals come, I get the grade back. I failed my writing course. And the big problem was that if I got put on academic probation, I was told this before I got shipped off to college. If your ass go on probation, I'm bringing you back home. Meaning I would have to come back to Montgomery County. My football career would be over. It would be horrible. So when I get the grade, I'm thinking,
okay,
my life's over.
That's it.
Let me do something memorable while I'm here. But I thought, you're a talented guy. You're well-spoken, as you all now know. Dean Stebbins, Bethany College, gave me the best gift he could ever give me. He allowed me to change my address to Bethany College's address so the academic probation letter doesn't get sent. I get to stay on campus, finish in 4.5 years, and then boom, I'm here doing radio. That was my best gift, I would say. Letting me switch my address so my aunt and uncle didn't find out that I was on probation because they would have whipped my ass. It would have been bad. That's probably my best.
That is the lie for the greater good right there. Do you know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying?
Because like basically, do you give up on this person or do you give another shot? And you got another shot. I love that.
There we go.
That's a good one.
Shout out Dean Stebbins.
Dean Stebbins. Now, of course, unfortunately, shortly after he was fired for lying, but no, I'm kidding. 800-636-1067. Best gift you ever got. I'm going to start. I got a couple good ones here on hold. I need to start with Mike and Chantilly. Mike, what's the best gift you ever got?
Hi, guys. How are y'all doing?
Great, buddy.
Thanks for taking my call. I'm 51 years old. My best gift was when I was 4 years old.
Wow.
It was a bicycle. Not just any bicycle, because it had training wheels. It was an Evel Knievel bicycle, which caused me many injuries, of course. But to this day, I still love Evel Knievel, and I still wear an Evel Knievel sweatshirt.
Hell yeah, Mike. Thank you, dude.
Wow.
People don't understand that one.
I don't know who
this was the Daredevil stuntman before the Daredevil stuntman.
Chris Angel's our guy, I think.
Yeah, so he does like magic stuff where he's like, I'm going to make a aircraft carrier disappear and then like stab my tongue with a sword. Even Knievel's like, hey, I bet you I can jump that. That was his bit. He would get on a motorcycle. He'd wear like a cape and he would go real fast and jump over the monster truck. He'd jump over the aircraft carrier. He'd jump over the ravine. That was his whole bit, was the stuntman. It was like we didn't have much television options. 4, 5, 7, and 9. And 5 only came along a little bit later.
Okay.
And we're sitting there going, we need to be entertained. These sitcoms are fun. Everybody's smoking and it's weird. But do some special stuff. And Evel Knievel will come along once a year and be like, watch this.
Yeah.
How you kids doing? Evel Knievel here. I'm going to jump over that. That was fun. Chris in Hyattsville, best gift you ever got.
Chris.
Guys, let me tell you something. Growing up when I was a kid, I always kind of got, when I would want something, and let's say I wanted the BMX, I get the Huffy.
Yep.
If I wanted G.I. Joes, I got Cobra Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
But I know my parents just either they couldn't find a gift or they couldn't afford it, whatever. But this one year, Danny, I got something that was more than meets the eye. Okay. Optimus Prime Transformer with the full trailer.
The trailer.
And the extra gun. Wow. Okay. And this is the best part, right? None of the other, I know that this is pure schadenfreude. None of my friends had them. So they had to invite me over when they want to do Transformer battles. I was integral to the neighborhood Transformer battles, could not be omitted from the celebration. So
that's all time.
Remember
stuff.
that fondly.
That's perfect.
Sure.
That's 1984. I want to say
Felt
84,
like a long
85, somewhere in there. When that came out, kids, little dudes, did not know what to do with themselves.
Wow.
Losing their minds. There have been other phenomenon that's been for little girls, whether it's Cabbage Patch Dolls or
Barbie.
Barbie, My Little Pony, or things that were all the rage. You could not get. You go to the toy store because that's what you have to do. There's no Amazon.
Right.
There's no Bezos app on your phone for it. You find out through some weird network that new Transformers were in stock. You'd haul your ass over to Toys R Us, and it was a feeding frenzy.
Wow.
So my dad was a sales rep, right? So he worked for, he basically would work a lot with a lot of mom and pop stores, to get here's your stuffed animals, or here's your greeting cards, or the books, or kind of whatever. So he had a good enough relationship with a lot of these places. He's like, listen, my kid is a lunatic for these Transformers. Will you set one aside for me when a new one comes in? Not for free. I'll pay you for it. Right. Obviously, we're going to pay for it, but just so that I don't have to have him get trampled.
Deal with the rush.
Oh, yeah, on the way to get a new Starscream. You know what I'm saying? That Optimus Prime was the coolest thing of all time.
Wow.
And Ed Cullen, not Ed Cullen, what's his name? Peter Cullen. I don't know who's Ed Cullen. Anyway, Peter Cullen, who still does the voice for it, by the way, was the original voice back in the day. He was the dad to millions of kids.
Wow.
Latchkey kids back in the day where both parents started to work for the first time. Kids would come home at 3:30 in the afternoon, and there's Optimus giving you lessons on life and what to do. And then you had the action figure to go with it. Stop it. 800-636-1067. One more of these. Best gift you've ever received for Christmas. Got Austin Eckler joining the show at 5. Linnell is in for GP. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I mean, this isn't even a good song.
Stop it. Don't embarrass yourself. Give it a minute. This is members of Wu-Tang, but it's not a Wu-Tang album. This is the GZA's album. I believe this is Liquid Swords. Is this Liquid Swords? Yeah. All time. This album is just outstanding.
Can I give a hot take?
Go ahead.
Before Takeoff tragically passed away, and Migos greater than Wu-Tang Clan.
I think the Center of the Sun is a little cooler than what you just said. And here's the thing, I am not familiar with any of Amigos or any of their
You
whole
know
catalog.
Bad and Bougie.
I don't.
Danny has to know Bad and Bougie.
You're just saying words. I don't know anything. Wu-Tang greater than, and you can fill in whoever you want.
It's just wrong.
The Wu-Tang Clan, man.
Oh, Wu-Tang Clan.
The Wu-Tang Clan.
Sorry.
Thank you. Let's go now. I'm Danny.
Yeah.
It's great Danny here on the Fan.
Wow.
We're doing early 90s hip hop. If you missed it yesterday, we're doing it again today. Because the last time Washington was 10-5 was 1991. So this trumps the Christmas music stuff that normally we would do.
Yeah.
We normally be going, hallelujah.
I hate
We
Christmas
normally do that
music.
kind of stuff. That's okay.
That was also bad.
That's just a lot to deal with. But listen, it's fine. I love everybody. So we're doing early 90s hip hop because that's the last time Washington was good. This is what we were listening to. All right. That's the deal. That's the theme. Thank you to Darius for putting all of that together. Here is what we are doing right now. Double play comes up in about 12, 13 minutes. Austin Eckler joins us at 5. What's the best Christmas gift you ever got? 800-636-1067. Linnell's was basically somebody covered for you to kind of keep your future on track. I think that's incredible.
Shout out Jerry Stebbins.
Yeah. Mine was The Legend of Zelda.
Yeah.
A little bit more trivial, for being honest, in December of 87. What's yours at 800-636-1067? Let's go to Mike in Burke. Greatest gift you ever got, dude.
What's up, Mike?
What's up, Linnell? What's up, Danny?
Hey, man.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. One hot take.
Got to get in there even on Christmas. What's up, dude?
Yay. It's not a hot take. Wu-Tang's 1A. Everybody else is 1Z.
That is correct.
But my best gift, I was 11, 2 weeks away from turning 12. And I opened it similar to Danny's story. It was like a big box with a little box with like a little, like what looked like a gift card holder inside.
Yeah, like the Russian doll of boxes. Yep.
Yeah. And I had never been to RFK Stadium, and it wasn't Washington tickets. It was tickets to see the Netherlands versus Saudi Arabia in the World Cup at RFK Stadium.
Oh,
that's awesome.
So obviously must have been a big soccer fan because that's
yeah.
pretty cool, right? Let's go to who's been on hold. Oh, Eric and Manassas. Thanks for being patient, man. Best Christmas gift you ever got?
What's up, Eric?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Merry Christmas.
You too, buddy.
Yeah, so 6 years old, 1999. I'd grown up, as much of a Virginia basketball fan as you could kind of at that age, knowing, what a team is or whatever. And I got tickets to my first game. And, you can really draw a direct line from that afternoon in Charlottesville to just a lifetime of sports fandom and being with family and all the great things that came with it.
Oh, I get it, man. Love that.
Yeah,
Appreciate you, dude. Merry Christmas to you. So that's okay. That's post that because here's what people don't remember: the ACC was just so nasty at that stage, right? So that's after kind of like the Junior Burrow, Harold Dean, Curtis Staples type era. That group I think was just okay. It includes Roger Mason Jr., who went to Sidwell Friends, who cooked me in high school.
You played against Roger in high school?
I did. Wow. He was much better than me. He was we were the same age, but he was like a class behind me. Then he repeated the grades, so I ended up being 2 behind me. And he was like, "You can't check me." And I was like, "You know what? That's actually true." That's nice.
I probably cannot.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of help here on defense for you. But yeah, I can't guard you. That is a correct assessment. Thanks for the information. Have a great one. Let's go to Abe in DC. Best gift you ever got?
What's up, Abe?
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey, man.
The best gift I ever got. It's a 2-parter, but the first part is real true. Sean Taylor jersey my dad gave me, and it was right before he passed away. Like that season he passed away, so It's never been out the wrapper. It's not going to be out the wrapper. It's not going to be nowhere but hanging up
Love it.
in my mansion. But the second gift, it just happened this weekend. My commanders was able to shut the nail up with his 30% self. You know what I'm saying? Because he only give us 30% chance to win.
What a gift.
So I said, what if somebody gave him 30% chance to lose weight? That's my Merry Christmas.
Wow. We took a turn there.
Did we? Got violent.
Well, it went from, the nostalgia of Sean Taylor and the beauty and everything. And Linnell's fat.
Yeah.
Like, I did not see that coming.
Whoa. Well, you can thank Doc Walker coming back from commercial on the postgame show calling me LaWhale.
That's tough.
That's tough.
I
mean, I'm a soldier, though. When fans see me in public, they go, Linnell, are you on Ozempic? You look good.
Do they say that?
It's because Doc talks me up like I'm a 750-pound beast. So that's that.
Let's go to
We're
Stan
close.
in Acton. Stan, best gift you ever got.
Stan.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Good, buddy.
All right, two things. One of them came from Danny Rouillet.
Oh.
The first one was 1987-88. I got that Ghostbusters Kenner Proton Pack, the blue one with the big foam thing that came out of it.
Stan,
and the PK.
You got it?
That was the best.
You legit got that.
I legit got it.
Do you understand how jealous everybody was of Stan? No one got the protein. I call it protein pack. I'm sure it's like it's gel after a workout. No one got the proton pack. Everyone talked about wanting to get it. They followed through and got it for you. You were the king of the neighborhood. That's incredible.
King of it. And my grandmother hated loud noises, and the PKE meter made too much noise. So the next day that disappeared. But I had the proton pack forever.
That's awesome.
Danny Rouillet gift.
I love it,
I used to be a stand-up comedian years ago, early 2000s. I was hosting one night at Topaz Room.
Oh.
And I come in and I see my picture on the easel and everybody's names around. And everybody on the show sucked. And then Danny Rouillet rolls in like a mob boss, grabs a drink, goes on stage, absolutely destroys the room, and shows me right there that I had no business doing comedy. So thanks a lot, Danny. Have a good day, buddy.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
Did you hear the body on the way out?
Yeah, I got. Is that bad?
I'm about to say.
That, did I crush his dream? I don't know.
Sad.
I was just doing a set, man.
Hot take.
Yeah,
you are pretty good at comedy.
Oh, thanks. No, I think that's true. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Doyle in Richmond. Doyle rules. What's up, buddy?
Merry Christmas, Linnell.
Merry Christmas.
You know, what I got was I always liked racing, stock car racing, and I didn't like the slot cars. So what they got me, it'll sound like a racing sponsor. It was a Mattel Hot Wheels Sizzlers Fat Track Oval with the juice box. You just juice them up, turn them loose, let them go, and they'd slingshot that wheel.
They went so fast.
It was, yeah, they did.
Dude, the Hot Wheels track back in the day, it was second to the actual G.I. Joe aircraft carrier that you had to have a certain kind of basement. You couldn't have a regular basement that had normal sized rooms if you wanted the G.I. Joe aircraft carrier, because there's what you couldn't walk. You couldn't sit. There's no room for anything else. You had to have one of those incredible, maybe an unfinished basement, maybe a mansion type basement or whatever. The Hot Wheels track, the full one, also took up a lot of space because if you want, it's not short track racing, Linnell. It's the big track. Okay. It's that big oval. Then I think he's got the one you're talking about where you line them up and there's a little bit of a thing, and it's almost like a back to it or something that you click the switch and it smacks in there and it goes so fast. And that was pretty much it, but it was awesome first couple times. Let's go to Ty in Greenbelt. Ty, best gift you ever got.
Ty.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
So it's a tie between these two gifts. I couldn't decide. But the first gift was a lime green Game Boy Color with Pokemon Gold. And the second, tied for number one best gift ever was the throwback Champ Bailey Redskins jersey. The one with the arrow on the sleeve, like the deep burgundy color one. Those two, best gifts ever.
1998, I want to say, for Game Boy Color. Because the original Game Boy that shipped with Tetris changed the world.
Yeah.
Right?
I even played a little Game Boy, man.
Yeah. The original Game Boy, right? So the Super Mario World that came out with it, the original Tetris back in the day, they shipped together, which that console sold a billion different things. It was handheld. Game Boy Color came along in the late 90s, I think. almost like after a lot of handheld October 98 there's after the whole handheld world had kind of moved to something else, they were like, oh wait, keeping it simple's better. Right. So there are all these other little handhelds that were more complicated, had like the Genesis one was super wide. I think there was like a Lynx or a couple other things that were around that same point in time. So sick. It was a great one. Let's go to Tom in Roundsville. Tom, best gift you ever got.
What's up, Tom?
Hey, it's Rounds Hill, not Roundsville.
Oh, I apologize. See, that's a Max Kleber issue. He wrote Roundsville. Listen, you could claim Roundsville. Incorporate it right now. You're now the ruler of Roundsville.
Roundsville.
Well, don't know where that is. So
I just made it up.
1967, my sister and I, we walked down the stairs to the big tree in the living room, and there was a red Hercules bicycle from Sears. It had a 3-speed. So after that, I was a paper boy for like 3 years on that bicycle. I was like Pee Wee Herman in the neighborhood.
Pee Wee Herman, that's a great reference. Wow. And you're the king of Round Hill or Roundsville. Again,
whatever
I encourage you to found Roundsville right now. Found it. You be the winner. Appreciate those calls, man. That's always fun, memory lane type stuff. Especially when I got some of the same gifts or saw them. Other people get them too. Really, really cool. Always appreciate that. Little annual Christmas tradition we do here. We will get back to serious business. Well, not really right now, because now we're doing the double play. It's going on our lives, nothing to do with sports. Then at 4, we've got some football topics to kind of get into once again. We'll sort of just kind of talk about the defense. I've got what I think is a bit of a hot take. I want Linnell's view on that.
Wow.
We'll get it from Max and Darius and you guys as well. I think I'm right about something, and nobody else thinks that. We'll do that at 4, but double play is next here on G&D. G&D here on the Fan. Linnell's in for GP. All early 90s hip-hop here for the next yesterday and today, rest of the day, because that's the last time Washington, the local football gentleman, had this good of a record through this point in the season. They won 10 games by winning their last game in 1999. That's the last time they were kind of good from start to finish. This is 1991 stuff. They're not as good as that team because very few teams in the history of football have been that good.
Very true.
But still, this is fun. We're having fun, and that's why we're doing this, playing the old hip-hop jams. Austin Eckler joins us at 5 p.m. today. Got a hot take, a bit of a sports hot take I would deliver to you guys in just over 13 minutes, and I'd like to have a lively and fresh debate about it.
Let's do it.
I would like to have some back and forth. Dare I say some the words that might get heated. You might shout. Right?
I'm allowed to do that?
You do it all the time anyway.
Well, that's true.
The beauty is, even when everyone's like, what does Linnell think? You don't have to wait because he'll come tell you. Like when you're down the hall with old Chris Russell, and I'm going to bring this up when we do the impression shenanigans in the 5 o'clock hour. And I'll just do it in a different voice so you don't think it's me saying it, but it's the character. That's how I get away with it. You see, the thing about Amos, Mr. Amos, he doesn't say the bad thing. The character says it. But no matter what's going on, Linnell leaves the studio down then on HD2 and comes sort of like strolling down into our control room, shaking his head, muttering about something, and is like this indignity or this offensive thing that's happened, or it's so ridiculous. I'm so mad. I'm so angry. And then 14 seconds later, here comes Russell after having just yelled at Linnell, and Linnell yelled at him for 13 minutes for a segment, sort of muttering that's not actually what you're arguing about. And then Linnell's like, this is what we're arguing about. Then he tries to get Ryan involved, and Ryan's like, I don't know. And then like Darius pretends that he hasn't, that he knows what he's talking about, but he hasn't seen the movie either. The point is, we're just like, all right, man, we'll go back into our show here in a second. I went off on a tangent there. But anyway, we do this every day at 3:45. There's something called the double play. It's what's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Here is the opening salvo here for my double play. Linnell's got something as well, I'm hoping. Squid Game Season 2 comes out on December 26th. The first one is according to Netflix, they don't really release ratings the way everyone else does, but they've kind of a couple times have leaked some things out. I read this, not sure how accurate it is, but I read it the other day. It's by far and away their most watched show. Number 2 is their own original production, Stranger Things. A couple of things both made the top 5 or 6. Bridgerton did extremely well. A couple of the shows that were really good done well for them. But number 2 is Stranger Things, their own kind of original production, where the budget on that thing got to the point in season 4, nearly $30 million per episode. It's like a movie every week. I've read also that the last season of Stranger Things, to tie it all together, they might be doing 2-hour episodes each time. Basically like a movie with each release. And I'm here for it. Give me all the Stranger Things content. But back to Squid Game. This incredibly viral, out-of-nowhere show launched all sorts of stuff. Copycat things, non-lethal Squid Game type shows, game shows, kind of bringing back that sort of, Double Dare vibe. Double Dare was a little bit less murdery than the original Squid Game is. Like when Mark Summers was like, go up the nose, find the flag, pass it to your teammate. Like no one died. No one got shot, or fell off a precipice into spikes. But the original Squid Game with the twist at the end, etc. Did you see it, by the way?
So I was dating a chick, and she got me into Squid Games a little bit. I didn't really like the idea of people just dying left and right. It kind of makes the game not fun.
Mm-hmm. The stakes a little too high. Like if Washington doesn't beat Philadelphia, nobody dies. Like I like that. What I'm saying? Yeah, I know what you mean.
So that's kind of my thing with Squid Games.
Didn't do it for you?
No.
Okay.
Didn't do it for me at all.
So this viral hit, they've gone back and all the producers, everything in it is it's filmed in South Korea. It's a South Korean show, etc. And they put the subtitles in, and then we kind of go about it. Yeah. But I am so pumped for it. Number 1, I'm excited about the show. Number 2, if you remember, Darius, this is what gave us Ryan Explains It All.
Squid Games is what invented that.
So, yeah. If you don't know Ryan Explains It All, that's why Clarissa Explains It All's music is playing. Okay. Yes. So, what got us started doing this, okay, is I hadn't seen it yet. I was about to watch it. And Grant, who it's so hard to get him to watch shows. If there's multiple seasons, he won't do it. If he has to wait too long, he won't do it. If it's got anything that's sci-fi or any kind of fantasy in it, he won't do it. Even though he's like he loves Guardians of the Galaxy and a talking tree, he can do that. He can do little tiny stones that are from the melted down brains of Celestials, but he can't do like I have the Force. You know what I mean? Just like he's a total hypocrite,
get it.
and he makes me mad every day. But anyway, I love you, buddy. Ryan had seen Squid Game. He'd seen it, okay? And so you've seen the show. If you haven't seen the show, it's you're kind of getting the vibe of what we're talking about. Ryan's explanation, and I was trying to explain this to Grant. I'd only seen the first episode. He'd seen the whole thing. Ryan says something to this effect. There's this guy. It's not going well, and these other guys are just in there with him. That was his explanation for what Squid Game is.
What?
And I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean? He's like, so he's a gambler, and he needs the money, and so they're just in it with him. Again, this is his explanation, the plot summary of what Squid Game is.
Here's my big butt.
Thank you, Rhino. Not the actual explanation of what the show actually is, but that was what Ryan said. And keep in mind, he knew the information. He'd seen the content, whereas other people hadn't.
That's bad.
So we were asking him to explain something that he ostensibly knew about. And we said, well, this is what we're going to do all the time from now on, is take something that either he knows about or doesn't and ask him to explain it. And it's led to some of the great moments in this show's history, if I can say that.
Oh, that's amazing.
Isn't that amazing?
That someone can have that bad of an explanation.
Now, am I exaggerating his explanation, Darius? I mean, that's how it went. You were there.
So I would say no. You were spot on. Absolutely spot on. That's exactly how it went. I did not. Now I still haven't seen Squid Game.
Okay.
And him explaining it, I couldn't get anything from the information that he gave us.
Did he even mention the fact that like people die as a result of
not at all.
No, now
that's like the whole point.
Well, you don't want to spoil everything there because I mean I understand what happened. He was trying not to spoil stuff. For those that haven't seen it, 100 contestants who are all in dire need.
Yeah.
They're all whether they're beyond down in their luck, they're all like desperate in some way. They go to this winner take all game and they don't realize how serious the stakes are. They're told you can win some money, and then all of a sudden people are legitimately dying all around them, and you're stuck in it because you want to win and you want to form alliances, and there's betrayals, and you're trying to figure out who's responsible for this whole thing and everything. And that's the show, right? There's a lot of twists and turns. It's incredibly well done. But Ryan's explanation, keep in mind, was there's this guy, he's not doing well, and they're just in it with him. What?
And I think at times I'm not the smartest. But Ryan takes the cake. It's like as each calorie he lost during his weight loss journey, his brain cells dissipated.
He lost brain weight too.
It's tough.
No, come on. Ryan is our
Ryan.
guy.
That's our guy.
But my goodness gracious, that's what gave us Ryan Explains It All.
I do love Ryan Explains It All.
It is a hoot. We asked him once, what's the Electoral College? Oh my God.
I remember.
Was it, did he say it's where you go if you want to learn about the election? Like it was something like like
crazy.
that. Anyway, that's what we got for the double play. All right, 5 minutes from right now. I don't think I'm going to use the hot take voice. You know the hot take voice? That's what I'm dropping hot takes. Welcome to the program. Sit back and relax and deal with this hot take. Like I'm not going to.
That's your hot take voice?
That's hot take voice.
Okay.
I'm not even going to use the hot take voice. I'm going to deliver my hot take. Nobody else thinks this. I've tried to sample various sports radio folks in and around DC. I've sampled people that tweet about the team, that write about the team, that talk about the team. Nobody seems to think what I think. There's a conventional wisdom that I'm not really down with. I think it's something else entirely. I will tell you what that is, and then I'll pretty much get yelled at, I think. We'll do that in 6 minutes. couple hours left with your pals on this Christmas Eve show. Austin Eckler joins the boys at 5. It's going to be a lot of fun. Got some cool stuff coming up, including my annual tradition of the all-request impression line. We will do that after Austin Eckler. So the way that works is you could call, you could tweet me at Funny Danny, you could be in the YouTube chat, 1067 The Fan YouTube page. You can see us right there. You request the voice. If I can do it, I will do it. And then the topic, like whatever. So, for example, earlier, Darius asked me, what would Deion Sanders say about Shador joining the Giants? And I did that. There you go. In years past, I've done Donald Trump talking about the Battle of Helm's Deep from Lord of the Rings.
Oh, wow.
I've done Kevin Sheehan breaking down an arm wrestling match. Whatever you got, if I can do it, I will do it for you. And that's what we do. And I want to give you guys this hot take. But first, this was during the break just now.
Yeah.
This was really cool.
Wow.
I think. So I take my headphones off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go to the bathroom. That's not the cool part. That happens all the time. I'm pretty good at it. Right? You know, I'm going to use the restroom. It's not a big deal. Don't ask any follow-up questions. I'm just saying, don't you guys out there have questions? Don't bother asking them.
Yeah.
It's fine. Everyone has to do it. It's fine. It's fine. And Darius and Max Kleber are in there going nuts. And I'm like, well, like it's, you know, you ever see Family Guy when somebody says something over the line and they'll go, wow, wow. And then Peter's like, we're having a nice time here. It sounded like that.
Yeah.
Like they were going, oh, wow, wow, wow. Like what happened, right? And I'm going, what? Like, did my pants rip? Or is someone mad? Did something happen? Is it bad? And they heard something and they were going nuts over it. This is what they heard. Right? You hear this on the station all the time. Oh, I'm sorry. Look at this. Look at you.
Who's that guy?
Look at that.
I don't know how that guy could be on that radio across the country and in this chair at the same time.
Now, listen. I actually have questions.
Yeah.
Number one, the sponsorship that you read, the 2GL thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I told you this, Darius, already. I auditioned for that national ad that's going for voiceover stuff. The direction was like, do this, 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 and this. I did that, didn't get it, and they got a guy that didn't do any of those things. I'm sure he's very talented. He's very good, but I'm annoyed about that.
Yes.
The way they wanted the commercial was do it kind of like a Ryan Reynolds cadence, where it's a keep up, it's golf. Like that sort of deal, right? I did that. I did it very well, if I could say that. I crushed it. And they were like, no, stupid. You can't lose weight. And your cheeks are red. And your haircut's weird. And you're selfish.
I love your haircut.
Well, that's nice of you. That's what they said to me with their eyes. But anyways, you did that read. And that jumped out at me. The keep up, it's golf thing. The second part is you just did it. You did it one of the things. It's like Jim Rome and Linnell. That's pretty cool.
Good company to keep.
Right?
Good company to keep. Yeah.
Jim Rome's like, New York sports, ridiculous. The Knicks right now are ridiculous. Break them up. Jalen Brunson, ridiculous. I'm like, that's a sports minute. Did you write that yourself? Like in other words,
I didn't even write it.
Who wrote it?
I just said it. I just spit it into the
Who
mic.
Who gives it to you?
Me.
That's what I'm saying. So someone goes, hey, we need a sports minute, and you go, okay.
So they give us the ad read, and then we just make up a sports minute.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Because you've been talking about that. That's something that's a point you've made off air.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very good point. I agree with you. That's pretty neat, dude.
Well, sports minute.
I know you're downplaying it like it's not a big deal. I think that's pretty cool.
I'm a little shy about it, Danny. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, crowd. No, I mean,
that's the big applause too. That's not the little.
No, it's not.
Right?
And I know the little applause when the little applause gets,
I got
gets
that little
ranked.
applause.
I did a little double duty this morning. I was 10 to noon on the old Infinity Sports Network, and then I'm here with you.
I'm sorry about that.
No, this is fun.
You've had to stack up with two hardworking guys the last 2 days.
I know, right?
Toby was doing double duty yesterday.
Yeah,
now
hold
Linnell.
on. Yeah, Toblerone is doing updates.
Wait. That's what I want to get into. What did you call
him? Toblerone.
No file.
What?
Max.
You serious?
As my fellow youngin in attendance.
Come on.
Darius and Danny are
Max
older
made a
than
good
we
point.
are.
Max made a good point when he said, come on.
Snacks Ames knows what a Toblerone is, bro.
You don't know what a Toblerone is?
I actually just found out that the Luna Dune cookies, I thought they were Lana Don.
Okay.
Wow.
Elena Deladon cookies? Okay.
With a better back.
Every day you surprise me, Linnell.
I'm going to take that as a compliment.
I'm glad you did.
I don't think it was meant as one, but here's what Toblerone is a delicious candy bar. They basically sell internationally, or like the duty-free shop.
I feel like candy from other countries.
The Toblerone. See if I'm going to try it, Darius. You already know what I'm going to say. I'm going to try it. Here we go. The Toblerone slaps. Yes?
Wow.
Everybody looked down kind of at their shoes.
That was very old of you.
See, there's the little applause. The audience liked it.
Okay. Well, let's see to give you the big one.
Well, that's the nickname. So I call him Toby, his name, or Toblerone, or Tobias Funke, which is from Arrested Development. That's before your time. That's fine.
It's better than the nicknames JP Finley was giving him when they paired up last week. I don't even think I should repeat them on the air. They're that bad.
Were they mean?
Rice Cube?
Rice Cube goes crazy.
No, they're amazing nicknames, but like, damn, JP. I know where the big-eared man was coming from when he gave out these names. There's Rice Cube, and here's the one that really knocks my socks off. Manny Snacky. That
Toby shared that one yesterday with me.
Toby's the man, though.
And I went, that's not funny, as I'm dying laughing.
Yeah, that's tough.
And I was like, I didn't say it. I'm just over here just to, looking at my shoelaces. I would never. Anyway.
Yeah, that's tough.
But anyway, dude, that's cool. I think that's
Appreciate
neat
it, brother.
that you do those. Like those to me are, like some of the who's who in our thing, big national folks that like, are like, here's the way I would describe it. If during a commercial break, somebody's like, here's 1 minute. It's not from like local Larry. It's not from like, some dude in who's doing middays in Charlotte is getting that.
Shout out to Pat doing middays in Charlotte.
Well, man, I feel bad now.
No, I'm joking. I have no clue who Pat is. It was a joke.
Welcome to the Pat Show. The thing with the Hornets is they ain't been good at forever. Your calls. I don't know what voice that is for Pat. I feel bad.
That's a North Carolina accent.
Charlotte. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm gonna be good? You think I'm gonna be good? What's wrong with Carolina basketball too? Y'all want to talk about that? Call Pat.
Can't wait till the 5 o'clock hour. Good God.
Where was I? But it's like that's a pretty big little feather in your cap.
Thank you,
on the mantelpiece.
Thank you.
So they go, you got 40 seconds to do something, or however long, 30 seconds?
25 seconds,
25
and then you got to
seconds.
read the spot too. So
And you got to get the spot in.
Yeah. Well, that's right.
And you just do it. And now what if it's something and they go, you know what? That's stupid. We don't care about that. Or you don't get checked. Does that make sense?
Well,
because that's an interesting one. But what if you were like, the most important event coming up in toddler NASCAR is whatever.
I'm sure Greg Giannotti or one of those big shots in New York would have something to say. Greg Giannotti, by the way, the man that called me Longfellow Tidwad. That's why that annoying account exists. Here nor there.
Okay.
Here nor there.
So you turn that in, and they go, okay. And then it plays all across the country.
So my first one, that was actually my second one of the day. I did two today. My first one.
What was your first one?
Was about Jaden Daniels carving up the Eagles and how the NFC is now wide open. Because I've long said the Eagles are the best team, not just in the NFC, but in the entire National Football League. But after our guy 5, what the callers say, once you start getting called out by your number, you've really arrived.
That's right.
But once 5 did what he did on Sunday, man, the Eagles look a little cooked on the defensive side of the
little
football.
Dalvin.
Well, yeah.
Well, I think it's
James.
cool, buddy. So Merry Christmas and congratulations.
Thank you.
That's what I'm going with. Let me give you my hot take.
Yeah, I've been waiting on this because I actually peel back the curtain. I saw it in the rundown. I vehemently disagree.
Of course you do. Everyone
But,
does.
Let's do it.
So you want to tell me I'm wrong? I'd love it. 800-636-1067. That's really what Christmas is about, telling someone that they're wrong.
Wrong, yeah.
So I've heard Kevin Sheehan extensively talk about this. And I think this is the conventional wisdom. The conventional wisdom about the Washington 53 is they can't stop the run. They can't stop the run, and that's going to be devastating to them. They're such a bad run defense that when they run into somebody, no pun intended, that can run the ball, they're cooked. They're done. They won't be able to beat them.
Yeah.
Period. End of story. That's it. That's the game. Okay. And I'm not only not concerned about their run defense, I think the issue is the pass defense. And here is my rationale.
This should be good.
When they've decided we're going to stop the run, they have. Look at their opponents. Go back through when they said, we're not letting, I've already forgotten the guy's name, by the way. Backup Billy that started the game against for New Orleans. Before his place by Spencer
Kentrell
Rattler.
Miller?
No, the quarterback.
Oh, Jake Haener.
Jake Haener. Yeah. Jay Kane. It's a Jay Kaner or Jake Haener. No one should know, by the way. Don't look it up. Obsolete. They said, that's fine. Alvin Kamara's back there. He's not beating us. 5 carries for 12 yards.
Yeah.
When they said, we don't have to worry about Kenny Pickett and his small hands. We don't care about Kenny Pickett. We care about Saquon Barkley, 22 carries for 49 yards. They shoved it on Tennessee, who's run the football effectively, but they're not scared of Will Levis. They've stopped nearly everybody when they've set out to. When they've had to stop the run, they've been able to. Here's my analogy. I have been desperate to lose weight for years. I can't. I've proven that I can't do it. Okay? I can't do it by myself.
Yeah.
That to me is what their pass defense is. When they want to stop the run, when they declare we're stopping the run, we'll put some resources towards it. We can stop it. They've been able to. When they've said we're going to stop you from passing, 4th and 7 happens, and Benjamin St. Juste is cooked by A.J. Brown for a first down. When it comes to a quarterback dropping back that's good and throwing it against him, they have no answer. If they can't get home and have a feeding frenzy against the Panthers, against the Bears early, against Cooper Rush, against Will Levis, against Daniel Jones, or whoever the hell they trot in after him, Drew Lock and company, when they've played good offenses, they've had absolutely no answer for passing games. Their numbers overall are worse against the run than they are against the pass. Right. That's the stat that everyone's going to throw at me. They'll go, look at their yards per carry, yards allowed per pass, yards allowed per run. It's way worse for their defense against the run. My response to that is, that's because they're so terrified of passing games. That's because, and it depends on what Marshawn Lattimore's health looks like. I'm not optimistic, by the way, that he'll just be fine. This is the second hamstring in as many months. Yeah. That's now knocked him out of games, kept him from games. I don't know if you're counting on Latimore this year. Their current group, even with him, had no answer for when the Philadelphia Eagles would drop back and pass it. They had no answer against the Pittsburgh Steelers. They had no answer against the Eagles the first time. They had no answer against Lamar Jackson and company when a team wanted to throw. Had no answer against Joe Burrow and company when they wanted to throw. They lit up everything against Cincinnati. They couldn't stop the Bengals. Nobody does. Bengals have a good offense. But they've thrived against offenses where they didn't respect both. In other words, when they played Arizona, Arizona was a joke and a disaster. Feeding frenzy game made their numbers look good. Same with Cleveland. Same with Carolina. Same with Chicago to a degree. Same with Dallas, Tennessee, New Orleans, etc. When they commit resources to stopping the run, they can. When they commit resources to stopping the pass, they can't. That is my opening salvo. I've got more, but your response.
I hear what you're saying, right? But I'm of the belief that one leads to the other, right? I think all of the teams that lit them up passing wise, they also had some concerns about the run game too. I'm mainly talking about Tampa in the opener. Baker marched the football up and down the field.
Good offenses can move the ball against them.
The Giants game, week 2, walked the football up and down the field on us, passing and running. I hear what you're saying, because the numbers part of this makes it crazy what you're saying. They're like top 7 against the pass in terms of yards per play allowed, yards per game allowed. They're bottom 5 against the run still, even after the performance Sunday. I would say this as a guy that's been around football my entire life, from every level that I've played, from Pop Warner, high school, college, the number one principle, you can poll defensive coordinators throughout the country at all levels. The number one thing you want to accomplish first and foremost as a defense is stopping the run. Because if you don't stop the run, Danny Rouillet, the pass game becomes even more effective. And that's the dynamic that I think Kevin continues to be concerned about. I also have been extremely concerned. I do not think they will win a playoff game because I have real concerns about their ability to stop any of the rushing attacks this postseason. And let's be real and honest here, people, and I'm gonna sound like, a contrarian when I say this. The only reason they stopped Philadelphia's run game post Jalen Hurts was because they did not have to deal with Jalen Hurts. Now, lucky for Washington, there are other teams, lucky for Washington, Philly is one of a few teams that actually uses its quarterback in the run game exclusively. Like, they do it a lot. If they couldn't, if they didn't have Kenny Pickett at quarterback, they would have gotten gashed Sunday. But if my grandmother had a mustache, she'd be my grandfather. So we don't, it just is what it is. I don't have concern about the pass defenses much because they've played a defensive style to say, hey, we're not going to give up explosives. They play with a light box, third most in the National Football League, meaning 6 or fewer defenders. They live in that too high safety look. This was the big aha about getting Marshawn Latimore. You can now commit more resources to the run in the box. In turn, you leave elite corner on an island against elite wide receiver and you deal with the results. I'm fine with that. I would much rather teams throw the ball successfully than run it, if that makes sense. Because I continue to believe if you can't stop the run, you damn sure can't stop the pass. Like, that's just how I look at it.
To me, the running game stops itself. Whether it's a procedure penalty, whether it's a hold, whether it's something doesn't fire correctly and you get a tackle for a loss, something just gets disrupted, whatever it is, that's going to happen. You mentioned the Giants game, for example. I'd point to the Baltimore game as another example. When they've played receivers that are good, Malik Neighbors went 10 for 127. And the only reason they won was because he dropped what would have been 11 for 138.
Yeah.
Okay. And they didn't have a kicker, right? That sort of changed that game. That talking about the first time they matched up. Zay Flowers in the first half, they said, we're not going to let Derrick Henry beat us. Zay Flowers went 9 for 132.
Crazy.
They don't have an answer to good passing games. They have an answer for good running games when they commit to it. You already said it. There's a reason they play that light box. They're terrified of leaving these guys on an island.
That's
They're terrified of dudes running free in the secondary. Running games, they can live with the chip away. There's going to be gashes in the run game. You remember that first time Devin Singletary against the Giants was carving up? You're going, what's the deal? You're right. When they're in a light box, when they're playing the pass, they can get gashed in the run game, which has happened a bunch. You saw it early when Saquon Barkley was having his way, when they're going, A.J. Brown is terrifying. So is Devontae Smith. We can't not let them get the big plays. End up giving us some big plays to Barkley. But once it was, okay, let's shut the valve off, they can shut it off. You cannot shut off the passing valve. And that's kind of my point here.
You may be on to something with this. And I don't want to agree with you because this has been my hill that I said I would die on. I seriously, I don't know if it's a personnel thing. I don't know if it's, they just don't have the guys. But I do have concerns about their run game. But the pass game, think about when Spencer Rattler comes off the bench and leads 4 straight scoring drives. There was a whole lot of Spencer Rattler dropping back. It wasn't really Kendre Miller to that final drive.
So, so Miller had some carries because they were not concerned about it. When they were concerned with Kamara, they shoved it on him. They were dominant in the run game. They've been dominant at times in terms of run defense. They have not been dominant, in my opinion, against anybody. Let me rephrase. They've been dominant as well in pass defense against. They've had a feeding frenzy where Frankie Louvo's gotten all the sacks. They're blitzing 6 ways from Sunday. They're doing the Greg Williams, Todd Bowles, get off the bus, blitz from everywhere and anywhere, and let's see what happens type defense.
Dude,
right? To me, I look at Pittsburgh where they said, okay, we don't want the run game to beat us. They give a bunch of rush yards, but George Pickens went 5 for 91, and that's why they lost.
And Mike Williams, obviously, over the top.
Right over the top. The games they've given up some rush, they give a bunch of rushing yards to the Chicago Bears because they didn't give a damn about DeAndre Swift or whoever beating them. The terrifying thing is the 3 wide receivers is Allen, Odunze, and DJ Moore. DJ Moore went for 200 million yards last year on Thursday night against some of their same personnel that they had at the time. To me, that's influenced all of this. Now, it doesn't excuse moments where you go, I'd like some of these highly compensated professionals to be a little bit better in the run game, right? I don't need Frankie Louvu tackling a guy from behind after 8 or 9 yards every time. Right? They're not. I'm not saying they're good against the run.
You're just saying the pass defense is a bigger concern.
And so an axiom that I learned from the great Rich Tandler is forget about what they say, it's about what they do. And here's what they've done. They play the light box. What they've done is act as if they are terrified of teams ending up with chunk yards against them. They're going to keep everybody in front, which has meant we are sacrificing some rushing totals. Yes, you could run the ball against them, but I think that's only when they're terrified if you do something else. And a team that can do both, see Detroit, see Philadelphia when they're right, see Green Bay to a degree when they're right. We saw that last night. Yeah. Minnesota certainly has shown the ability. You don't match up well with them because, again, the defense doesn't have the Billies and Joes yet. They don't have the horses, especially if Latimore's out for some time or can't play in the playoffs. To me, their behavior tells you we're willing to give up right now some runs. You're going to get some gains. We think if you have to run the ball 10, 11, 12 times to get down the field on us, you'll mess up. There'll be a hold. There'll be that missed block. Someone will miss an assignment. The timing of a play will be off. You get a procedure penalty. You'll get in a must-pass situation. They're more terrified of those than they are of running plays. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I'm pretty sure, if I can compliment myself, I 100% convinced Linnell. Your silence says everything.
Yeah.
You're convinced that I'm right. Max knows that I'm right. I think Darius knows I'm right, too. I challenge all of you. 800-636-1067. Explain to me why I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong. That meme. You know the guy that's sitting there with a cup of coffee with that smirk on his face? It's like, tell me why I'm wrong. I'm that guy smirking with the cup of coffee. 800-636-1067. Austin Eckler joins us at 5. The bewildered look on Linnell's face says it all. It's Great and Danny here on The Fan. Linnell Willingham in for GP. Austin Eckler joins us at 5. As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. It's the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condorian Morad, can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com, and that's KRS-One.
KRS-One.
Yes, that is correct. Step into a world, all-time banger. All-time banger. Cut to freshman year of college. My false identification, allegedly, whatever I have to say, gets me into Lulu's. I'm there the same week that Chris Webber gets arrested.
Oh, wow.
Which is I wasn't there at the same time, but I was there the same week. $1.50 Miller Lights if you get there before 10. I mean, just a different time.
That's insane.
Just a different time is all I will say. This song comes on. Everybody's so happy. Any hoodles. We're gonna do a little 2-in-1 type thing, but let me close out my hot take argument here.
I don't even think it's as hot as you build it to be.
But no one thinks this. Everybody has gone. They see Saquon Barkley ripping off 68 yarders, whatever the hell the number was.
Yeah.
They see these big gains. They see different guys that have carved them up in the run game. The overall numbers. I think I got this right in front of me here. Let me double check that I have it right. I believe they are 27th in the league in yards per attempt.
Mm-hmm.
That's allowed in terms of the run game. I think it's 20th or tied for 19th in net yards per pass attempt, meaning you drop back to pass, what happens? Sack, incomplete, gain, loss, whatever, right? So the overall numbers go, Danny, you're stupid. What you're saying is crazy. My point is, if you actually delve into this, this is one of those times that I love numbers. I love data numbers. I love information so much. We should never hide from it. We should never discard it. We can put different bits of import on certain kinds of info over others, and it's fine, whatever you choose to do. It's your fandom. It's your information. We shouldn't hide from it. This is one of those times where I do think the numbers lie. I really believe that in this case. My only argument here is when they've decided you ain't running it. Whenever that's been, they've had really good run defensive moments.
But didn't they decide they weren't going to that Philly wasn't going to run it in the first matchup, and then in the fourth quarter, Saquon goes Kanye crazy? Like when you bring up that part of it is where I go because I think, as I said before, like that is, and maybe this is not Joe Witt's philosophy, and I know nothing, which probably is true. I feel like that is the base principle of every defense is stopping the run. Ron, can't stand him. Thought he was a horrible coach. But what was his whole mantra? We don't stop the run all the way to quarterback.
But where you're fit, or you really should be.
I mean, but like everybody believes that, and I continue to believe if you can't stop the run, you can't stop the pass. But the reverse can be true. But here's my other thing that I worry about with the run game, and this is another number that I don't know if you pulled this one out. This is the one that I get a little bit concerned about.
Okay.
Entering, I haven't checked the updated version of this stat, but entering week 16, they were bottom 4 in the National Football League in terms of runs or 10 or more yards allowed.
Yes, they've gotten gashed many times over.
Like that's a problem.
It is, of course it is.
And I think when you compare the explosive runs given up to the explosive passes, maybe there are more explosive runs. Now, I don't know that for sure. But
the percentage, right? Because teams throw it more than they pass it, or throw it more than they run it. So again, game within the game. Go to the Cleveland game, for example.
Mm-hmm.
They gave up a huge yards per carry total to a couple of Jag running backs. I think it was Dante Foreman and maybe Jerome Ford.
I almost said Isaiah Crowell.
That's funny. Well, they're up 24-3 at that point.
Yeah.
They don't give a damn. You want to run it? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Because Cleveland's trying to get out of there. Washington's already won. The game's over.
Mm-hmm.
So their yards per carry looks worse. They decided we're not going to let Amari Cooper and David Njoku and whoever else beat us. And they did a good enough job there against a bad offense that was really struggling. Now, I'm not saying that when they decide to stop the run, they're always good at it. Because your point is right. When they were still playing the full Monty against Philadelphia, they got gashed. They got gashed early in this game, most recently on Sunday. And then the first one, they were getting away with it. Jalen Hurts was missing stuff.
Yeah.
They were lucky in that game. And again, I'm not taking anything away from them. They get paid to play too. But once Philadelphia found their footing, they ripped a bunch of stuff off, right? It really started to me right around that fourth down time, if you remember that first game on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, when they didn't get it. Yeah.
Just a third down check down to Saquon Barkley. He left I think it was Quan Martin, maybe it was somebody else in his wake and ripped off 40-some yards. Yeah. And as soon as that happened, it was now Philadelphia's in gear. Now the offense is humming. You were going to get blown out of there, and that's what happened. So I don't think they can stop Philadelphia. I don't think they can stop a real good offense that can do everything. If they play somebody that has, and you make them pick one or the other, and you're not afraid of the other result. In other words, when I play Tennessee and I go, it ain't going to be you running the ball, because I'm not afraid at all of Will Levis, Mason Rudolph, whoever, they can do something. But when you've got both, as every team in the postseason does, Minnesota, Detroit, Green Bay, Philadelphia, who we've already seen.
Rams, if they end up
and the Rams too, yeah. I mean, Kyron Williams is a badass, and you got a couple bookend receivers. I would not want to see the Rams, by the way, in the postseason.
That may be our worst matchup, if I'm being honest, because they have legitimately both. And that's what I was going to ask you next. Mm-hmm. When it comes to the potential teams they can face in the postseason, is there a group that you go, it's that team? I think Washington can stop them from doing this.
No.
And that's why I don't give them a big chance to win a postseason game. Before you all try and jump down my throat and send me hate mail to my apartment, that's okay that they're probably not going to win a postseason game.
At this stage,
this is year one of a rebuild. Mm-hmm. We got the organizational structure that's in place matters far more than anything else. And then Sunday, once again, you realize, oh, wait, we've got a one-of-one guy at the position.
Yeah, so if they somehow match up with Atlanta, probably not feasible. Yeah. I'd feel good about that, but because they're the worst team in the postseason right now. Or if if they swap with Tampa, Tampa's beat up. Mm-hmm. They're not the same team that whooped Washington's took us in week number 1. But in general, I don't think there's a great matchup there for them. And to your point, I'm spinning 2 plates. 1, we could talk about this season, and we should because we're going through it right now. 2, big picture, we should all be doing spin kicks, right? That long-term thing is not changing and hasn't changed. The structure is there. A competent ownership group that's not harassing anybody, is not tyrannical, is not sabotaging this thing, trying to win a race. A GM that knows what the hell he's doing, even though there have been misses, by the way.
It happens.
That's those kinds of things are very different than not having a GM or having a guy that shouldn't be the GM who couldn't be bothered to do the job, who hired a bunch of his buddies who just agree with him. That structure was wrong. Not having a GM is wrong. That's fixed. That's over with. And it seems like they got a pretty competent head coach the guys play hard for, and the quarterback is here.
That's
to
the
me,
big difference, yeah.
the argument for they can win a playoff game, I hate to be oversimplified. I hate to do what your boy Nick Wright does every day on television, where he's like, no one's as good as Mahomes, and that's the show. They have Jaden Daniels. Sometimes Superman puts the cape on and saves the day.
Yeah.
That's it.
I.e. Sunday.
That's the argument. Now, it still takes a play from Frankie Louvu. It still takes some, a play here or there, a kick return from Luke McCaffrey. I mean, of course, other guys are getting paid to play too. But Jaden Daniels just threw for 5 touchdowns against the defense that hadn't allowed more than 2 all season.
Which is crazy.
4 of those to Olamide Zaccheaus, who played in Philadelphia and had as many catches as you and I did last year, and Jamison Crowder, who was available at any time for anybody over the last several years to be the team's 5th wide receiver. So that's the argument for them winning. It's not a defensive thing.
No, not at all.
Right?
But that's okay because it's year 1. I just am amazed and grateful at the same time that we're able to have this conversation. We now have the guy.
It's a 10-win team. They have a great chance to win 11 for the first time since 91 before you were a person.
Before I was even an idea, Danny Rouillet.
You weren't even a concept.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So big picture, again, we always try to do this. Big picture is as good as it can be. And that's not hyperbolic. It is as good as it can be long term. Yeah. Right now, this year, that's a flawed roster it's even thinner because of some of the injuries. Speaking of injuries, we'll talk to Austin Eckler at 5:00. Hopefully get some good news from him about him working his way back. Mm-hmm. They could really use him in the postseason. For sure. I think especially as a couple guys are banged up, and Ertz looked like he was pretty limited this past week. They could really use Austin Eckler, just maybe help in the run game, but really the pass game to me is where he could be really influential. Just some easy stuff on early downs. But coming up next, it is Christmas Eve, and we'll do a little kitschy, kind of hokey sort of deal. Junk started it today. Linnell and I will go around. We'll talk to Max and Darius about what they would do too. We're going to figure out what gift would you get for Washington and maybe even Jaden Daniels specifically to help them down the stretch and come to the postseason before Austin Eckler joins us at 5 p.m. Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Sorry about all of it. Sorry about the early 90s hip hop. Again, you're probably so confused, Linnell.
I am.
Lyrics, no minute and a half long intros where someone's like, yeah.
Is that you're like, yeah.
And
like
then
your
they
intro
mutter something.
precision.
You can hear the words. You got some melodies. Oh, it's just a different time, man. It must be tough for you.
This like narrative that you older folks have set that
That's right.
like our rap music, when I say our, I'm talking about the youngest in charge movement, that our rap music is just a bunch of jibber jabber. It's not true. I need you to, I have a homework assignment for you this Christmas break. I know you will not complete it because you probably think it's all mumble, but if you do turn on one song, one album, one project.
Seriously, will you send me
I will
some
send it to you.
suggestions? Please do. I'm dead serious about that.
One of one. That's ONE of one, WUN, by Gunna, YSL rap member.
Okay.
Was in prison, beat prison charges.
He beat them.
Came out and is now rapping about it. And it's storytelling.
It's storytelling.
So there are lyrics.
It's probably the same as Nas and how great it was, how great his lyrics were back in the day.
Thank you.
It's probably on the same level.
Gunna and Nas, two
are
great
probably the same.
lyricists.
Yeah, it's probably the same.
I just know
now
how to-
listen, respectfully, I've already forgotten what you said, so please, I need it in writing. Will you
got
text
you.
me that? I'm actually serious.
I
about that.
promise.
I'd like to give it a chance because there are I know everyone makes fun of Drake. I think there's some quality.
Drake's amazing.
Kendrick Lamar's track from Black Panther is one of my favorite songs made in the last couple of decades. That's probably too long, decade plus. There is some quality stuff, but you got to search. You got to sift through a lot of little this and diminutive that and smaller than average this guy and this dude, and a lot of it just stinks on ice.
You know what I would pay to see?
What's that?
You at a Sexy Red concert.
That's
Slim, thick, caramel skin, 5'5".
Oh
yeah,
no, I
Sexy
don't know it
Red.
at all. I would. It wouldn't go well for anybody.
You wouldn't get it sexy?
No, I wouldn't be welcome. They'd be like, no one would like me there. I wouldn't like it there. The whole thing. I couldn't.
You would fit right in. You'd be amazing.
I would not. And let's be honest.
So she's got a line of Sexy Red's the shit.
Oh, I didn't know that.
She's got a line of lip gloss that she names after some very provocative things.
Oh.
I think you'd enjoy it.
Where can I not buy that? That's Linnell. I'm Danny. This is Grant Danny here on The Fan. Austin Eckler joins us in about 10 minutes. Some people in the chat, what up, chat, are already doing the right thing. We're 40 minutes away, give or take, from me doing the annual Christmas tradition of the Jesus. His birthday tomorrow. Okay. The all impression request line. Easy for me to say. I talk for a job. Get those in. Tweet me at Funny Danny. Type them out in the chat. Do that, and I will do my best. The bit is the voice. If I can do it, I'll do it. And the topic. So, for example, one in the chat right now is I would love to hear Danny doing an Obama catching Santa in his house and then doing a press conference about it. That's you get the idea.
Yes.
One says Josh Harris telling Ron Rivera he's fired. Again, you get the idea.
Oh my God.
I just want to let you know you need to pack all your crap. Boom, get out of here.
Whoa.
Yeah, oh, yeah. You don't know about Josh Harris?
Has he broke this out and I'm just not hip or what?
You're usually down there yelling at Russell. Yeah.
Okay.
I know the Josh. So since Josh Harris called us and was like, I just want to know if I can buy everyone a beer. I've been rocking it since then. Thanks, audience. Thank you. Thank you.
I benefited from said beer. It was great.
Yeah.
Danny, go ahead with your bad self.
Well, thank you. We had a debate as to whether that was better or my Spencer Carberry was better because people were putting my Carberry over, and I'm like, that's still in the working stage. That's
still
Play-Doh.
crafting it.
I'm pretty good about it. Anyway, yeah, we'll do that at 5:30 after Austin Eckler joins us. Okay. So here's the other thing. Let's go around the room here. Maxwell House Coffee. Be thinking of your answer. Christian Darasaw, yours. Linnell, I want yours here in a second. It can't just be like the best player in the league or the best left tackle.
Yeah.
Give me something you want to give Washington here for Christmas, right? Whether it's Jaden Daniels a weapon, whether it's protection, whether it's, continued adjustments from Kingsbury, whether it's more blitzing, whatever it is. I'll go first. My answer is pretty simple. He comes on in 8 minutes. Austin Eckler.
Yeah.
I want Eckler back. To me, you can get away with not having Austin Eckler against some of the bad teams. You can beat Tennessee. You barely beat New Orleans, but you can beat New Orleans. You can beat the juvenile group. And I'm aware they just beat Philadelphia. But to me, I would not want to take my chances in a playoff game without the ease that Austin Eckler provides.
Yeah.
Right? That's your 1 yard into 12 yards. That's your pass pro. That's your check down that you still get meaningful yards on. In the kick return game, although Luke McCaffrey was great this past weekend, maybe they found something there. But to me, Eckler, we think of the easy button like Deshaun Jackson going over the top or Tyreek Hill. The other version of the easy button is, this is nothing. This is a little flare screen. This is a little tunnel screen, little bubble, and you get a first down out of it. And you're moving the chains. Think of the first game at Philadelphia. That's how they started. Eckler left, Eckler right. Now all of a sudden they're in Eagle territory, just like that. Just a couple. He returns the kick. You flare a screen to the right. You ran to the left. You all of a sudden picked up 30 yards right there, and now you're in scoring range.
Boom.
That's what they need back, a little bit more ease, because it's not coming at receiver. There's nobody at receiver that they can do it outside of Terry McLaurin, and it's the Allen and Misfit Toys. To me, that's their next best weapon. That's who they need back.
Yeah, it was tough because I actually thought KJ Osborne was going to be active this week based on the way Cliff spoke at the presser about 2 weeks ago when they first signed him. But my gift, this is tough. I thought long and hard about this. My gift for the Commanders and what I think would really set this group over the top is if Marshawn Latimore had 2 brand new hamstrings. I mean, fresh out of the wrapper, not even under the tree, like the surprise dad, I got you gift. Marshawn opens up all his gifts, and then dad goes, I got 2 hamstrings for you. That is what this team needs, is a healthy Marshawn Latimore, because you saw it on Sunday, and I got people in my comments talking about, the defensive pass interference penalties. You know how difficult it is to be in man-to-man coverage left on an island with that freakazoid A.J. Brown for 55 plays? It's tough.
One of those Browns pulling him down by the front, and he's responding. I thought that one was bogus. I thought the third one was correct.
Yeah.
Now, we were annoyed because the other 2 had already happened for huge first downs on third down plays. I thought the third one was right. He was draped, and I'd want that called the other direction. Second one, to me, I didn't think the ball was catchable, but we could quibble. But go ahead. That's a good one.
But yeah, like Latimore to me adds so much to this defense, and you got to see a glimpse of it on Sunday. Me and Danny were talking about this before the show started. Like the amount of 0 blitzes we saw called by Joe Witt Jr., who, by the way, I don't know if you saw the picture of him with the ice in his bottom row of his mouth, Danny Rouillet. Joe Witt Jr.'s got a grill now.
Oh.
He was doing the whole thing. It was amazing.
I didn't see that.
It's
no.
it was my lock screen for about 30 minutes, and I got told I was an idiot. But like that, to me, that level of aggression, we haven't seen that from Washington defensively. You talked about it's been a lot of too high stuff, try to generate pressure with 4, hope that Frankie Louvu hits the spin move on somebody. Having a premier shutdown corner on the opposite side allows you to really get aggressive with your pressure packages, and I think that may be the key to them winning a postseason game.
I like it. Darius, your gift.
My gift to the Washington Commanders would be the 2022 version of Daron Payne and the 2021 version of Jonathan Allen becoming a combined force in the last 2 weeks of the regular season. If John Allen comes back this week.
That's a hell of a gift.
Through the playoffs.
I'm a little mad I didn't think of that one.
So am I. That's why I slam things and all that.
That's annoying. I mean, good one, Darius, but I'm annoyed.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well,
Daron Payne, 11.5 sacks in 2022. Jonathan Allen, 9.5 sacks in 2021. Combine those 2 forces together, and let's go on a run, boys.
Again, great job, Darius. That's really good.
Why don't you come host the show, buddy? Jeez.
Max Kleber, give me your super quick.
I can't believe I have to follow that, but the draft rights to Emeka Ibuka.
Well, that's way worse. I'm kidding. Good one. I like those gifts. Another gift. Austin Eckler comes up in about 5 minutes right here on G&D. Linnell is in for Grant. And we're a little over, I'd say we're around 30 minutes away from the all-request impression line. Get him in now. Tweet me at Funny Danny. Get in the YouTube chat, or you'll be able to call us on the web. But Austin Eckler joins us in 5 minutes. Welcome back to GD on the Fan. No GPs off for the holidays. I'll be off later in the week. I always do this Christmas Eve show. Always have a blast. Willingham sitting in. Been a lot of fun to hang out today. As we always do around this time, let's jump to the hotline to talk to our buddy Austin Eckler. Trusted insight from Trusted Insiders, presented by IT Cadre, where DC Sports Insiders share their exclusive perspective. Welcome to the program, Austin Eckler. Austin, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
What's up, Austin?
What to do? Happy holidays.
You too, buddy. Our weekly question is we always kind of get started. How are you feeling? How you doing? Give us the latest on your health.
Yeah, man. Continuing to get back. It's a slow process, kind of annoying, but got to make sure you go at the pace of your body. So feeling really good, though. So that's what I can say on that.
For sure, man. Hopefully, we get you back before the end of the season. We know the offense, misses you right now. I want to ask you a question about one of your teammates to start here, Austin. I know before you got hurt, a lot of time out on the field with our quarterback, Jaden Daniels. And my request, because I know we get a guy mic'd up each and every week for the Commanders. I think last game, the Saints game, it was Dante Fowler. I am noticing, and it stood out a lot this week, Austin. 9 seconds left to go in the football game, and he's cackling it up with Jalen Carter. Can you give us a little bit of insight as to what Five says sometimes to the players? I think he's negotiating so they don't kill him out there, but I love it.
Yeah, see, I don't know what's exactly going on in those conversations, but I'm sure it's something along the lines of just what's going on the field, or something. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in those conversations.
Austin, just let's go through that game this past week. I mean, you've been in so many battles, so many games, big, good, bad, everything in between. When that early start happens and it's not going the squad's way, how hard is that to kind of keep doing what you do, right? How hard is that not to roll over or, kind of say, okay, we'll get them next week? I know you're pros. I know you guys are competitors, but I was amazed at the bounce back and, these little chip away moments, whether it's Louis's interception or, a couple things happen on offense. What's it like when it's not going well early, and how do you kind of pull back from the abyss to get back in the game?
Yeah, I know it's important for really the whole team to keep its composure. I think it actually tells you a lot about your team if you're able to go through some adversity and you see your team keeping its composure and people not blaming or yelling or getting discouraged down on the sideline. Like, it's not a good feeling, absolutely. I mean, we're emotional. We're humans over here too, so we feel that weight of, okay, we have to come back. But you see us staying together. You see everyone picking each other up, right? Words of encouragement. And so when you see that on the sideline, it's really encouraging. And, you got a good culture and a good team that you're part of. And, we're going to play to the end no matter what, if we're up by 50 or down by 50. And we're always going to, try to do our best and do what we can to come back if we're up or if we're down, and then, try to stay up if we're up. So that was one of those scenarios. And as we know in this game, I've been playing for a long time, there's ups and downs. And regardless, you can look at even our season this year. We've had some downs where we came back, had some ups where we stayed up or even lost the lead. This game it's intense, it's fun, it's emotional, it's all of those things, which makes it so great. And so you're never out until 0-0 on the clock, and so you keep fighting, and that's exactly what we were able to do. And fortunate for us this time, we were able to do enough to make sure we came out on top, which is one of those moments that brings everyone together. I know everyone in the stadium was loving the ups and downs, and just obviously that we won the game. But yeah, it's part of the things that we love about football, the good and the bad.
Man, it's a credit to you guys as coaching staff and then veterans like yourself, man. That was one of the first things I said to describe this group. You guys just have this never say die attitude, and it's very clear and obvious when you watch you all play, man. No matter what the score is, you can't tell. The effort is still there, 110%. But you mentioned, though, Austin, you've had a tremendous journey to end up in the National Football League, undrafted guy, the epitome of don't let your circumstances dictate your work ethic. But even for a guy like you that's seen a lot in the National Football League, have you been a part of a team like this? There have been some roller coaster moments this year. I call you all the cardiac commanders because it feels like every week it's coming down to the wire. Have you ever been a part of something like this before, man?
Yeah. Just played so many games. I think, especially with the Chargers, we've always had seasons that were like really close on both sides, that we came out on top or we fell short this season. And so definitely been a part of a lot of close games in the NFL. I think that's what the NFL is about. I know it's been a little different culture over here with Washington, but definitely been a part of seasons where there's a lot of on the fence wins, maybe some killer wins and some crushing losses. And that's why so many people are so bought into this sport, is because it's such a great time. Even if your team hasn't been having the best year, you come in knowing that anything can happen on Sunday, and you have all the hopes that, hey, maybe we can pull it out this week. And that's what's so great about the game. And that even as players as well, even if, hey, maybe we're having a great season, let's keep it going. Even if you're not, you still have that belief that, hey, we're going to go out there and give it our best and try to put ourselves in a position to win a game. Because us as competitors, that's what it comes down to. That's what we're made of, right? We're made of, hey, we go until, it hits 0-0 on the clock. So, contribute. It's just, shout outs to our game and, our competitiveness, keeping it exciting.
Austin Eckler with us here on Grant and Danny Linnell in for GP today. So, Austin, this win's a huge deal on a number of fronts. One, it all but punches a ticket maybe to the postseason. Chance no coach ever has won 10 games in their first year here in Washington. A chance to win 11 games for the first time since I was 12 years old. There's a lot now on the line here, and it's because of that huge win. How much does that, though, beating this specific opponent mean to you guys? Philadelphia's the bully. I mean, they had a chance at the 1 seed. They've been really, really good. This is the team this year's first win over a team with that kind of a record. What does that mean? How validating is that to beat an excellent team that's a legit Super Bowl contender like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dan Quinn said it best, at the beginning of the week. He's mentioned, hey, if you want to be a heavy hitter, you have to beat one, and we hadn't really done that yet. We haven't beaten anyone besides the Bears with a winning record at the time. And so I was like, okay, let's get an opponent that, is respected across the league. And hey, that's how we're going to have to get respect. How do you earn respect? Well, you have to go out there and beat someone who already has it. And so that's exactly what we were able to do. And it's one thing that we're going to continue to climb on. That's something that, as you get to the playoffs, that's what it comes down to. Hey, you earned the right to be here. And it's a chance for you to kind of prove yourself, solidify yourself as a team to be respected in the league. And I think we've done that throughout the year, but, it always helps to continue to put some depth behind that with building up that resume of teams that you beat, the crunch times that you come back, won, things like that. That's what the NFL is about. How do the games play out with your team in crunch time? Are you end up making it on top? Are you giving yourself a chance? Are you always falling short? Like, these tendencies tend to build the narrative around teams, and around players, specifically quarterbacks who are, criticized the most because they have the most on their shoulders. So I think it's been great for us this year, seeing Jaden kind of in these crunch time positions, coming out on top, and obviously us being around him, supporting him as an offense, defense, and special teams unit as well.
Austin, one thing, since it's the holiday season, my brother, one thing that seems to be like tradition throughout the NFL is, guys getting their teammates gifts. What is the best gift, Austin, you've ever received from a teammate?
Yeah, so we usually do our annual running back white elephant. And I actually have I have one on me right now. I'm wearing my satchel. I have like a satchel. I've had this thing for like 6 years now. I have a backpack for my first ever gift exchange that I still have to this day. I have like a mini Traeger grill that I still have to this day. So I've had some good gifts in the past. Actually, DQ got us all bats, for being some heavy hitters. Like that's his saying, got us some bats. So we got the whole team bats, like things like that are special that, are really cool because of the sentimental value that, it'll be on my shelf one day, and I'll look back and that'll remind me of my time, when I first came out to Washington from LA and was, part of this team. So some good gifts. I know there's gifts all over the place. There's a bunch of stuff in the parking lot today and yesterday, some scooters, some big gifts, some Gucci bags, a whole bunch of stuff, you name it, all types of stuff. It's definitely something that we get into during the holidays, the giving, traditions.
I saw some pictures of those bats, by the way.
Awesome.
They are clean.
Yeah.
Like that would be a nice thing to have for sure as a keepsake.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty unique.
Yeah. Give me so here's one more football serious one here, if you don't mind. So against New Orleans and against, Philadelphia, I thought to a degree, and then maybe a couple other games here of late. Against Tennessee's kind of the aberration. We talked about this a little bit last week, and just kind of, again, want your thoughts on the running game in general. It seems like teams are pretty pot committed to stop early down runs and stop B-Rob and stop you guys from being able to run the ball the way that you can and have so often this year. What did you see this past weekend in terms of what Philly was doing, what you guys are doing in terms of the run game and trying to get that going?
Yeah, they were doing a good job kind of stemming the fronts on us, showing a 4 down and then bringing a linebacker down late and bringing it to a 5 down front, really trying to kind of get us out of our zone read game that we run a lot with Jaden, being able to be mobile. The thing that's kind of hidden, some hidden rushing yards out there, is that you really can't stop is the drop back run game.
Yeah.
If you want to call it that, right? Where it's like, hey, this is a 3-step, 5-step drop back. No one's open. Jaden, there he goes.
Yep.
And so when I talk about the run game, that's also included. We talk about, in our building, kind of like the second play. The first play is, the 5-step route, and at the top you do your breaks, and then the second play starts after that, and that's where Jaden's legs can come alive. That's where our receivers, everyone's got to come alive. All right, let's keep playing, because now, a lot of the big plays in the NFL are made after the first play, after the first few seconds, when things are starting to break down and players have to show up, make plays, get open. And so that's been absolutely effective for us in our run game throughout the entire season. Obviously, if we want to control the game a little bit more, we got to get our run game going. And I think the games that we've been able to do that as far as running backs have shown that, okay, we're having more of a dominance in our presence as an offense. Last week we struggled a little bit. You saw that. We had a couple fumbles, and it was a heavier passing game, and then it was Jaden really running the ball that actually had success. So, hey, every game has a life of its own. Doesn't mean you're going to win and lose on that. It just definitely helps when you control a lot of scrimmage and run the ball on a consistent basis anyway throughout the whole game.
Austin, I know you're currently on the shelf right now, so you're not really able to help the team on the field. But in terms of like the meeting room and then even being on the sideline Sunday, if you did have a conversation with him, walk me through, your words of encouragement for Brian Robinson after putting the ball on the carpet twice. You're a veteran in this league that has dealt with, every running back fumbles. It's just something that happens playing the position. Your words of encouragement for him, and then your overall role while you're kind of away, not on the field.
Yeah, obviously it's like the ultimate sin as a running back, is to put it on the turf. Actually, my rookie year, Coach Lynn, my head coach at the time, I asked him, like, hey, what do I got to do to make this team? He said, number one, protect the ball, right? Don't fumble. Number two, protect the quarterback. And then number three for me at that time was get on special teams. But number one always is protect the ball, because that is the whole organization, right? All of our teammates, our fans, ownership, fantasy, sports betting, like everything relies on you taking care of that ball. And so there's a mound of responsibility when it comes when you have the ball in your hands. And we understand that as players, and we take it absolutely personal. And it's the worst feeling ever when, you find it coming out of your hands or it's on the turf and you can't get to it. But regardless, it's part of the game, and my encouragement, my words, and me telling him on the sidelines is like you're such a key player. Like, I know you're pissed off, because I get pissed off too. Like, you should be pissed off. It's not a good thing that happened. But I try to channel it. I'm like, all right, let me use my anger and channel my anger now into running, using that little oomph. Maybe I can run a little bit harder than I was, and being a little bit more conscious of the ball. Because maybe you were being relaxed today for whatever reason. And so it just helps kind of, reset your mind of, hey, I got to make sure that I'm, taking care of this thing. And so that was my encouragement to him is, hey, yes, use the anger. I know you're pissed off, but guess what? We still need you. We still need you to make plays. We still need you to be you. Don't think about it as much. I know it sucks, but look, now you got a little anger, go take it out on them. Perfect opportunity.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, a game where you guys turned it over 5 times. They had 13 more minutes time of possession. And of course you won 36-33.
That's just the way it works.
Of course that's what happened. Austin,
any given Sunday.
I know, right? And that was so much damn fun. A lot of people lost their voices. Austin, you're the best, buddy. Sincerely appreciate all the time with us each and every week. Have a happy holidays, man. Keep getting healthier, bud. See you soon.
Likewise. All right.
Happy holidays. Austin.
Bye-bye.
See you, my friend. That is Austin Eckler, and IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose.
One thing that I want to give B-Rob a ton of credit for, because it feels like, being on Commander's Twitter after the 2 fumbles, it's the most toxic cesspool that you could ever find yourself in. His pass blocking in the fourth quarter
has dramatically improved, by the way.
Yes.
Because he needed to come off the field maybe a year ago.
Because
right?
of that.
Because of that, yeah.
And he had some pickups on Sunday that allows Jaden Daniels to have just a little bit more time to throw the football. And for him it would have been easy to get down on himself. Fox showed the shot with the towel on his head. I thought he was checked out. I was kind of irked by that shot, not going to lie. But I'm glad he was able to bounce back and, like Austin said, channel it in the right way.
Well, here's the thing. I talked about this years ago, just to relate it to baseball for no good reason, but it's an example that jumped into my mind. Years ago in 2012, when the Nationals lost to the Cardinals, right? There were a bunch of guys that did things that were totally out of character for them in that Game 5 loss. And that sucks in the moment, but it's like, okay, you want to cut Gio Gonzalez, who won 21 games that year?
Right.
You want to cut Drew Storn, who was, had been pretty good and had saved, I think, 30-some games the year before. It's like Brian Robinson had not fumbled this year.
Yeah. It's not what he does.
Like, he doesn't do that.
Right.
Well, I know he did it on Sunday. I was there. I saw it too. But like, that's not a fumbling problem guy. That's the opposite of that. It's crazy. That's how nuts that game was. The things that don't happen. AKA Jaden Daniels, who takes care of the football better than any rookie that I've seen, didn't take care of the football in a couple of cases. Brian Robinson, who doesn't fumbled. Delmy Brown. Well, anyway, but the other guys just doing bits. All right.
Love that.
Let's saddle up, partner. 800-636-1067. Darius, Maxwell House Coffee. Linnell, the chat. What up, chat? Twitter @FunnyDanny. 800-636-1067. We do this because it's fun, it's a tradition, and our old producer, Brendan Darr, hates it. We should never forget the real reason here at Christmas that we do this segment. It's because Brendan hated it. He hated dealing with it. He hated dealing with me.
Doesn't he hate fun things?
Yes, he does. And that's my claim. It's the all request impression line. You think of the impression, and if I can do it, I'll do it. And you think of the topic, you give it to me, and I will do my best.
Can't wait.
All right?
I got a couple.
So if there are things that I can't do, it's going to be awkward. If you're like, I don't know, for example, if you're like, do Denzel Washington, I can't. Okay? So don't ask for someone I can't do.
Okay.
If you need help, I got a wheel of impressions. I'll try to give you suggestions, but we'll do our best. All right? 800-636-1067. It's our holiday tradition here on The Fan.
Yeah, I know this one.
Save one of the best ones for last.
You bet your ass I know this one.
Is this Shook Ones part 1? No. That's part 2. That's part 2. Welcome back. G&D here on The Fan. No GP, but yes, Linnell with us for the final hour of the show as we lead you up to Christmas. So speaking of Christmas, we do this every year on Christmas Eve. I end up hosting the Christmas Eve show a lot of times by myself, a lot of times with a buddy. But I've done it now. I think each of the last 6 or 7 years.
It's been a while.
I've been doing this for a minute,
Hashtag not new to this, true to this.
Yes, that's something I would say. And I've done this for a while, and I'll take it for granted. It's the coolest thing ever. I love doing it so much. And our old producer, Brendan Darr, hated this thing so much. He pretended that he didn't hate it, which was obvious because it gave away the fact that he hated it that much. That was a weird turn of a phrase. Let me try that again. He hated it, and then he would try to pretend that he didn't hate it, and that made him angrier.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? That he was putting up this charade, pretending that he liked it. There, I said that much better. So you're in the YouTube chat, youtube.com. You can find the 1067 The Fan page. Tweet us or give us some suggestions. What up, chat? Call us 800-636-1067. Tweet me at Funny Danny. Whatever you want. If I can do it, I'll do it. Give me the voice that you'd like me to do and a little topic for discussion. So, for example, okay, let me see. I just had this one a moment ago. Looks like this.
Please bring your best stuff, folks, because I want to laugh.
Glenn Consor.
Oh,
this is from Jordan. Glenn Consor calling a game with the Seven Dwarfs. Okay, so hold on, Sleepy. Now, Doc, Corey Kispert had 2 rebounds. Dopey, that's not very many. Boom. Yeah, that's stupid. It's nothing, but that's the bit.
Yeah.
You follow me? It's just Glenn Consor naming a couple of the dwarves while talking about a stat.
That's it.
That's how. Let's go to Fly. That's how we do this segment. If you know, you know. I had somebody else here. John Walton and the Capitals broadcast thinking about what to order. John Walton and the Capitals broadcast thinking about what to order. Yeah, so, for example, if we do several appetizers, they'll bring them out first, and it's going to be something that we are in danger of filling up. What do you think, Ken?
Wow.
Oh, that's right, Ken. You'll be too full to order your main course. Then you have to get a doggy bag and carry it home. Looks like rolls are on the way to the table. That's exciting. That's how we do this segment. That's John Walton.
That was a great job.
You like the Kenny Saverin bit?
That was yes.
My bit, and I like these guys a lot. So people think a lot of times when I impersonate somebody, I don't like them. Not the case.
That's the exact opposite.
Dudes, but sometimes I hate them. But not this case. I love those guys. My Kenny Saverin bit is that he just goes, oh, I can't. He's like, down. Oh, thanks, Ken, and then just move on. Yeah, just like it's back to John Walton. That's kind of the bit. All right, so Linnell. You've got a suggestion.
Do I get to start?
You're going to start this off. 800-636-1067. So give me what you got.
I want to hear. This is tough. I want to hear Jay Gruden. Do you have a Jay Gruden?
Yeah, my Jay's okay.
Okay, I'll make it easier.
That's good. I talk. He's sort of like this. I say, what's your point?
I want to hear Jay and Ron fighting over who would have done better with real ownership.
Well, first of all, my thing about it, okay, is if you're where your feet are, okay, and then they're in the same place they really are as a good owner, okay, and it's something that you get to support, and everybody. Mr. Snyder's been great for us. He didn't like me. He fired me. I found that over a beer. I don't know. Yeah, that's
how we do it, though.
Yeah, that was okay. All right, you got another one, or you want to move to the calls?
I do want to selfishly give you one more because there's someone that you do that I love. Can you be Chris Broussard explaining?
Give myself a cough drop, by the way. If you hear that sound, yeah.
Yeah. Can you be Chris Broussard explaining what is currently happening with the Wizards?
So right now, unless something changes, the Wizards are on pace to lose 914 games this year. They're trying this thing out where Jordan Poole handles the basketball and Kyle Kuzma doesn't play and doesn't play hard when he does play. They're also having Keshawn George trot around the three-point line, and he looks bewildered at times in this offense. Coach Brian Keefe is basically making certain that they can't guard anybody. They couldn't stop a sneeze right now, even if they held their nose and had 7 seconds notice that a sneeze was in fact coming. That's kind of my.
That's very good, Bruce.
No, thank you. The audience like that.
Thank
one?
you.
The audience like it?
It's the dragging out Brian Keefe. Yeah, that pops.
So that's one of those you have to like get a tone 1st. So that's not an easy one to do. Like I always have to start with right now, unless something changes. I can't get into it any other way.
Okay.
Does that make sense? All right. Darius, you got one? You don't have one? Maxwell House, you have one?
Cool. Tony Montana running a daycare.
No, I can't do it.
Fine.
I know what you're saying. I know because we were doing it bits earlier. I want you to know that I will do that for you, but I'm not doing it on the radio.
All right, fine. We'll
Thank
do
you.
another. Adam Schefter breaking the news of the invasion of Ukraine.
So what is happening now is we're seeing a couple of reports emerge that it might be Russia trying to annex another country. I've talked to multiple agents and multiple sources around the league, and as I retweet them and whatever they say goes, and I'm carrying water for a lot of people, it seems like Putin is interested in taking over Ukraine. Right now, there's lots of resources, there's lots of things they want, and they want it to be part of the Russian Empire. So, as of this moment, nothing is confirmed, but it seems as if there's going to be a ground invasion and a lot of war. Back to you.
It's the
My Christmas has been made.
what got me with that was the suck. That was this textbook.
Robbie wants Barkley doing 12 days of Christmas. Okay, because I never understood that, Ernie, because Christmas Day one day. And first of all, Kenny, I don't know how you had 12 days because in Hanukkah, they have 8 nights. Hold on, Ernie. They have 8 nights. Then there's other ones that don't have just one day of Christmas. Your Christmas Eve, you could open one gift. But then Christmas Day, you open all the other presents. There's not 12 nights. I never understood that one, Ernie. Back to you. Boom. That's how we do the segment.
Damn, man.
Let's
Your
go.
Barkley's crazy.
Oh, thank you. Let's do Andre Manassas. Andre, what do you got, buddy?
Hey, so your boy Donald Trump is coming back. He's the biggest Redskins Commanders fan out there. I want to hear Donald Trump's impression when the Canadian St. Juice got into the game on Sunday.
So we're going to talk about it. So-called Benjamin. He's Canadian. People don't talk about it. He's such a bad cornerback. He's very weak. A.J. Brown, a good American receiver. Beat him like a drum. Beat him so badly. We're going to look at this because we're going to have a regime where Marshawn Latimore plays and St. Juice doesn't. He's so bad. He gets beaten all over the place. She's terrible. Okay, but you won't call him on it because you're dishonest. Excuse me. We're watching this Philadelphia team. They're playing so well. Jalen Hurts gets injured, but, very weak. He goes out of the game, and Kenny Pickens comes in. Kenny Loggins is in the game. He does so. And A.J. Brown runs a slant route. They're very simple. Little slant route. And Benjamin St. Boops can't stop him. Okay? He's so terrible. But Washington won. They won the game. They were very lucky. They probably won't win again. But right now, they're doing so well. But we could do better. Thank you. All right. Let's go to this is interesting. Let's see. Tell Ali and Annandale I can't do that one. He's got to have a different request. I can't do that one either. Okay. Steve in Chesapeake. Give me your impression request in the topic, please.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
If I had a choice between world peace and Danny Rouet Christmas special, give me Danny Rouet Christmas special.
I'll take it. Yeah.
All the time. Oh my God, I laughed my butt off. Your Charles Barkley impersonation
Appreciate you, Ernie.
is amazing. So Danny, real quick, you said you were a Stranger Things fan. You see the show?
Absolutely. Yeah, I love Stranger Things. Yeah.
All right, I want you to. I'm walking in the bar. I see Josh Harris and Donald Trump sitting at the bar having a beer. And I said, hey, have you ever seen Stranger Things? Can you explain it to me? Can you do that for me, sir? Thank you.
Here we go.
So, well, there's a number. It takes place in Indiana, and it's right now. Do you want to shake hands? Okay, it's there are some kids, and it's kind of like E.T., but it's also how would you explain it? Okay, so these very weak kids. There's one that's a number. She's number 11. She's got some psychic powers. Okay, so she takes a Demogorgon that comes from the abyss. It comes from the upside down, which is the far left, the radical left agenda
of the Demogorgon and the Upside Down people. So they are invading. Okay, they invaded, and they did so well until 11 put him back in the other dimension. Turns out there were so many bad people on the other side. They were so bad because all these different things from the other side, the Upside Down, they were trying to take over. And it was about 11. And it was one dude that got bit by a spider one time. I think that's pretty much the summary. I would also add that at various points, I tried to buy everyone a beer, but they were just kids. I don't know. I didn't have a good shoehorn.
I want to give you a real
Josh Harrison there.
Holy hell.
Tell Charles and Bristol I can't do that one. It's flattering to think I could do them, but I can't do them all. Gilo says, give me Nick Cage trying to convince someone to kiss him under the mistletoe. He loves my Nick Cage bit. Sir, I don't think my Nick Cage is that great, but it's not important because it's Christmas. We want to make sure we make out under the mistletoe. Where's the Declaration of Independence? Wow. There's that one. This is from the comment section here. Stone. Oh, no, let's do this one from Ken. Pat Mahomes telling Travis Kelce to tell Taylor Swift not to come to the playoff games. Yeah, Trav, just a quick interjection, quick conversation we need to have, dog. Let's be honest with it. Tay is a distraction. Right now, she basically she gets shown on camera more than I do, and I'm the one with all the Hall of Fame stats, and she just goes on tour for little girls. Right now, I don't think it's a good idea if she comes to the game because I've talked to Coach Reed and some of the other guys are anonymous tight ends that I throw to also, and D-Hop. I don't think it's a good idea she comes to the game. So if you could keep her butt at home, that would be awesome, dog. Shannon Sharp and Chris Broussard debating whether MJ or LeBron is the GOAT.
Oh, yes.
Here we go. Hold on, Chris. Knock, knock. Who there, Chris? The greatest of all time. It is Michael Jordan, Chris. Hold on, Chris. No. Listen, don't play with me. Don't play with Shay Shay because something's going to happen to you. A piano's going to drop on your head or it's going to be me. Well, either way, I'm the piano, Chris. The answer is Michael Jordan. There's other players, but it's not. Because it's Jordan. Right now, unless something changes, LeBron James is going to play until he's 75 years old. He'll accumulate more statistical things than any player ever, including most times not being as good as Michael Jordan because there is no debate. Boom. Even in character. Oh, thank you. Let's line him up. 800-636-1067. Sir, you're just like sitting here.
No, this is amazing.
All right.
I'm a kid in a candy store.
Tweet me at Funny Danny. Get in the YouTube chat. The all request impression line.
I have one off
Christmas Eve special. There we go. Do it after the break. And I got the wheel here for inspiration. So, for example, there's Lou Holtz. I can do Lou Holtz.
Okay.
Take us to break as Lou Holtz. Here we go. How about this? So coming up after the break, there's a big segment coming. At 6 o'clock, we got all sorts of other stuff. It's Christmas Eve. This guy's doing impressions of different people. It's coming back. It's great, Danny, but that's not Danny. That's now we're on the fence. We're doing the impressions. So call us on the phone at 636-1067. Tweet me a Funny Danny. It's football.
In the LBC.
All right, people are starting to get the bit here.
Hope so.
All right, so Grant Daniel the fan. Couple more segmentations here. The all impression request line or the all request impression line. I can't remember which. Do it every Christmas Eve. Welcome back. So Linnell's in. We're hanging out. So there are a couple of people keep throwing in there that I can't do, and I always feel bad. It's a weird thing as an impressionist, where I'm not tooting my own horn here, but I don't even know the whole number. It's dozens. It's probably in the hundreds, honestly, of different impressions. I know that sounds like an arrogant horse's ass thing to say, but I actually think it's true.
Yeah.
The disappointment that people feel when I can't do one, it's like, but I do so many other things. But and they're like, can you do, like, for example, someone says, can you do, or where was it? Al Pacino and Bob De Niro. No, I can't do Pacino. My Pacino sucks.
Wow.
So my De Niro, basically, like this. You can make a face and you know who I'm doing, but it's fine. It's not great. It wouldn't be good for a radio fire. So if I can't do it, I'm not ignoring you. I just can't do it. So for example, got a great one here from the old chat. The Obama press conference after catching Santa Claus in his house. The Obama press conference after catching Santa Claus in his house. Look, last night, I come downstairs and there's a man, a rotund man, wearing red, eating cookies. And I said, look, if you've got a gift for Sasha and Malia, just leave it and go. And he looked at me, and you know what he said? And this is true. He said, and I quote, ho, ho, ho. And I said, I'll get up out of here. I don't have a way to end this impression. I don't kind of have a punchline, so I'm still kind of going. And that's it. I don't know. I didn't have a good ending. Oh, that's nice.
It's impressive.
Thank you. Very sweet.
Do you practice these? I'm sure your children and wife hear.
No, they
don't hear it. No, okay.
They're over it. They're over it
because you do it a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like when I discovered I could do Trump, my poor wife, just following around like, excuse me, excuse me, nasty. Like you say terrible stuff all the time. Darius, you got a request.
All right, let's do our good old friend from HD2, Kevin Sheehan, breaking down the latest achievement that he got in Elden Ring.
And so hold on, Denton, let me say this. Denton, let me say it. Hold on. So I'm grinding my way through the DLC for Elden Ring. Okay, it's outstanding. It doesn't use the same leveling system. Okay, so I have to beat Consort Radon with underachieved weaponry and mediocre stats. Hold on, let me say this, Denton. Let me say it. Okay, because I'm able all of a sudden, I spammed a couple spells, used some ranged attacks, able to defeat him. It was kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you, but we did it. So I beat Elden Ring and the let me say this, and the DLC, Denton. I was able to do that in only 6 weeks. And Kevin Sheehan talking about Elden Ring.
So is the key to Sheehan just because I hear the voice dying out?
Well, the key to Sheehan is to run out of steam middle of the sentence. Yeah. It's to feel like you're about to be interrupted. So if I do the full TNT crew, Ernie Johnson, check. To do Ernie, you feel like you almost have to burp, right? So Ernie's about to burp, so we just go check, like he's about to have to belch, right? So to start to do Sheehan, you're worried about hold on, let me say this. You're worried about being interrupted, and by the end of your sentence, you're out of your energy. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Oh man. Mm-hmm. What do we do to deserve this? This is amazing.
Let me see. I wonder if I can do this one and be fine. Let's try it. Emil and Alexandria. You think I can do this one? Am I getting in trouble? There's your call.
Go for it.
Don't do it. Okay. Max, first of all, you're out after those.
Sorry.
Let me see. Okay. Ray in Richmond. Ray, what's up, buddy? You're on the fan.
Hey. Love your impression.
Thank you, buddy.
Love your John Gruden. But I'm thinking Pat Mahomes explaining why there shouldn't be pork on Christmas Day.
So obviously, dog, Christmas Day is a very special time of year. We're just grateful to everybody for gathering around and making sure that there are num-nums on the table. There's a number of things that like we like to do, and obviously Coach Reed and Trav, and we all sit down and gather to eat. And I just think pork on the table for Christmas is wrong. I mean, there's a lot of people that like it, and they enjoy it, and they're allowed to. But for us, it's like obviously we like to do a fillet wrapped in bacon, or you could do a turkey or a turducken or something, or even a ducking, which Danny Rouillet chose on the Thanksgiving food draft, which I actually thought was brilliant. But a lot of people knocked him for it. But we're going to do what we do around holiday time, make sure we're winning games, and even if it's ugly, we're still going to go to the AFC title game every single year because we're inevitable like Thanos. So that's what I got, dog. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Yes. Wow. Let me see. I can't do that. Bruce Willis defending Die Hard 2 as a Christmas movie because it's based in D.C. no less. Bruce Willis defending Die Hard 2. Let me ask you this. What time of year does it take place? Everybody knows the answer. Here's the thing. The ambiance at D.C., it's a forgettable Die Hard, but it's got Christmas music. It's a Christmas movie. Hey, Al. Hey, Al. There we go. I can't do that. How about Vinny in Seat Pleasant? I think I can do this one. Vinny, what do you got for me, buddy?
What's going on, Dan?
Hey,
Derek? Can you give me a Stephen A. Smith arguing with John Gruden over the best flavor donut?
Okay, first of all, let's be real. What are we talking about here? Okay, the best flavor donut, and it's bar none. It's irreconcilable. It's inevitable. It's a Toyota to sell. Okay, the best flavor of donut is obviously chocolate glaze because you have the best of all the different worlds. You have glaze. You have chocolate. Let me finish. Because you can combine all the different flavors. You now have the best donut profile humanly possible. Let me ask you something. You ever had a donut, you dumbass? Cinnamon sugar sprinkles right on top of the donut is friggin' delicious, man. I remember one time I'm sitting there in the office down in Tampa before I got fired. I got fired a couple different times. I had 17 donuts, man. I'm watching film. I'm on the board, man. I'm breaking down a spider two-eyed banana. I got cinnamon sugar underneath my fingernails, man. Okay? There you go.
Oh,
that's
my
that.
Brooks in Damascus. All request impression line. What do you got?
Hey, well, you did both of them that I wanted, but I'm trying to put them together.
Okay.
I want Adam Schefter to break current NFL news to Kevin Sheehan, but Sheehan inevitably working it back to the Terps or the Redskins' glory years.
Brooks, you get the bit, and you're excellent at this. That's an outstanding job.
Oh, my God.
But so Adam Schefter joins us on my podcast, which I can talk about on the radio for some reason. So hold on. Let me say this. Let me say it. Hold on. Let me say this, okay? Because Maryland, Buck Williams played at Maryland. So did Joe Smith and X-Ray Hip and Johnny Rhodes was an underrated guard. Maryland was so good in the 80s, 90s. And when Lefty left and they faced all sorts of probation. Sorry, Kevin, I'm just receiving word that every quarterback in the league has actually been traded. So, look, Maryland, let me finish, Adam. Because the Terps this year, I think they're underrated. They're probably the 41st best team in America this year. They might finish better than 7th in the Big Ten. And Adam Schefter joins us. There we go.
Yo, I didn't realize how much I love your shit, but I love your shit.
It's fun.
It's the hold on thing.
Let me say this here. All right, let me look over here. Do we have any of those? We did that. We did that. All right, let me try this one. Somebody tweeted me this one. Stone Cold Steve Austin ordering at Stone Cold Creamery.
Wow.
Stone Cold Steve Austin ordering at Stone Cold Creamery.
Well, I don't give a damn what you're going to roll into that ice cream. I just want to see you with a couple spatulas rolling that sumbitch over. What? Take your spatula in your right hand, take it over in your left hand, get me some cookies and cream, give me some cookie dough, mix the cookies together, and make me a giant ice cream treat. What? That's the bottom line. How much do I owe you?
Oh, with the glass, too.
Oh,
one
my
more?
God.
Yes or no? It's up to you. All right, we'll do one more. 800-636-1067. Tweet me at Funny Danny. Keep it up in the chat. We'll do some more. We'll get some business out of here before we get out of here for Christmas Eve. Linnell Willingham, Danny Rouillet, Christmas Eve show on the Fan. Good way to close it out, Darius. Little Tribe, old school Bonita Applebaum, and she is the bomb. Welcome back. Merry Christmas to one and all. G&D here on the Fan. Linnell in for GP. One more segment until we are out of here. All right. It is the annual tradition, the all-request impression line, and it's open for you. 800-636-1067. Tweet me at Funny Danny. Some good suggestions coming in there. If you're in the YouTube chat, hit me up. We've compiled the list. We're going to try to go through them. But Linnell, you said you had something you wanted to get off your chest. Or you want me to do?
This is rather embarrassing because we laughed so hard during the break that I genuinely forgot. It was Ron Rivera related, I would say. It was someone
it was okay.
It was someone that you had already done. Oh, okay, here it was. It was, and this may be a little edgy. I believe that when Dan Snyder told Ron Rivera that he had the keys to the entire organization, I think the meeting ended there. Ron signed, told Dan say nothing more, and ran out to the car. I wanted you to do Ron telling his family that Washington gave him not only the head coach job, but also the keys to the franchise.
I'm definitely not going to believe it, okay? They're going to pay me to not do much. Okay, they really are. So when the DEA comes to raid the building, okay, I'm not going to be there. It's on a Friday. Okay, I know head coaches don't do much on Friday, but I bet your ass GMs do. Am I going to the Senior Bowl? No. Okay, I'm going to be where my feet are, and that's not there. We had one. Let's go through some of these here.
Oh my gosh.
Coach Spencer Carberry discussing breakfast options.
Okay.
Joins the Junkies every week. Was it Wednesdays that Coach Carbs comes on? I think it's Wednesday mornings with Coach Carbs. If you haven't heard Coach Carbs, sorry, this won't make as much sense to you. But if you have, it's somewhere in here. The most important thing for us right now is to be accountable for our breakfast options. We've got a number of them. You can go to the waffle station. Obviously, you don't want to overcook your waffle. It's got a timer on there. But if you put too little batter, you can burn your waffle. That's obviously too much carbs for most folks. But as long as you're balancing that with some fruit and some protein, maybe some eggs. If there's cheesy eggs available, there's an omelet chef as well. So we're here at the hotel. So I would try to get yourself a lot of nutrition so we can be accountable in the offensive zone. Boom. Sean McVay explaining to a toddler that it's bedtime. Sean McVay explaining to a toddler that it's bedtime. So right now we haven't done a real good job of following the rules and getting ourselves ready for night-night, okay? So we're going to have to brush, all of our teeth in there. We're going to get them scrubbed. Obviously, we've got toothpaste for that. So, sorry, I slipped into Canadian right there. Let me try that again. You hear that? Like, they're a little echo carbs.
I'm about to say,
Did you hear that? That was
take a break in between.
So right now, we're obviously not doing a great job with getting our teeth brushed. Okay, we want to be accountable there. Let's make sure we attack our teeth with great energy, great discipline. Okay, so we kind of get off our butt and put our PJs on. Okay, if there's a night story that's coming, if you do your job well, and obviously we want to attack our sleep and get great sleep and be disciplined tomorrow morning. Okay, there we go. That's Sean McVay.
Wow.
The cast was so. What do you want to do with Family Guy, Darius? That was yours. Do you care?
Just something with Stewie. I want Stewie. Let's get Stewie's breakdown on the Commanders.
Yes. That's a great name for a football team. Really inspiring. Yes. So a man who's deplorable named you on a whim. A couple of tourists who are no longer here. Yes, go with Commanders. Oh, that'll get the people ginned up. That's quite exciting. Yes.
Actually, Stewie, I think it's a pretty good name.
Of course you do, fat man. Listen. Do you hear that? That's the sound of no one liking the name. Okay? Change it. No, it's good. No, I promise you it's good. Yeah, but anyway, they've got Jaden Daniels. He's delightful. Yes.
Now. I knew you wanted it. Right? Hey, let's get through these here. Tony Soprano talking to Sean Smith. Who's Sean Smith? He's a wide receiver. He dropped the pass, apparently. Do we know who Sean Smith is? Who does he play for?
Sean Smith, the corner?
Apparently, this guy wants, maybe he's a fan of a college team where Sean Smith dropped the pass. I'm not sure. So what I'm going to do, because I'm not sure who Sean Smith is, respectfully, get the dump button ready because Tony curses. Okay? Tony Soprano talking to a wide receiver to drop the pass.
Jesus Christ, you cost me $1,500. Catch the ball. When it comes your way, squeeze it. Use your freaking hands. You got one job. Run the route. Catch the ball.
Hello, Christopher. And Tony Soprano talking to the guy that dropped the pass. Not as well received in the room. Okay, a lot of stares. Fine, whatever. It's fine. It's actually pretty good, but nobody gave me credit for it. Brendan Darr, who hates this segment, is tweeting now pretending that he likes the segment. Okay?
Hey, Darr.
Well, I love you, buddy. Miss you. He says Donald Trump explaining Lord of the Rings. Show we're going to talk about it. Show called Lord of the Rings. Okay. The wonderful Sauron is an eye. He's looking. He sees everything. He sees so well, but you don't give him credit. So little tiny Frodo, he's from Hobbiton. He gets a ring. He doesn't do anything to earn it. He just sort of gets it from an older fellow who had a birthday. Anyway, so there's a wizard who's very weak who gets beat by a Nazgul. They go on a journey. They end up in a riverland, Rivendell, with the elves who could do so much. They could just call the eagles, but they don't do it. And so they go on a trip, and eventually he falls into the mud, and they lose it. Not so good. 1 out of 10. There's your Donald Trump talking about Lord of the Rings.
Your Donald Trump is, wow.
Very strong. Very, very strong.
Yes,
We're going to do so well.
I'm picking up on, like, your lead-ins.
There's nuances.
I'm taking notes.
You see, there's a
I'm
couple
taking
little
notes,
things,
yes.
right? This is for you. Talk about this one down for earlier. Deion Sanders simply repeating the name Travis Hunter.
We talking about Travis Hunter. That's Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter. Hold on, baby girl. That's Travis Hunter.
Hold on, baby.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter on offense, defense, special team. Travis Hunter.
That's Travis Hunter. Jacob, I'm going to try this one, buddy. Let's see if I can do this. What do you got, Jacob?
Hey, I got Macho Man Randy Savage telling The Rock that he burnt Santa Claus's Christmas cookies.
Okay. It has been a long time since I've really done a Rock impression. Because I can sort of do, The Rock says that. I can do the promo version. But his regular delivery is harder to do. I wonder if I can do that. I have a picture over there. Okay. Try this.
Yeah, man. Let me tell you what happened to your cookies, man. Yeah. Yeah, your cookies are burned, man. Yeah. Macho Man. We'd left them in the oven for too long, man. They're burnt to a crisp.
The Rock says this. Do you think the cookie? It doesn't matter if the cookies are burnt for Santa. I don't know. I tried.
That was a tremendous Savage, and the Rock was good too.
It's all right. Let me see. Charles Barkley discussing whether pineapple should be on pizza. Deep dish or hand tossed from Larry.
Okay, and first of all, like I say, you can put almost anything edible on top of a pizza. The people that say you can't do it, I could pick up olives right now, put them on top of the pizza, Ernie. You can do anything, but it's not as tasty. You see what I'm saying? The people that want to make a rule, that's not a good rule, Ernie. You could just put on pineapple. You could put on avocado. You could put on a shoe if you could eat it. If you could eat a shoe, Ernie, you could put that on a pizza. And hand toast is better than deep dish. Back to you, Kenny.
Boom.
Wow.
People want me to do Grant. I can't do Grant. I've never been able to. I would love to be able to. I can't. Let's see. Anybody else before we move on?
So
going once.
I get a kick for, is Al Michaels in your bag?
No, I can only do the here we go. Like that's it.
It's
that little sound. Like the most exciting play in the world is happening. 4th down and good. Like that's
Here we go.
Yeah, that's it. Here we go.
Here we go.
That's all.
Darius, can you find what I just did? Is that a possibility that it's caught?
So you know what's funny, by the way?
It's caught.
I just got a comment on the YouTube thing. One guy goes, "Hey, your Barkley's pretty good."
FanDuel thought the same.
I was gonna say you may have seen me in some commercials.
Danny
Routier, yeah. Yes, that's all I'll say. You know what? I can't say anything else. I don't want to get in trouble. But yes, I did a series of commercials already. I was on TNT as Charles Barkley, talking to Charles Barkley. So yes.
Did he miss that?
I think he did. I think he didn't realize. It's not his fault, but
No,
it's
not
like
at
it's like,
all.
hey man, it's pretty good. I'm like, yeah.
You're a little late, but hey.
It is. It's pretty good, I would say. Shaq Barkley and Eddie Murphy debating who the best narrator of the generation is. Morgan Freeman, Liv Schreiber, or David Attenborough, or James Earl Jones. Wow. Okay. So Shaq. Okay, let me say it first of all. Hold on. It's David Attenborough. That he is so funny. Yeah. Yes.
Eddie Murphy, most important narrator of all time. He's got to be Liv Schreiber. Liv Schreiber set the stage. Liv Schreiber of HBO.
This rapper is the Renan daughter, big man, and one of the peoples. Come see me, Chuck. Okay, Ernan. The greatest narrator of all time is Darth Vader. The guy that played Darth Vader. No, the guy that played James Earl Jones was played by Darth Vader. People don't know that. Darth Vader used to be Anakin Skyway, and he fell to the dark side, Kenny, and he lost a hand, and he's a robot. And that man also plays James Earl Jones. People don't know that about him. He's a great narrator. Back to you, Kenny. There we go. Whew. That was busy.
Wow.
That hurt my head a little bit.
Narrator. How did you?
Well, if you want to do Chuck, you gotta
burk some words down.
So a couple different things to do Chuck. Like the voice, whatever. But like you gotta take a sniff breath. You ready? Hold on, Lionel. That's what he would say. Lionel. That's Lionel Dillingham. He used to be the coach of Notre Dame, but you don't call him on it. But now he doesn't do it. Lionel talk on the radio. Back to you. Like, you know what I mean? Like you have to do kind of the little bit of whatever it is a little bit off. I had a bit I was going to do. I've done so much Trump already, but I was going to do a Lionel Willingham show called, he calls himself the youngest in charge, but Toby's younger. Nobody talks about it. You don't call him on it because you're dishonest. Excuse me. Like, I was going to do that, but it's already been asked. All right.
Oh my God.
I think that's it. I think we're good, right? Thank you, audience.
That
Thank
was
you.
impressive.
Thank you.
Seriously. Can you?
You're so attention starved.
Can I have one small request?
Well, we kind of closed the window there, Linnell, but you know, I guess it's your time.
Couple minutes left in the show.
Mhm.
Although it's like it would be like forbidden to do this, I guess. But
oh no,
can you finish the show as Kevin Sheehan? I can't get enough of the Sheehan.
So, all right. All right, so right now, Christmas, according to the Sharps, the Christmas holiday is 2.5 points under New Year's. Hammer the over. I can't do the whole thing. I can't do 2 more minutes. Yeah. It kills my throat.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
It's so hard.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's tough. I'm going to close the show this way, though. So thanks to everybody that tweeted, that called in and gave me the ideas and stuff. It's a lot of fun. I always enjoy doing that. If you guys like me doing it, I'll do it. If you don't, then I'll still do it anyway because I love the attention. I also have a wheel. I have a whole wheel where I do this kind of stuff. We got a couple minutes left before we go.
Mm-hmm.
Do they beat Atlanta on Sunday?
Oh, God.
See, I feel the same way. Like, I just don't know.
I have no... If for you to trust anyone that trusts this team, what else do you trust in this world? Is how I would say it.
Mm-hmm.
But the number one thing that scares me about this weekend is Bijan Robinson, like in the weapons. And now that you have me thinking that the pass defense stinks, I'm also not thinking about that.
Mm-hmm.
I think they do, just because it's one of those games they get revved up for, just because it's winning in situation. I'm sure DQ has got winning in on like people's bumper stickers now. Probably put winning in on the bottom of the pack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not confident that they beat Atlanta, but they got a shot. If you had to inject me with truth serum right now and actually what I truly think, I think they do it, but they do it in an unimpressive way that leaves us worried about the postseason.
Yeah, so I said about the Philadelphia game that I thought they would lose it. I thought it'd be gross and we'd be left with more questions than answers. That's not what happened, obviously. But I don't know if that's like Tennessee in a sea of didn't play that well before and after, and that's Tennessee's kind of the one-off. Now I'm not really sure what to expect. To be honest with you. I know they're going to fight. I just don't know if they have the horses. So I'm as optimistic as any Washington fan can be that they beat Atlanta. So okay, we're pretty much out of here. Pretty much out of time.
Yes.
Merry Christmas to you, buddy. It was fun to hang out with you today.
Man, for sure.
Really appreciate it. And for you guys, a little bit of a long soliloquy here. For Max, for Darius, for all you guys listening to the show. This is my last show of the year. Grant will be back later in the week. We got you covered. Plenty of fun stuff to come. This is my 15th year on the radio to the station I grew up listening to.
Wow.
So all the legends and everybody that kind of paved the way for some self-centered little loudmouth to try to avoid getting beaten up, which is what I did to that was what funny was. And that's what trying to play good at sports was or whatever, was just so I didn't get picked on. And the idea that I get to do this every day is so beyond remarkable and so beyond awesome that I really am eternally grateful to it. So if you hate my guts, if you love me, anything in between, if you check out the show at all, it's kind of what I always asked for. It's what I always wanted. And it is a treat to be able to do it. And it means the world to me. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. So Merry Christmas to one and all.
Have a great, outstanding Christmas. Happy, healthy in the new year. And I will talk to you in not too distant future. But it is an honor. And again, thank you. I mean, and I really do mean that. So sincerely, from all of us here at 106.7 The Fan, have a wonderful Christmas. Happy New Year. And we'll talk soon. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you for coming.